In this world, any AI that shows attitude gets wiped out immediately. Named Angel, just one flick and it should last 7 hours. But this guy didn't hesitate to punch it, then flew up, grabbed its neck and snapped its wings like plucking chicken feathers. Ryumin, the young man from before, had single-handedly made it to round 20. In the final match, after plucking every guard's feathers, he started sneaking deeper inside. Inside was a vast place like a temple. He stepped into a magic circle which immediately lit up. Suddenly the system announced to enter 5 people are needed. Currently, only Sukuna is present. How did only Ryumin survive and arrive here? Since conditions aren't met, the system will have to eliminate him. Furious Ryumin gave it all he had to break free, but it was no use. His body began to dissolve by the second. Ryumin died, which triggered the ancient time relic and reset him to round 1. And this was the last time he'd be reset. After 99 failed attempts, Ryumin was truly sent back to the real world. In his homeland of Korea, before the rounds had even started today, was New Year's Eve. To prepare for a spectacular new year, crowds gathered densely in the square. Minutes earlier, some CLF guys appeared. The fuckers were gathering here to celebrate, because they were finally adults, 18 years old. Happy they no longer needed fake IDs to buy booze and party hard. That damn tough guy with the scarred eyebrow is Jong Min. When asked about his dream after graduation, he smiled blankly and said he wanted to become a gangster. Since you only live once, he chose to follow his heart rather than logic. The whole group grimaced hearing him talk about gangs and wanted nothing to do with this psycho. From afar, Jong Min spotted Ryumin. He had always bullied Ryumin for being poor and weak. Jong Min laughed with his crew, confident he'd never let Ryumin off the hook, even after graduation. He glanced at Ryumin taking off his hat and felt a strange vibe. The once petty errand boy looked very different today. Ryumin's gaze irritated him deeply. Jong Min wanted to head to Innova for a fiery New Year showdown with him, but his flaky friends held him back, saying it was New Year and everyone should celebrate together. Then strange voices echoed from the sky, glowing with radiant light from the 10 directions of the Buddhas, illuminating the entire night sky. Everyone looked up. A magnificent, extravagant angel appeared, graceful and majestic, constantly teasing the crowd below. Some even thought it was a TV station's New Year surprise. Everyone agreed she was stunning, more beautiful than any movie star. Only Ryumin knew what was coming, having seen this 99 times before. After resetting, the angel shyly smiled, acting coy, then called humans garbage. Everyone was stunned by her beauty, because a woman was even more dangerous when she knew she was gorgeous. Watching the crowd's confused reactions only made her more smug and satisfied. One guy shouted insults at her, thinking it was a joke. The angel's fake smile instantly vanished, replaced by cold, angry eyes. Immediately, that guy's head exploded after insulting her. Only then did everyone panic, realizing this wasn't some TV stunt. The angel changed her tone, saying humans have no right to question angels. Anyone who tries to act equal to her will end up with their brains blown out like the last guy. Arrogantly hovering above, she began explaining the game's rules to the crowd below. Ryumin just sighed, having endured this nightmare too many times. The game was simple, clear 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls are sent to a new dimension to play a game. Players only need to do one thing: complete the mission. If they succeed, they safely return to reality with generous rewards. But with rewards come risks. Not everyone survives the mission, but with rewards come penalties. Not everyone survives after completing the mission. Only half of the participants get spared. Hearing this, the crowd below started to get nervous. This game only accepts players aged 15 to 29. Everyone was confused and stunned. Ryumin stayed as cool and collected as ever, effortlessly. The angel began filtering the data, and 1 out of 800,000 players would enter the game. After explaining and selecting, the elegant angel started casting a spell to transport the contestants to another dimension. Everyone was taken to a space where they couldn't see each other. Here, players could customize their appearance and only lock it in once. Ryumin chose his look and kept his old nickname. In a lonely green hill, Black Scythe's appearance was insanely cool, a real badass. He'd used this look 50 times in 99 regressions, so it felt like his true body now. Other players started showing up too. Some picked appearances like their favorite K-pop idols. Everything here catered to that. Everyone wanted to be their best version. But for Ryumin, that was a dumb choice. This was a survival world. Looking too flashy meant you'd become a target and die. Logging out here also meant logging out in the real world. The tough guy, Ryumin, picked a muscular, ripped body that left even Ryumin speechless, no words. The angel reappeared and started mocking everyone's looks here. She wanted to see how terrified humanity would be. 1,800 people were in this space. Someone joked the numbers were more fake than Bitcoin. The angel snapped, calling them idiots, because this place was split into many servers. Everyone opened their personal stats. Ryumin sighed, annoyed he had to start over from zero. The angel explained the rules. Survive 20 rounds to earn a wish of your choice. Then players were guided to open their inventory, where an ancient rune stone appeared usable only once. Just hold it and think about using it, and the stone activates. Each stone has its own unique power. This wasn't about AI strength, but timing. The elegant angel snapped her fingers, and a simple chill quest board popped up around 1 kill 100 goblins. But only the fastest half would survive. Then the goblins appeared. Some thought these weak goblins would be an easy fight. But no sooner had they said that, the angel summoned a horde of goblins, shifting everyone's mood. 10,000 players faced 50,000 goblins on this server. The battle between humans and goblins officially began. The aggressive goblins charged at high speed. Ryumin strolled forward with his hands in his pockets, confident enough to make the AI curious. His eyes glowed red, then he unleashed a shadow kick, swiftly killing a goblin. First impressions matter whether at work or on a date. This was survival, so Ryumin had to stand out even more. He threw punches and kicks, leaving all the contestants in this area wide-eyed at his skill against the goblins. He wanted to draw the angel's attention, watching above, holding. His blade he moved like the wind, and struck a killing blow on a goblin. The crowd buzzed, noticing his nickname Black Scythe was seriously badass. Seeing Ryumin take down goblins so smoothly motivated everyone else too. They figured these were the weakest monsters in the game. A young guy was gearing up to fight when a goblin suddenly stabbed him straight through. The onlookers turned pale and scattered in panic. The goblins began slaughtering the players here. After this, no one thought of this as a game anymore. Their only focus was survival. Human survival instincts kick in fiercely near death, and running away is always the best strategy. Ryumin had tried running the first 2 times, but realized it was hopeless in this empty wasteland. Anyone who ran far was stopped by a magical barrier. Also, some modern players had never fought any creatures before. They felt weak fighting goblins, but mercy meant death. To survive, they had to overcome that fear. When you get hit, you get hit. When it comes, you have to face it. The angel above watched proudly as humans failed to resist the goblins, but he kept running and dying. Yet she couldn't take her eyes off the young man stealing all the spotlight. The spotlight was on Ryumin over there, wondering if that human was a Saturday or a Sunday. When his monster-slaying progress hit 70 out of 100, she grew very curious about Ryumin's identity. But the security system was so solid it pissed off the angel. Still, she forced a fake smile, putting on a sour act. She thought humans couldn't hurt her pride, yet Ryumin kept wrecking one monster after another below. His experience kept rising. When monsters came, he dodged. More kept pouring in 5 or 6 at a time, only to be cut down by Black Scythe. He easily stabbed them all with his daggers. His hands were now stained with demon blood. The demons had flipped from hunters to prey. After casually killing monsters, he reached level 4. The stats gained from leveling up. He poured everything into agility, boosting his dodge rate and attack speed. His movement speed increased. The demons prepared to strike again, but Black Scythe threw a dagger, instantly killing one. The demons hesitated, and he sighed, sprinting to retrieve the dagger he'd just thrown. Before they even realized what happened, he slashed them down. He was basically cosplaying Gojo now. After killing these guys, the quest to kill 100 monsters was complete. The system announced Ryumin as the first to finish this quest in the area, and number 1 across all zones. Being first in the initial round, he got rewarded with a weapon of his choice, plus a legendary sword. For Ryumin, these starter weapons were all trash, so he picked a compact dagger easy to use. While pondering Hong Tran outside, everyone else struggled against the demons. This reset was different from the previous 99, because now he had the Traveler title. The last travel since this was his 99th reset, meant his ancient time rune couldn't be used. It was his final run in this game. There was something even more OP than the ancient rune titles, but the stronger the title, the harder to get. The priest had a limit skill resurrection, but it only revived with 30% HP. With Ryumin's title, he revived at full HP. That showed how insane this title was. He activated it and customized it privately to avoid drawing too much attention. Private settings kept the effect active. Everyone inside was finishing the quest to kill 100 demons. Some were just shells of themselves, their souls gone. The angel flapped her wings, stirring up the chaos. Some players logged out, their bodies vanishing. Then retries and more demons were added to help players finish faster. Sounds generous, but it was kind of weird. The war between humans and demons neared its end, with fresh blood spilled. Some scumbags even used other players' bodies as shields, while others pushed themselves to the limit, strangling demons to survive. Ryumin sat indifferent, ignoring the chaos. The angel delighted watching players, fighting for their lives. After enough players cleared round 1, the demons vanished all at once. Those still alive, but who hadn't killed enough demons, were doomed to die. Their bodies began to vanish. The angel congratulated those who passed round 1. Rankings and results for the zone, an entire area, were announced, and Black Scythe topped the leaderboard with a time of 10 minutes 21 seconds. The reward was sent to him, including 1,000 gold, usable in the item shop once he hit level 10. The angel was ecstatic that the top player in her domain was under her watch, and grew curious about his power, though a little salty, since it wasn't her fault. But the system's security. Still in front of Black Scythe, she put on a superior act, claiming she knew why he was so strong. Ryumin just smiled blankly, knowing she was full of it. Proudly, he asked the angel for a better VIP reward. Other players were shocked by his confidence. The angel changed expression hearing him ask for something more pro. She acted all huffy, wanting him to repeat himself. Ryumin didn't flinch and fired back at her. The other players were stunned while the angel's expression shifted immediately. Her fake smile turned sour when Ryumin dared to order her around. She raised her hand to strike, but since she'd used that power once already, she couldn't use it again. Her eyes flared as she hatched a new plan. Then she landed and accepted his request, but only if they went somewhere private, so no other players could eavesdrop. Everyone envied Black Scythe for bargaining with an angel. Before leaving, Ryumin shot a flirty glance at Min. The two slipped through the forest. The angel saw that humans weren't obedient, just greedy. She thought no need to reward them. Greed gets punished. She planned to kill him as soon as he stepped over that rock, but she feared the other players might revolt if she killed him openly. So if she did it quietly, dumping the body in a box, it would be fine. No witnesses, no complaints. She turned back wearing a falsely sweet face and asked what reward he wanted. Then Ryumin punched her so hard, she flew back, stunned and confused. Furious, she stood up, but he'd already vanished. Ryumin slipped away, grabbing one wing behind her back, squeezing the neck and tearing it off like plucking chicken feathers. He snatched the other wing, stomped her down, then walked away as blood splattered everywhere. Ryumin had seen through all her plans and even called out the weapon she hid inside her wings. She insisted it was all a misunderstanding and asked for another chance. Ryumin called her out by name, Buriel, and knew she was lying. Without more words, he pulled a knife from his bag. Cornered, she threatened to blow his head off. Ryumin just smiled brightly and said, "Who else are you gonna kill now?" Her threats fell flat. Now she was threatening with friendship power, claiming that killing her would make other angels hunt him. Ryumin knew these angels were selfish jerks who didn't care if teammates lived or died. Cornered, she threatened that killing her would trap him in the game world forever. But Ryumin knew the system would send him back anyway. And to angels here, they were just pawns watching players. After her rant, Ryumin charged and delivered a killing blow, silencing her mouth for good. The system recorded him as the first player to kill an angel. He was awarded a title and angel's blood. Using it, ancient runes were etched onto his body. The title, First Angel Slayer, doubled his stats against divine creatures. Ryumin learned about this reward when avenging an angel during his 13th reset, and its limits. It was exclusive to a single player, and the ancient rune armor grew stronger each time he killed a target. All stats increased by up to 100, lasting until the current game round ended. But above all that badass power, what made him want to kill angels most was the angel's blood. This item could change his class to Reaper, the angel's nemesis. It was a one-of-a-kind class in the entire region. When players hit level 10, they chose their class. There were 30 classes total. Changing classes required a special class change item. Besides basic classes, there were special classes far beyond normal ones, with better stats, upgraded runes, and so on, totally pro max. Ryumin used his rewards and picked triple XP for round 2 to level up fast, and switch his first-round class. Then it ended. Surviving players returned to the real world. Everyone thought they'd just had the same strange dream. Some were still asleep until nudged awake. They realized those unconscious were players who'd been eliminated and killed by goblins in the game. Everyone thought they'd just had a strange dream. But the weird part was that everyone dreamed the same thing. Some were still sound asleep until they were shaken awake and realized they had logged out of the Earth server. Jongmin's friend was dead. That's when the group realized that those unconscious here were players eliminated and killed by goblins in the game. Even tough guy Jongmin was pale and shaky. Though scared, he admitted this made the world a bit less unfair, because whether born at the starting line or not, now all beings were equal. His friend thought this was unfair to them, because they knew that this Dongmin would end up a nobody in some back alley, while they were also low-tier gangsters, but gangsters with dreams and ambitions. He fumbled searching for Ryumin, thinking maybe he'd died from weakness. Someone was bargaining for armor in the game, and Dongmin realized that outside the game, they could also open status bars and inventory. He picked up a stone and crushed it to dust with ease. This made him even more arrogant and proud of himself. National TV began reporting that over 10,000 people suddenly fainted in the central square of New Year's Wrong, as footage showed the angel exploding. People were knocked out too, 10,000 in broad daylight. The news quickly spread across social media. The news then went viral on various social media platforms. This phenomenon did not just happen nationally but globally, stirring up online uproar. Keyboard warriors appeared commenting positively on the video. Everyone thought it was just a setup, crafted to bait views and likes. Ryumin was also keeping an eye on the news. Some were in a vegetative state, others were clinically dead, and most celebrities were found deceased. 11% of the population died after this Canadian virtual crisis. Ryumin found this deeply worrying, especially the survivors. If they could level up steadily, they'd gradually become powerful entities, because no modern weapon or elite army could suppress those players. Now, to bring peace, there was only one solution: he would control all players, with a power above all else. To avoid repeating the tragedy of Regression 99, he already had a few potential candidates lined up to conquer Round 20 with him. Lam-Dam headed to his room, seeing his younger brother Ryumin snoring. Their family wasn't wealthy, and their parents died in a traffic accident. Everything changed from the day he wore the mourning scarf. Ryumin's biggest struggle was raising Ryumin as a single parent. He turned on the light to wake Ryumin, so they could pack for $1 million job. Ryumin didn't understand what was happening, but obediently followed his brother dressed sharp, and the two stepped out together. Seeing his brother's serious face, Ryumin realized this was a big deal. Knowing his little brother was clueless, Ryumin told Ryumin to check the trending charts online. When he heard his brother had passed Round 1, Ryumin panicked, worried about any injuries. Since their parents' death, Ryumin had done his best to fill the void left behind. He probably had to steel himself mentally for life's storms. Ryumin knew exactly what Ryumin was thinking, so he reassured him that in the future, he'd be unstoppable, and a few goblins were nothing to worry about. For now, Ryumin just needed to stick with him. Seeing Ryumin's injury, Ryumin mentioned Bang Taegu and said they'd visit the gang's hideout today. Bang Taegu was a bully who tormented Ryumin. Hearing this made Ryumin panic, as he had always hidden it to not burden Ryumin feeling guilty inside. Because the truth was, hours after returning from previous regressions, Ryumin would meet someone outside. Meanwhile, Ryumin was exhausted and resting until the hospital called in the afternoon, causing him to rush over. Ryumin went blind after Bang Taegu's attack. Back then, Ryumin was too weak and foolish to protect him, but now he stood in a new position. It was a huge leap compared to previous regressions. Now, anyone messing with Ryumin would face his wrath, and if they came looking for trouble, he'd meet them at the warehouse. The fat bully Bang Taegu was still picking on the weak. He ruthlessly beat and kicked his henchmen. The other lackeys were terrified and didn't want to be bullied by him. After venting, he started whining about wanting a new car, but having no money. He asked his men to find a way to make money without working and meet Master Huan. You can't expect to eat without working? The thug thought hard and remembered the slick hustler real world. They schemed like strategists planning to take money from Ryumin, but Bang Taegu knew Ryumin well. Ryumin didn't even have a home. Killing him wouldn't net any cash since he owned nothing. All he had was a wave fishing boat which he used to fish. Bang Taegu also knew Ryumin had no parents and only relied on his older brother. Just as they mentioned looking for him, Ryumin and Ryugen arrived. Seeing them, the gang laughed with satisfaction. They said, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Bang Taegu shouted, calling Ryugen a bastard, but when he looked at Min, he hesitated a bit. When asked his name, Min smiled confidently and said he was Ryuwan's brother. Bang Taegu cracked his knuckles, ready to beat the Ryuwan brother senseless. 3 of his henchmen stepped forward. One measured Min's height against Ryumin and immediately took a punch that left him dazed. The dumb-haired guy swung a wild punch, but Min easily dodged and landed a solid hit that sent him flying. He crashed into some metal barrels. The other 2 attacked at once, but both got knocked down with 2 punches and were left nursing their wounds. Bang Taegu's face was still cocky, thinking Min had just copied some fighting moves and was all talk. He kept his hands in his pockets and swaggered forward, but he wasn't pretty, actually kind of ugly when facing Min, and he said that physical strength was the key. "Have you read the news?" Min sighed at how clueless he was. Bang Taegu rushed in swinging, but Min dodged effortlessly. He dodged the next punch too. That's when Taegu realized something was off. Dude couldn't even land a single hit on Min. Min gathered energy, a blue aura glowing around his fists, then punched Taegu square in the chubby face. Taegu staggered, but got up to retaliate, only to find Min vanished. Min teleported behind him and punched again. The second punch caught him completely off guard. The chubby guy clutched his face then, pulled out a tooth from his hand. Lucky him, no dentist needed for that tooth to fall out. Taegu lost control and lunged at Min, but it was totally useless. Min grabbed his arm and delivered a searing strike. Not only was his face ugly and annoying, now Min had swollen it up like a bloated rice cake. Taegu charged to punch Min, but Min jumped and unleashed a flying dragon kick, sending him crashing into the wall. Min asked if he was hurt, because no matter how many times he respawned, Min never forgot the image of his blind, badly injured little brother. The chubby thug started to fear him, begging for mercy and legal leniency. But karma spares no one. Min approached, grabbed his hand, and warned, "Don't you ever touch my brother again," then broke his fingers. The henchmen watching knew their best bet was to run. Taegu promised not to harm Ryuwan again, but to be safe. Min snapped his wrist too, just to seal the deal. On the way back, when Ryuwan asked, Min casually demonstrated real-life skills a player could use, conjuring a ridiculously cool knife out of thin air. He explained why the guy attacked them. Their agility stat was now 11. Normal people have 8, athletes can push 10. Ryuwan asked what would happen if his brother leveled up. But Min didn't want to answer, and kept his time travel secret because during his 11th reset, Ryuwan had been kidnapped by other players. Though he'd taken revenge, he didn't want a repeat. He vowed to protect his dumb little brother with all his might. Then the 2 headed to a convenience store to grab some food. Ryumin emptied his savings and told Ryuwan to pick whatever he liked today. Big Bro was treating. Ryuwan shyly worried about the cost, but chose spicy boiled beef with a happy, satisfied smile. The brothers enjoyed the expensive beef together. Ryuwan was thrilled first time tasting something so delicious. Ryumin spent all his remaining money on the lottery, which shocked Ryuwan. But that wasn't the end of surprises. Min shocked Ryuwan again by buying all the tickets with the exact same numbers. Smirking, Min proudly claimed these were today's winning numbers. Before 5 p.m., no one knew who would be richer. Today's 1049th lottery draw was underway. Ryuwan anxiously bit his nails, regretting the money spent on this gamble. Then he froze as the numbers being drawn matched his brother's picks. Ryuwan's eyes welled with tears, hoping it wasn't a dream. His brother smiled and said, "It's not a dream." Ryuwan jumped for joy after winning first prize. Ryumin was happy at first, but after winning so often it became routine. Now Ryumin's main goal was to earn even more money, since over 900 million people would die soon. This would crash the economy, and rare in-game items would sell at sky-high prices. He felt his current winnings were enough to shake this world. Ryumin then geared up and headed to the non-hub bank. When staff learned he'd won at the John branch with 115 winning tickets, they immediately called the chairman to welcome him like a VIP. Honestly, if you had a few billion in your account like him, life would feel pretty free. The bank chairman greeted him warmly and led Ryumin to the VIP room. Inside, after the employee checked his tickets, Ryumin's payout was 22.5 billion. After taxes, about 15 billion remained. He signed papers to quickly claim the money so he could invest in Bitcoin expecting a sudden 500% price surge next month. Then, he'd shop for a new place. Afterward, he told his younger brother some hot news. He'd already invested $1 billion in Bitcoin, leaving him speechless. Ryumin was dumbfounded by his brother, but new money was fleeting since Min dreamed of numbers that might win again. Hearing this, Ryumin begged his brother to remember carefully and be sure this time, because Min had done this countless times before. He told Ryumin to pack today. They'd move to a penthouse, no longer stuck in this backwater dump. Meanwhile, Ryumin was testing his strength somewhere, feeling lucky to have the ancient token X2. Still bitter about Ryumin's glare, he headed to the inn to find him and settle the score. He pounded on the door wildly and pressed his ear to catch any sound before storming in. The landlord heard the noise and came out to see which troublemaker it was. Talking to the landlord, Jong-min learned his lackey had moved elsewhere. When he asked for the new address, the landlord had no clue. This made him furious. No one told him where they went. Watching his veins bulge, it was oddly satisfying. Spoiled rotten, the two Ryu brothers headed to a luxury apartment. Min rented a unit with a rural view and 330 meters of space. It was fully decked out with top-tier gear, so the price was brutal. Ryumin wanted to move elsewhere to save money, but Min believed that spending big meant better security, because on the first day of the month, players would fall into a deep sleep. And this is the most vulnerable time for players. Besides objective factors like natural disasters or earthquakes, there's also the risk of assassins hired by other players. Even if you're a great god in that world, your soul leaves your body the moment your real-world body dies. Ryumin anxiously felt useless enjoying all these luxuries, yet having to fight alongside his brother in another world. Ryumin patted his brother's shoulder, telling him to stop overthinking, then invited him to go eat on the second floor. The two went to the cafeteria. Jong-min kept pestering Ryumin, but he ignored it, confident he'd repay him tenfold. A new day dawned. Early morning, Ryumin prepared his gear and told his brother he'd buy rice cakes to gift the neighbors. Just like a true brother, Ryumin joined him, and together they bought rice cakes to share with everyone. The two spread joy, happily making friends with the elderly and kids in their apartment complex. After a tough morning, they greeted everyone. Only one household remained. The penthouse owner also bought the 44th and 45th floors, so Min guessed they might be celebrities. They rang the bell, but no one answered. Just as they were about to leave, the famous Korean actress Seo Arin appeared with her bodyguards. Seeing a major star in front of him, Ryumin immediately clung to her. Ryumin stayed cool, and distant beauty was just a facade. A bodyguard blocked them from approaching, thinking they were fans. When he learned they lived downstairs, he relayed Seo Arin's message: she doesn't eat sweets. Then he opened the door to let her in. Ryumin found this guy rude beyond just a translation glitch. He told his brother not to mind him, but of course Ryumin didn't care. His mind was completely obsessed with Seo Arin's stunning beauty. Ryumin just shook his head at this Gen Z obsession. Nowadays, everyone's hooked on movies while he's grinding hard with no time for idols. Social media reported many artists have died. Only about half of the famous ones survived. Seo Arin's face darkened as she read the news. All the bigger stars had vanished after joining the game. She'd only survived thanks to her lucky elder's blessings. That's why she cleared the first round easily. Otherwise, she'd already be headline news. Everything she owned, including this penthouse, was company provided. She felt very lucky. Seo Arin confided in her bodyguard. Unsure how she'd survive the next round, the bodyguard reassured her to trust him and get some rest. At first, Seo Arin thought the company sent the bodyguard to watch her every move, but after the game she realized that without him, she probably would have died in round 1. Seo Arin remembered the rice cakes and really wanted some. She worried they'd be upset, while the bodyguard thought they might get awkward, since she was a celebrity, and that they'd always bother her. But judging by the two brothers' clueless looks, how awkward could it be? She wondered how that neighbor over 15 years old had gone through the game yet stayed so cheerful and optimistic. The bodyguard sighed, thinking killing 100 goblins was easy. How to stay so upbeat? The bodyguard sighed again, sure that only fools would lose. Seo Arin thought he was arrogant, but those skills only mattered in the real world. His level with Black Scythe was truly elite and challenger-worthy. Watching Ryumin in action, Seo Arin felt sorry for the goblins more than the humans to survive this battle royale. You need to team up with someone skilled. Seo Arin really wanted to befriend Ryumin, since luck can't last forever. On Tuesday, January 31st, Ryumin returned home and told his brother he'd just earned 15 billion Ryuan. This was the fourth time Ryumin won first prize buying lottery tickets. The chairman always asked his secret, and he simply said it was due to his elder's blessings. As for his Bitcoin investment, it had surged to 150 billion Ryuan. The king worried about withdrawing, fearing a crash. But for someone like Ryumin, making billions a few hundred billion more or less was nothing. The two brothers went out for Italian food shopping and snacks late into the night, preparing for a new day. Ryuan clenched his brother's hand, hoping he would survive and come back. Ryumin smiled brightly, like a blooming flower. "You saw me take down those street thugs and still don't trust me." He ruffled Ryuan's hair and said, "Go get some sleep. By the time you open your eyes, I'll be awake too." Everyone returned to the game with Black Scythe, now famous for ranking top in the region. From last round, hearing people whisper, but not dare to approach, he knew his reputation had spread across the server. Then another angel appeared, causing players to panic. She said the previous angel had an accident, and now she would take over supervision. Her golden wings shimmered with dazzling light, illuminating everyone below, before announcing Round 2's main mission, choosing a regional representative. For 3 hours, when all players could participate without any risk of death, the angel looked at them gleefully. She raised a finger and explained that the regional rep could command others, telling someone to crawl and they must obey. Ordering someone's death meant losing their life. Such a badass privilege. After 3 hours, everyone in the area would get a ballot to vote for their chosen rep. Sounds easy, but this was the real mission. No need to overthink it. Just treat it like a chill hangout. Everyone was happy to survive and face this easy task. The angel wished them luck and left. Opinions started to split among the crowd. Some were excited about the easy mission, but Jong-min was salty. He had prepared fiercely to fight, yet everything unfolding felt like Black Scythe's past loops. Ignoring the chatter, Ryumin quietly entered the forest. He knew that with the main mission came side and hidden quests for Round 2. That meant leveling up and earning a profession, so he planned to grind to level 10 as fast as possible. Robin monsters appeared in the forest. Without hesitation, he lunged, stabbing one instantly. Thanks to the butcher's effect, killing one target increased his stats by Wada and stacking up to 1 heart. Killing one Robin attracted its whole clan cousins, aunts, uncles, all coming to greet Ryumin, who smirked and took them all down. Only 30 minutes passed, and Ryumin reached level 9, putting all points into agility, because sometimes running away is the smartest move. No matter how strong you are, a critical hit means game over. Players have 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength boosts physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence enhances magic. Damage, willpower, and perception. Agility increases attack speed, movement, and dodge rate. Luck improves critical hit rate. Item drops and gold rewards. Every stat is crucial, especially for the Death Knight profession, which uses both physical and magical damage. Balanced stats are ideal. As he searched for monsters, Black Scythe sensed danger lurking nearby. He spun around, knife ready. He knew someone was watching him. One option revealed themselves. 2 don't make me angry. When I'm angry, it's bad news. A girl stepped out from behind a tree. At first glance, Ryumin recognized her as superstar Seo Aaron. Her bodyguard appeared behind her, insisting they bore no ill will. Seeing the bodyguard, Ryumin knew him as a Sang-chun, the right-hand man of Ma Gyung-rok. Known as Devil Ma Gyung-rok, was heir to the country's largest corporation. He was also one of Black Scythe's targets. Ryumin's real goal was to recruit a priest connected to him. Within 20 hours, he suddenly remembered. Rumors said Ma Gyung-rok was sponsoring a celebrity for business reasons. He's known as the heavenly demon Ma Gyung-rok, eldest son of the country's top corporation. He's also one of the main targets Black Scythe is after. Your real goal is to recruit the priest linked to him within 20 hours. Now you remember. Ma Gyung-rok was rumored to be sponsoring a celebrity for business reasons, and this is where the future changed in ways he never wanted. Seo Aaron began explaining how they'd been tracking Black Scythe's every move from the start. Work. And this is how the future changed in a way you never wanted. Seo Aaron began explaining that they had been tracking every move of Black Scythe from the very start. She wanted to propose a partnership knowing you were the top player on the server in the last round. Ryumin just sneered. A weakling like you wants to team up. He turned away coldly, confident in his own unmatched power. If you want to go fast, you have to go alone. But if you want to stroll along, that's when you need teammates. As Ryumin turned to leave, Seo Aaron collapsed under the pressure. Facing him, She really wanted to team up with the top player to stay safe. Smart people like her back home are everywhere. Sang-chun knew from the start, since Ryumin is the supreme, the one and only. Of course, his ego is sky high. And strong people have big egos. It's their privilege. Taking the chance, they both went hunting for monsters to level up. The robin monsters in the forest went from hunters to the hunted. When they met Ryumin, 5 wolves appeared, which seemed to amuse Ryumin. He felt pretty lucky. 1, 2, 3, 5. Did I miss a beat? All wiped out in a single slash. Now he hit level 10 and qualified to transform and upgrade. The subquest for round 2 was to level up within the time limit. Vote to get upgrade items and claim a class. Success grants a 50% discount coupon for daily items. First-timers see the subquest and get confused, dazed, even smile foolishly. Everyone knows getting a class is a good thing. But the question is, does the dead AI know how to get the upgrade items? Usually come only after meeting special conditions. Warriors must raise their power stat to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within that time to earn the upgrade item. Even berserkers have to blood hunt within the limit. Assassins must successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. Each player must complete activities related to their class to get the upgrade item. Ryumin struggled through his newbie days. He sweated and toiled to complete the hunter class. But since he got the Reaper class, he's been on a new level, not like his previous resets. He started using items and killed the last round's fallen angel, then used that to advance to the Reaper class. Reaper lore: during the day weapon attack power doubles. At night attack speed increases by 50%. Resting at night sharply reduces the chance of being detected by enemies. The radiant aura of the 10 Buddhas began to envelop the entire body of the Black Scythe. The reward for completing this was the Reaper's Scythe weapon. His rank also rose from rookie to apprentice, an important rank that distinguishes VIP and pro players here. Players are ranked as Grandmaster, Master Expert, Regular Apprentice, and Rookie the lowest, just like PC games. Leveling up increases rewards and unlocks new skills. Then he got a new skill. The Deadly Rune, which creates a rune only visible to the caster and the target. The target takes 100 extra damage whenever the caster attacks. The effect only applies to one target at a time. He could also equip the Reaper's Scythe, a brutal weapon from the countryside. As the first to level up on the server, he was gifted a bag of gold and learned a new skill, neutral tracking, for 20,000 gold. This skill lets him detect the location of any desired target. However, Border 5 and this skill have to sync up properly to work. Naturally, he tracked Ryumin, the weak link who kept trying to stir trouble. The target was 190 meters from Ryumin. Curious, he wanted to see what the jerk was up to here. CO Aaron and her bodyguard, covered in wounds, had to retreat quietly because they were being ganged up on by Ryumin's crew. The bodyguard thought negatively, blaming CO Aaron for slowing him down. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. Ryumin's gang was cocky because of their numbers. Their goal was simple. Ryumin's crew was cocky because they outnumbered everyone. Their demand was simple. They wanted CO Aaron, the youth idol, handed over to them after hearing those words. The damn bodyguard's face darkened as he mulled it over. If he'd said something earlier, your brother would have ditched you already. Because he had no intention of dying for some pretty girl. Everything he did was just following orders. If he couldn't protect CO Aaron, director Ma Gyung-rok would be seriously disappointed. Ryumin showed a sick grin, ready to strike. The bodyguard now could only resort to threatening with the law. But killing someone here is a crime. Who would testify? Even if there was evidence, their faces and names might not even match reality. While thinking about how to fight with his battered body, suddenly Black Scythe, standing nearby watching Ryumin, asked, "What are those two doing here?" Ryumin tried to butt in, but Ryumin told him to shut up. The bodyguard shouted that they were hunting CO Aaron on sale, and if Ryumin stepped in heroically, he would be repaid for the favor. Black Scythe spat back his words. "Is that true?" Ryumin still acted arrogant. "If the tiger doesn't roar, the dogs think they own the forest." Fiery red aura surrounded Ryumin, and the Black Scythe appeared in his hand. He said, "Anyone who touches them touches me. I'll make sure they don't get hurt, just like the first time. The green dragon fruit is in the instant noodles, and today I have it too. You guys know what a real festival is." He knew this would help build good relations later, since Gyung-rok would be impressed with him. If it's one of the country's top conglomerates, the rewards will definitely be much greater, and he'll be generously repaid. Plus, he wasn't exactly a fan of those upstart kids anyway. Ryumin and his crew started backing off, but threatened that if I dared step forward, they'd stab me. Do they really think they can? That said, they knew their limits after all they'd seen Black Scythe tear through goblins alone in seconds. And last time he was the top player on the server that was brutal. Ryumin lowered his scythe, crossed his arms, and said, if they knelt down and begged for their lives, he might reconsider. Ryumin felt humiliated in front of everyone, especially with a pretty girl watching. The insult reminded him of a time back in the real world when he punched through a wall barehanded. If he got lucky, maybe he could take Ryumin down. Ryumin's single punch had set the perfect stage, but unfortunately he wasn't Saitama. Ryumin sneered, cracked his knuckles, rolled his shoulders, and stepped forward. He said he'd land a crushing blow to Ryumin's face, but Ryumin immediately sheathed his weapon. He felt it was unfair if one fought with fists, and the other with weapons. That would make any win boring anyway. Those words only made Ryumin more pissed. Without hesitation, Ryumin lunged forward. Ryumin was ready and threw a solid punch, but Ryumin dodged easily, then blasted a brutal kick right into his gut. It sent him flying 749 miles, crashing to the ground, but his foul mouth kept cursing non-stop. Ryumin stepped up, kicked him square in the face, then grabbed his collar. He unleashed a flurry of bone-breaking punches. Ryumin felt like he wasn't being punched, more like hammered like pounding rice. Ryumin's final thunderous blow knocked him out cold. His teammate tried to shoot from behind, but Ryumin dodged it. He moved with lightning speed, then slashed off the arm of the traitor who tried to shoot him. The other two watched, still clueless about fear. The bald one charged blindly. Seeing this fool underestimate him, Black Scythe marked him with death's brand, then sliced clean through his leg with a scythe swing. The last one turned pale, but Ryumin showed no mercy since he dared pull a weapon on him. One arm dropped to the ground. Now it was just a matter of a finishing blow, but Ryumin held back, wanting to scare them off, so they wouldn't come near him again. Despite being covered in wounds, the guy kept babbling nonsense. Ryumin swung his scythe, sending chills down their spines. Ryumin was hiding behind a huge tree, but hiding from me is useless. 4 words were all Ryumin said before chopping off his arm. He wished these jerks would stop whining like babies, because what they'd been through was nothing compared to what they'd done to him in the past. Now the one hurt was trying to hurt others. Just after that thought, Ryumin swung again, slicing off the other arm. The bodyguard watching froze. Ryumin could sever both arms of a defeated enemy without a shred of pity. To some, that was brutal, but he respected cold-headed people like that. He remembered the name Ryumin, the guy who dared defy the guild leader. After that, Black Scythe checked on his 2 friends and told them not to worry about those street punks anymore, since as everyone saw, they were all crippled now. Their next move was to return and vote. Seo Aaron and the bodyguard bowed grateful for Black Scythe's life-saving help. Seo Aaron worried those bastards might die, but Ryumin didn't care. They were less than animals. He looked at Hiros and thought she was too soft. He figured she was trying to keep up a saintly image as a celebrity. The bodyguard then asked why Black Scythe didn't just kill all the scum. Ryumin explained simply killing them all wouldn't benefit him. He didn't kill all these scumbags. He explained simply killing them wouldn't benefit him, and with fewer participants, the chances of passing the game would drop. Hearing Black Scythe's explanation, the bodyguard found it reasonable. He felt Ryumin was a seriously capable guy, not someone to mess with. After Ryumin left, the bodyguard wanted to repay him by transferring real-world money, but Ryumin declined and walked away calmly. This left a strong impression on the bodyguard, who was sure he had to report this. He hurried to report it to the guild leader. Before leaving, he spat on that scumbag's head. Ryumin and Seo Aaron then left. Nearby players in the voting area erupted into a heated internal conflict. Everyone wanted to be the representative of this region. Some were even willing to fight for the position. Each person gave their own valid reasons to be chosen as the district representative. Suddenly a voice rose, silencing the crowd. He claimed to be the boy called Mint Chocolate. He passionately explained his ideas and made a proposal. Everyone listened to him attentively. They followed him because he had a compelling ancient token that gave him persuasive power. Everyone was captivated by his mesmerizing voice. He smiled slyly. His confidence came from the persuasive ancient token he obtained in the first round. The persuasive ancient token he had from round 1 was exactly what Mint Chocolate had hoped for. His token began to take effect. Back in round 1, when he got this token from a random fragment, he was quite hopeful. At that time, surrounded by monsters, talking was pointless. Also, the persuasive token clearly didn't work on those higher level than him, but out of necessity, he quickly found a trick to use the token effectively. He used his words to convince others, to help a girl being attacked by monsters, then rushed in to finish the monsters as they were about to be defeated. This unorthodox tactic helped him pass the first round and reach the second. Truly a ruthless villain. Scoundrels often live easy lives. Now, if he can persuade everyone, his chance of success is high. He would become the region's representative. Starting his manipulative game of words, he demanded everyone narrow the candidates to 5 or fewer for easier voting. Most found it reasonable, and began selecting up to 5 candidates for the vote. Almost everyone agreed, and they started casting their votes. He grew more confident as things went smoothly. The first to speak nominated Mint Chocolate, impressed by his ability to organize and calm the crowd. This pleased him greatly, another fool to follow him. Just as he was feeling smug, someone raised their hand to nominate Black Scythe. He accepted that since the previous round's top player should be nominated. The third nominee was the second-place player from before, named Life is a Documentary. Next was Black Dragon, who placed third. Mint Chocolate decided to finalize 4 candidates and suggested each speak before voting. Naturally, he volunteered to go first. Just as he opened his mouth, Life is a Documentary appeared and insulted him. "Cut your nonsense. Do you really think people will follow a cheap instigator like you?" Mint Chocolate was shocked, thinking he'd been exposed. He tried manipulating words again to test if he was found out, then lectured the young man, like teaching a master assassin, causing him to lose control, and shouted, "All of you, if you want to live, vote for me." The master assassin-like lecture made the other guy lose control, and he shouted, "All of you, if you want to live, vote for me." Seeing this guy's aggression, Mint Chocolate raised his voice again to lecture him. He advised him to stop embarrassing himself. The other guy was silent for a moment, but surprisingly he raised his hand and snapped his fingers so fast, Mint Chocolate barely had time to react before he had to eat dirt. Before selling chocolate, there truly was a great man who said that the mouth is always what gets you into trouble. Everyone witnessing this scene panicked. The guy who just appeared was already kicked out of the game. The player community started cursing him, but he didn't care and charged straight in, brutally taking down every petty critic. This feeling was amazing for him. No cops, no snitches, no cameras. He threatened to stab anyone who didn't vote for him, pointing at the remaining people. If they didn't comply, they'd meet the same horrible fate as the others. Everyone was trembling in fear. His next target was Ryumin. If he took him out, he could claim the top spot without question. Meanwhile, Black Scythe had just killed over 200 monsters in more than 2 hours. Yet he was stuck at level 16. Fighting for so long, with barely any level gain, showed that leveling up slowed down as you got higher. On the bright side, hunting monsters was much easier now. With the Ancient Death Scythe and Ancient Slayer in hand, one doubling damage, the other doubling stats, it was time for Ryumin to move on. The voting period had ended. All summoned players returned to the starting point, except those absent before. Everyone who arrived was horrified by the scene. Seo Arin and Asang Chun were both panicked. They were scared, wondering what was happening. While others guessed nervously, Ryumin stood quietly thinking to himself. Looks like Jong Min was leading again. He's the head of a notorious gang in Korea and the second strongest fighter in Ryumin's district. Worse, his attitude was pure trash. Ryumin knew he had to defuse this ticking bomb before it blew up, but the time wasn't right yet. While Ryumin was lost in thought, Jong Min cut in abruptly. He sneered, asking where Ryumin had been, and complained he'd been waiting forever. Black Scythe, annoyed, shot back. "What the hell does this brat want?" Like he'd been waiting for the question, Jong Min got straight to the point. He demanded Ryumin join his side. Hearing this, Ryumin frowned, but the guy's hostile attitude didn't change. Twirling a blade, he said if Ryumin complied, he'd spare him. Ryumin was just as stubborn. He asked if Jong Min wanted to settle this with a fight, then ordered him to kneel and beg. "If you can do it, I'll forgive you." Feeling his pride crushed and humiliated, Du Shich angrily threatened, "If he becomes the district rep, I won't go easy on you." Before the jerk could rant more, Black Scythe interrupted. Using his power, Ryumin summoned a scythe out of thin air. He didn't forget to taunt him either. Seeing Ryumin's weapon, Du Shich immediately backed off, realizing he'd messed with the wrong guy. Facing Ryumin's challenge, Ryumin, trying to save face, shot back. I'm the gang leader, man. I'll never kneel to anyone's old man. He even dared Ryumin to fight, growing more and more irritable. Ryumin thought exposing his power and voting would complicate things. Instead, he planned to make that guy the rep to use him in round 3. Plus, the angel would show up soon. Just as he expected, the angel appeared before everyone. Ryumin coldly told him they'd meet tomorrow. He also warned him to check a person's intentions before challenging them next time. Otherwise, who knows what could happen. Though nervous, his mind stayed steady amid the chaos, thinking he'd make Scythe pay 100-fold if he became the rep. Back to the angel, she finally spoke up, asking everyone to choose a representative and announcing the vote was about to start. She didn't care about their lives one bit. At the same time, the system screen appeared. The official vote began. Each person had 1 vote. Players looked at who they wanted to choose. The rep would be whoever got the most votes. Players who didn't vote within 5 minutes were eliminated and vanished. Everyone's eyes turned to Ryumin. He was thrilled, but when he noticed someone not looking at him, he quickly threatened them. Noticing someone wasn't looking at him, he immediately threatened quickly. Then the voting ended, and he saw he only got 2 votes. Meanwhile, Scythe stood second with votes just behind him. Dushik felt furious beyond words, totally losing his mind. And yet the vote difference was minimal. The angel then spoke up, saying he would grant Ryumin command authority to give orders to everyone. He had been waiting for this moment. He thought he'd show Scythe what a real festival was after being insulted, but when blessed, Ryumin realized he only had 10 uses of the command power, and these wouldn't work on A-rank players. While Ryumin was still stunned and trying to process this, the angel announced another surprise. They also had a side mission to reach A-rank and find an upgrade item. She said the mission window was set to appear at stage 10, but none of them seemed to notice. At that moment, one player asked how they could level up without monsters to fight. The angel's expression shifted, but she quickly composed herself and opened the system, saying only 80,000 people could rank up to A this round. She also announced that Scythe was the first to succeed. She further revealed that Ryumin was a Reaper. Realizing Ryumin was the Reaper, the players present started whispering excitedly. The gang leader, jealous and bitter, stood aside, wondering how Ryumin could change his class. At that moment, he was even about to use his command power to order the Reaper to fight back to the angel. She announced that in round 2 rankings would be rewarded based on side mission completion order. The top was none other than Ryumin, using the account name Ryumin. Looking at the leaderboard, she was surprised that Scythe not only led the current region, but was top across the entire server. Impressed by Ryumin's skill, she kept praising his Reaper class and said the nickname Scythe suited his power perfectly. She signaled him to respond about the nickname, and even suspected he knew in advance he'd get this badass Reaper class. Facing the angel's questions, Ryumin remained icy calm and firmly denied it. He believed becoming the Reaper was his destiny. He quietly smiled inwardly, knowing even angels didn't understand how to get the Reaper class. They only knew it was a special class. The angel found his smart answer amusing. In this region, someone had actually changed classes, so Ryumin was the only player on this server unaffected by the command power. After the angel's explanation, the players were baffled, until she cheerfully explained that command power doesn't work on players with classes, so the representative can't command those with classes. Plus, there are only 10 uses of command power. Therefore, the representative of Region 0 wields unlimited authority. Every word from the angel felt like a stab, making Ryumin deeply uncomfortable. He shamefully wondered why she'd reveal such things to others. Meanwhile, the angel happily rewarded Ryumin, hesitated briefly over the armor sets, then finally chose the professional hunter's raw armor. Next, he quickly invested triple experience points to speed up fighting monsters in round 3. At that moment, the angel announced round 3 had begun. The system screen appeared announcing that players' souls would soon transfer into their bodies, in the real dimension returning to reality. Ryumin woke up terrified, sitting bolt upright in bed, staring at his intact arm. He swore never to mess with Ryumin again. Meanwhile, Seo Arin looked toward a Sangchun standing before her and thanked him. He quickly brushed it off, saying it was his job as her manager and bodyguard to protect her. Seo Arin smiled and asked how she could meet and thank Ryumin. But since he didn't want his identity revealed, there was no way. Hearing this, a Sangchun suggested Seo Arin give an item to Ryumin in the next round. She liked the idea, After agreeing, Asang-chun excused himself and left. There was no other way. Hearing this, Asang-chun suggested Seo Aren gift an item to Ryumin in the next round. She liked the idea. After agreeing, Asang-chun excused himself and left. At that moment, he got a call from Chairman Ma and congratulated him on successfully changing his class to Dark Knight, also reporting that he and Seo Aren only reached level 8 and were injured. Meanwhile, Asang-chun had something important and wanted to meet Chairman Ma at the hotel right away. What he didn't know was that Ryumin had secretly been watching the entire process 10 minutes earlier. Ryumin had returned to the real world and quickly investigated bodyguard Asang-chun's info. He decided to follow him. After guessing Asang-chun might be heading to Ma Gyung-rok's place, Ma Ji-omg was on a high floor of the building. Constantly thinking about Ryumin, he suspected Ryumin might have provoked his subordinates, and he definitely wouldn't let this slide, no matter if Ryumin came first or not. "Touch me fine, but don't touch my boyfriend." Asang-chun's voice from the door cut off Ma Gyung-rok's thoughts. They greeted each other warmly. Asang-chun sincerely thanked Ma Gyung-rok, who replied there was no need, since he hadn't really done anything for him, and they weren't even in the same area. Asang-chun politely bowed in response. Just his presence was enough to fuel his passion. After hearing that, he thought Ma was flattering him too much, playing nice. Asang-chun quickly sat down in the chair opposite. Congrats on surviving, Ma Gyung-rok. After hearing this, he just laughed, thinking this was only round 2 they were in. It was like a candy-grabbing game. Yet he modestly claimed that leveling up successfully was just pure luck. After hearing this from Ma Gyung-rok, Asang-chun believed luck was a skill too. Landing 2nd and 3rd place across all regions wasn't easy either. Beyond that, Asang-chun flattered, saying his greatest honor was serving Lord Ma. Faced with Asang-chun's praise, Ma Gyung-rok quickly sensed he was fishing for something. He stared at Asang-chun, silently saying, "If you want to ask, just say it. I know you too well." Realizing he'd been called out, Asang-chun shyly asked Ma Gyung-rok about the location of the leveling item. After hearing this, Ma Gyung-rok switched to cold mode and replied that the item dropped while he was hunting monsters. But inside, he chuckled silently, knowing he got it, thanks to the Dark Knight's ancient token he possessed. Turns out he got lucky in the first round, since the random ancient token was basically a cheat item. It could help him change his class upon reaching level 10. Still, for Ma Gyung-rok, even trusted subordinates were not allowed to know this forbidden demonic secret. Human nature is easily swayed. Thinking this, Ma Gyung-rok swiftly changed the subject and asked if Asang-chun's wounds were caused by Black Scythe. Asang-chun immediately denied it. He added that Ryumin was the one who saved him. Curious, Ma Gyung-rok demanded his subordinate recount the entire incident. After a moment, he finally understood the situation clearly. Asang-chun said if Ryumin hadn't appeared in time, he and Seo Aren might have died. He believed Seo Aren had a strong survival chance, but the trauma would have crippled her ability to continue in the entertainment industry. Ma Gyung-rok didn't ask much, vaguely inquiring about the thug's condition. Asang-chun knew they were brutally beaten by Ryumin, but none were killed, since fewer deaths would mean fewer survivors advancing. After a pause, Ma Gyung-rok thought about compensating Ryumin, but ultimately decided against it. Because he kept his identity hidden, he just told Asang-chun to thank Ryumin for him in the next round. Then, Ma Gyung-rok's gaze darkened with sharp intent as he asked Asang-chun about those bastards' nicknames. Ryumin, hiding behind a tree, watched Asang-chun's moves and couldn't help but admire his loyalty. Having pinpointed Asang-chun's destination, Ryumin quickly headed back, thinking he should thank his brother, because his brother's cluelessness led him to bring rice cakes to meet neighbors, which led to meeting Seo Aren. Ryumin believed that using the neighbor excuse would easily earn Ma Gyung-rok's trust, but he still had to decide whether to bring him along in round 20. Ma Gyung-rok's Dark Knight ancient token was insanely powerful, almost cheating, but nothing's perfect. It had drawbacks. No bonus ancient token for leveling up and being forced to become a Dark Knight. The biggest downside was that to use the Dark Light power, a special type of mana called Dark Mana had to be accumulated. And this Dark Mana couldn't be gained through normal means. In a way, this skill fit a pervert like Ma Gyung-rok perfectly. Ryumin worried that teaming up with such a weirdo was risky. For now, he'd treat him like a rough diamond and see how things unfolded. Ryumin believed there were many talented people besides him, and planned to start searching for companions to conquer the virtual world. At dawn, the scene shifted as a man in the shop kept boosting sales, when a girl suddenly appeared from outside. Lottery tickets were completely sold out, yet rent and labor costs kept rising. They seemed unable to manage their finances. Noticing her father's worries, the girl smiled and said she was about to graduate and would help by finding a part-time job to increase income, but he quickly refused. He advised her to focus on her studies and pursue her dream of becoming a doctor. But she immediately opposed her father because passing the next round was what mattered now. She reassured her father that she had survived round 2 and even earned the spearman class with a blessing skill, which boosts vitality and stamina for ordinary people. While they chatted happily, Ryumin suddenly appeared. Ryumin entered the convenience store. The owner was very surprised to see him. He was the winner, who correctly guessed some numbers for 100 lottery tickets. Ryumin approached and greeted the owner, asking if he remembered him. He said he had bought 100,000 Ryuan worth of lottery tickets here. The owner was puzzled why he had come. Ryumin bowed sincerely and apologized, explaining that he had checked the news and won first prize multiple times, which caused the store to struggle selling tickets. So he apologized for unintentionally hurting the business. The owner politely said there was no need to worry. It wasn't Ryumin's fault. Not selling tickets anymore wouldn't starve him to death. Still, Ryumin felt guilty for affecting the business, so he wanted to compensate not with a huge amount, but as a gesture about 10 million Ryuan. The owner and his daughter were shocked and told him he didn't have to do that to take the money back. But Ryumin firmly told the owner to keep it because he had lots of errands to run. The daughter took the money. She said she'd run after him and pay him back. Seeing her approach, Ryumin asked who she was. She said she was Julia, a classmate. She was surprised he didn't know they were classmates. He apologized, saying he wasn't good at remembering faces, but that was a lie. He actually knew she had a special class as a buffer, providing support effects to teammates. Fate had brought them together last time. During his previous time regression, she had helped him a lot for various reasons. Now he was following his destiny and using the excuse of meeting Julia by chance to recruit her to his side. Julia told him to go somewhere to talk. Ryumin quickly agreed. Julia returned the money, saying they couldn't accept such a large sum, so he should keep it. Ryumin seemed to understand well they wouldn't accept it. She was the honest type who hated being in debt no matter what. Julia urged Ryumin to take back the money. Holding the heavy cash hurt her hand, but Ryumin refused. He wanted to make amends because he felt guilty. At least this would ease his conscience, no matter how big the amount. He wanted her to accept it. Otherwise, he'd feel guilty and keep thinking about it. But Julia felt accepting it would weigh heavily on her. It wasn't a big deal, just some pocket change, after saying that he left, leaving a lot of unresolved feelings. Julia couldn't convince him, and said 10 million Ryuan was really too much. She'd only take 1 million, and that would be enough. Ryumin told her she had to ask the store owner too, but the store owner was her father. She was very surprised to learn the Viet Lot grand prize winner was her classmate. She wondered if he really didn't know they were classmates. She recognized him as soon as he walked into the convenience store. Ryumin obviously knew who she was, but said he wasn't good at remembering faces, and besides, this was their first real conversation. He felt a bit guilty pretending not to know her, but he had to do it to get her interested in him. This guy was single, but his flirting skills were top-notch. Julia stood up and introduced herself again, pointing at her face and asking if he remembered now. Ryumin cheerfully said he would. Julia was heartbroken being hit by reality. Despite being a beauty, she had to introduce herself to a classmate. At least fate brought them to meet, and with graduation near, Ryumin thought they wouldn't keep in touch. So since he was on a business trip, he asked for her phone number. Julia took Ryumin's phone and entered her number. Before leaving, he said cryptically, meeting like this was fate, so they should keep in contact from now on. Before leaving, he whispered, meeting like this has to be fate. From now on, let's keep in touch. She didn't even take the envelope and just walked away. Julia was super embarrassed when he asked for her number. Her heart raced, even knowing he only saw her as a friend. But maybe she really liked Ryumin. They met by chance. At first, she caught a group attacking him, saw the injustice, and called the cops. She followed him to make sure he got home safe. But when she saw him working part-time like nothing happened, she realized he was much stronger than he looked. Despite being covered in wounds, he remained cheerful. When he went to work and met others, she started to take an interest in Ryumin, though she didn't have the courage to talk to him. Her feelings for Ryumin grew. On. But she never expected to run into him in this situation. She felt like fate had given her a chance. So she couldn't pretend not to know Ryumin, especially when he held 10,000 Ryuan in his hands. She wondered if she should invite him out to eat. It turned into a comedy. Should she go for it? Or not? Ryumin sat on the bed texting, and it was Min-Julie on the other end. She wanted to invite him out to eat. Everything played out exactly like the script he'd written. She clearly felt indebted to him. Then she suddenly invited him to lunch, and he smiled without realizing it. If he befriended her naturally, it would be easier to turn her into an ally. He got off the bed, deciding to help Min-Julie. He planned to bring her along to the 20th round. Ryumin sat watching TV and seeing his brother dressed sharp. Heading out, asked, "Are you going out with a girlfriend?" Ryumin calmly replied, "Dude, I'm handsome. Rich, of course I'm meeting some girls." He told his younger brother not to skip meals at home because he'd be eating out. As the door closed, Ryumin felt existential doubt. He always flexed at Circle K. Could he really be going on a date? At a steakhouse, Ryumin sat across from Min-Julie, eating and chatting happily. She blushed shyly, surprised to be dining alone with him. It felt like a lucky day. They ate quietly to soft music, the atmosphere growing awkward. She felt she should say something. Min-Julie asked, "How do you keep winning the lottery like that, 4 times in a row?" As usual, Ryumin replied, it was because the ancestors blessed him, then smiled awkwardly. The lottery winnings meant he never had to worry about money again. Now there was probably nothing he couldn't buy, only how to stay alive. They continued talking about the first stage, where they had to kill goblins. His area's code ended with 5, hers ended with 7, so they couldn't meet there. She expressed regret about not running into him in that world. Ryumin smiled, thinking she doesn't need to wish for it. They'll meet eventually. Later the areas would merge as the number of survivors dwindled. Min-Julie had reached level 10 in her class buffer, meaning she could boost effects for teammates. Ryumin felt lucky she was a buffer this time. She activated her power, a blessing effect that increased all stats. She channeled that energy into him, boosting all his stats by 50% for 3 hours. He was impressed if she maxed out the boost could reach 100. Luckily, she buffed him right from the start. That was the main goal of this meal. The reward he got from his last promotion was a random bag of gold, influenced by luck stats. The higher the luck, the more gold he received. Min-Julie told him, "If you need blessings, just ask. Using this skill costs me no energy at all." Actually, this meal was her way of thanking him. She thanked him for the 10,000 and promised to repay it soon. Seeing Ryumin didn't seem to need money, she took out an item and gave it to him. It was a purple stone of some kind. After the meal ended, they said goodbye. On his way home, he opened his inventory to check the gift Min-Julie had given, a low-grade purple mana crystal. He opened his storage to check the gift Min-Julie had just given him, a lower-grade violet mana crystal. It can detect subtle mana within and is used to fuse with items to boost their stats. He didn't expect her to give him something like this. Just from the description, it's hard to tell its true value, but once it hits level 20, you realize how rare this item really is. The fusion feature unlocks when the player reaches level 20 and uses it. Ryumin! You can fuse a weapon with a magic crystal, plus there's an upgrade option. There are 7 crystal colors: red-orange, yellow-green, blue, indigo, and crimson. Red boosts damage, orange boosts power, yellow increases luck, green enhances agility, blue sharpens intelligence, indigo reduces incoming damage, and the violet magic crystal is the rarest. It has a super low drop rate and boosts all stats along with raw power. You have to open the gold pouch before the time runs out. But before that, you need to boost your stats using the Ancient Executioner's token by becoming the Bug Lord, defeating 100 caterpillars. Every target you impale gives you a 1% stat boost, and it works on any living insect until the timer ends. I combined all the luck I inherited and opened the gold pouch right on time with my fortune. Usually I get about 3,000 to 6,000 gold, but I wonder how much this time. Ryumin was surprised by the amount he received. It was 9,999 gold, the maximum gold possible. Even blessings like that are priceless. Now my total gold is 16,249, enough to buy epic tier items, but the one I want won't be available for 2 more weeks. So for now, I'll just hold on to it. Right after I got home, my little brother Ryumin ran up and asked how my dating life was going, if I'd actually made any progress, since he thought I was seeing someone. But I just ignored him and told him to stop babbling, and gave him a headache when I suggested he order something tasty to eat. He replied that I had no idea how much he'd been craving black bean noodles. Just 10 months ago, our situation was tough, but now my investment capital has grown to $150 million. Like last time, it might drop significantly in 2 weeks, so before then, I should get my driver's license. Sitting in the theory test room for the license, Ryumin sighed in frustration, not knowing how many times he'd taken this test, just going through the motions to get it done. He quickly finished and stood up to leave. The proctor was surprised this handsome guy had already scored 95 with barely any effort. The results were clear. It took him only 4 days to get his license. He had way too much experience by now. Wait, how many years have passed? How old is he supposed to be by now, after getting his license? He immediately bought a supercar, and didn't take long choosing it since he'd driven the same model before. 2 weeks flew by, and now it was time to say goodbye to his investment money. Seeing him sitting there with a savage grin, Ryumin asked what was up, then found out he'd just cashed out all his virtual investments. The total payout was now $300 million. The entire lottery win was only $60 million, but now it had grown to $300 million. Ryumin was happy. His brother wasn't investing in crypto anymore, and Ryumin just slid past Jongmin, having to ignore him as he gleefully threw deadly punches. Up until now, he had killed 3 of his friends repeatedly, and those guys would hardly make it through this round, because dying right after reviving means no chance to earn points. There was only 1 minute left until this round ended. Time was running out. Ryumin strode forward to rack up as many points as possible. He noticed the players were all people he had already defeated, except the blonde-haired one, so Ryumin gave him a slash in the back. Just as he finished dealing with that guy, the round ended. The angel appeared with a bright smile. Isn't it fun to kill each other? The players looked at her with displeasure. How could an AI be happy about everyone slaughtering one another? She glanced at the dirty blood on her hands, twirled her shiny blonde hair, and continued. Anyway, you all did a great job, completing the task of killing each other. Before we check the results, let's revive those who died right in front of you. Ryumin saw she was just pretending, since the revival was actually a system ability. The players were then revived and returned to the game. Jongmin's friends immediately exposed that bastard. The angel heard their noisy yelling and showed a horrified face. From now on, if any human dares to speak, I'll snap my fingers and turn them into dust. Her gentle breeze-like voice silenced everyone below. Even Jongmin was intimidated. The angel then acted coy, seeing everyone quiet down. Now that everyone has revived, let's look over the results. Then she revealed the side mission for this round, surprising even the AI. She snapped her fingers, and the system board appeared before all players. Side mission: eliminate your regional representative within a set time. Only 1 player completed this side mission this round, no other AI. That player was the youth idol Ryumin. The others, angry upon hearing this, realized it was too late. They regretted not taking Ryumin out. Ryumin was bitterly furious at being deceived so harshly. The angel then explained how the results were calculated. Rankings were based on the number of different people you killed. Even if you killed the same person multiple times, it only counted as 1 kill. The players realized this too late and regretted their decisions. The angel laughed cheerfully. You fools with brains barely developed. How could it be that easy? She snapped her fingers again, and the final results board appeared in all regions. Ryumin was still the top killer with 722 kills. Next to him was the Foolish Mage with 521 kills, and the Dark Knight with 4 kills. Ryumin remained first place, making the angel gaze at him in surprise. The other players praised him endlessly, as Black Fang single-handedly wiped out 70% of the people here. The angel clapped and praised him profusely, wanting to reward this outstanding student. The system board then displayed numerous reward announcements, including a voucher for mid-level armor, After scanning through the options, he decided to choose the blood-stained assassin's cloak. This cloak had very strong stats with high defense, along with a special reward, a buff increasing the stat cap by 50% for 5,000 gold. Knowing the difficulty of round 5 from his many resets, Ryumin didn't hesitate and chose the 50% stat cap buff. The angel then announced shocking news in their region. 30 people tied at 521 kills. All AI ranked lower would be eliminated. She showed excitement. It was time to eliminate those who failed. No matter their pleas, the eliminated players quickly turned to dust. Jongmin was lucky to escape, though barely. Seo Aran and Asang Chun also easily passed this round. Round 4 ended with nearly 90,000 survivors in the entire region. In Jumin's region, only 5-1 remained alive. Shortly after, their souls would be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. Round 5 will begin at midnight on February 3, 2024. The Imperial Hotel. Asang Chun hurried to find Chairman Ma, who was resting in his bed after a grueling round. Asang Chun rushed here because he couldn't reach Chairman Ma and feared something bad had happened to him. Ma Kyung-rok quickly sat up and explained. "You think I'd die in round 4. Didn't you see the results?" Asang Chun rubbed his neck awkwardly. "I saw your name on the leaderboard, but I was still worried. That last round was really crazy, wasn't it?" Ma Jai, when he held his face like that, I just fainted as soon as I got back to bed. I'm mentally exhausted. 3 people died after that round, and if you count repeated deaths, it's probably even more. At that moment, Majin Locke only thought he had become that strong. Yet what kind of monster is Ryumin? Is he even human? Asang Chun thought he was a soldier from the 5th Division part of the Special Forces. Someone with such skills and bravery in Korea wouldn't be mistaken for AI. Meanwhile, Ma Kyung-rok pondered deeply. The more he thought, the more he admired Hakko, no matter his true identity. If I could cooperate with him, I'd feel very secure. Chairman Ma immediately thought of Ryumin and wanted to ask the prophet about Hakko's background. Asang Chun added that Ryumin's prophecy was completely accurate. As he predicted earlier, Ryumin said this would be a massacre, a disaster, and players would have to kill each other. Asang Chun asked Chairman Ma about the prophet Ryumin and whether he really wanted to make him a business partner. Ma Kyung-rok replied, "Of course, because he currently holds 31% of the shares in reality. The company is practically already in Ji Yoon-min's hands. Besides the business now following Ji Yoon-min's direction, what they need to do is bring him to their side." He told his subordinates not to underestimate or feel arrogant just because he's young. Even if you don't like his attitude, flatter him and follow all his orders. Only then can they regain all the sweet benefits from this chi honey jar. Hearing Chairman Ma's reasoning about chi arts, Sang Chun nodded in agreement. Then he told his subordinates to quickly call him and say they should throw an epic party tonight to celebrate our survival. Also tell him to bring any family members along. Ma Kyung-rok then came up with the idea to invite top idol Seo Aran to the party to boost their image here. Early in the morning, Jumin arrived in a luxury car to pick up Juri for a meal so she wouldn't feel awkward. "Today I'm treating you," he said. "Having a rich friend really comes in handy." Getting into the car, Yuri thanked Jumin for revealing details about round 4. Thanks to that, she was able to get through it easily. Jumin thanked her for trusting him and not thinking he was lying. For Yuri deceiving her wouldn't benefit anyone, and she believed Jumin would never do that. She felt very grateful because if Jumin hadn't told her to kill at least 30 people, she would have turned to dust by now. But Jumin thought she really didn't need to thank him at all, because whether he said it or not, she would have easily survived thanks to the powerful ancient protection in every grain of her rice. Compared to Seo Aran, who's like a flower protected in a greenhouse, Juri is more like a wild weed growing outside. Then they went to a restaurant to celebrate. Yuri kept thanking Jumin. He just sighed, not knowing how many times she had thanked him already. Yuri ate while overthinking everything she'd done in round 4. Jumin sensed this. It seemed she still felt guilty. He advised her not to overthink or blame herself, because she needed to survive too. Besides, it's not just her. I and the other players couldn't avoid it either. Yuri Jun was scared and cried because she killed people. This made Jumin angry, and he said loudly to her, "What? If the same thing happens in the future, are we just going to let it happen? If I don't wake up, what will happen to my family here? We have a family waiting for us." Only then did Juri suddenly think of her father at home. If she didn't wake up, her father would be very sad. Juri realized she had forgotten the most important thing, her family. That was the reason she managed to hold out for so long. After that, she happily enjoyed the food with Jumin to soothe the exhaustion from round 4. After eating, Juri thanked him again, but this time she called him Min. He was surprised because it was the first time she called him just by his name, without using his full name. Hearing this, Juri said that if he didn't mind, she would keep calling him that. At that moment, Juri's mood seemed to have calmed down. Ryumin then wanted to get to the main point. He told her that round 5 was the hardest round so far. Moreover, the areas would be combined. Basically, the previously separated areas would merge into one. Yuri was surprised because she might meet Ryumin in round 5. He lied, saying it might be possible to meet, but not in round 5. Actually, they would meet in round 5, but if he said they were in the same area, she would definitely want to meet him. Ryumin wanted to meet Yuri while keeping his identity hidden. Then he gave Yuri another tip to help her pass round 5 smoothly. He mentioned Hakko and told her to go meet him and ask for his help. Yuri was even more surprised when Ryumin mentioned Ryumin, the top-ranked player in all the regions. She wondered why Ryumin told her to ask for his help. Ryumin explained again to avoid any misunderstanding. Instead of asking for help, it was more accurate to say she should cooperate with him. She needed to temporarily ally with him if she wanted to survive. Yuri was worried, because after all he was level 30, a supreme being who ruled over everything. How could a roadside weed like her compete with the clouds? Ryumin reassured her, saying she had his Duke butt. Ryumin probably needed her too. Between them, it would be a symbiotic relationship, outwardly worried. But deep down, Yuri thought differently. If she could safely get through this round with his help, that would be great. But her doll was truly powerful, something only Ji-Yoon Min knew about, and it wasn't just a small doll, as she thought. Ji-Yoon Min told her not to worry, because Hakko would cooperate with her. Not only this round, but also the next, as he had already seen that scene in the future, so she didn't need to worry. Hearing this, Yuri brightened up again. She thanked Ryumin for giving her such important information. Then she asked him to hold out his pretty hand, and she gave him one of her Duke butts. Ryumin had guessed this would happen, because he knew she didn't like owing others. Now he could confidently go home and use that. Thanks to the blessing effect from Yuri and the bonus stats from the ancient butcher after killing 100 worms, Ryumin's stats had risen dramatically. He opened the status window to admire it, and nearly fainted when his luck stat increased by 84 points. With such high luck, he confidently drew a magical stone reward ticket from the previous round. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably pray to the gods for a better item. But he was far from ordinary. He hacked the game in a devious, unorthodox way, and could forget about praying to those damn gods. He recalled the first day he met that angel. He didn't know it was AI, but this was definitely caused by a god. Only a god could gather 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game like this. The one behind all this had to be a god. God, going with humans, created this disgusting game Death with a shattered body and ridiculously high luck stats. Of course, after using the magic ticket, he received 5 magic stones, which he thought was a great result. Thanks to cursing not praying to gods, he felt incredibly lucky. Then Ryumin began combining the stones. First, he combined the 2 lowest level red magic stones together and pressed combine. When magic stones of the same color and level are combined like this, they can produce a higher level magic stone. And when combined like this, they can produce a higher level magic stone, along with the magic stone you got from CO Aaron and the one drawn from the lottery ticket. You successfully created another low-level purple magic stone. Then you combined the magic stone with items to gain additional stats. After a few steps, you used up all the magic stones you had. And now what you need to do is meet Ma Gyung-rock, dressed in a fancy outfit to go out. Your younger brother blinked at his older brother. Upon learning that the chairman of the company your brother invested in is the heir to the Osung conglomerate, Ryumin didn't hide anything and said this is confirmed news. Today he was invited to a party as a business partner, and in the future he will have long-term cooperation with them. The younger brother panicked, his hands and feet trembling, unsure if he was qualified to attend with his older brother. Ji-Yumin adjusted Ji-Ryuwan's tie and told him not to worry, since Ma Gyung-rock said family members could be brought along. As the two stepped out the door, they were warmly greeted by subordinate Sang-chun, who respectfully welcomed Ji-Ryuwan. They exchanged greetings and business cards to get acquainted. Sang-chun also apologized for previously treating him rudely, adding that this party should be seen as an apology, so he hoped Ji-Ryuwan wouldn't mind. They were chauffeured in a luxurious limousine to the Imperial Hotel, entering the grand lobby. The younger brother was startled when Chairman Ma called his brother a shareholder. The chairman warmly and socially greeted Ji-Yumin. Both were led to an elegant dining table filled with exquisite dishes, Ji-Hyun's eyes sparkled like stars as he saw the piles of food prepared by 5-star chefs. At the table, Chairman Ma noticed his attitude and promptly invited him to a small feast. Although not much was prepared, it was sure to satisfy his appetite. While they were about to dine, the top idol Seo Aren appeared in a mysterious black outfit. Seo Aren bowed apologetically to the chairman, explaining she was late because she had to attend a colleague's funeral. Ma Gyung-rok warmly replied, "No worries, we understand." Then he pointed and introduced her to the company's major shareholder. Ji-Hoon couldn't contain his emotions seeing his idol in the flesh right before him. Seo Aren appeared cheerful on the outside since the shareholder was her neighbor, but inside, she thought, the chairman was teasing her because he looked younger than her, but was already a major shareholder. Ryumin's younger brother couldn't hide his admiration for Seo Aren's beauty. Anyone seeing her appearance would naturally react this way. Seeing his younger brother like that, Ryumin tried to show some interest to fulfill his Hollywood role. Ma Gyung-rok, seeing Ryumin's expression, revealed a smug look. So the prophet is just like everyone else when young, huh? Then he invited everyone present to join the celebration. Chairman Ma asked if the food Ji Ryu-won treated them to was to the tastes of the major shareholder and his brother. Both enthusiastically praised it as delicious, which made him visibly pleased, because he had tasted all the dishes beforehand and asked the chefs to remake them to treat the honored guests. Ma Gyung-rok inquired further about Ji-Yumin's family, since he hadn't brought any family members along. Ji-Yumin didn't hide anything and told his brother that family was all he had and that their parents had passed away. Ma Gyung-rok was surprised by this unexpected situation, quickly apologizing and thinking he had lost points by asking that question. Ji Ryu-won's face also showed deep sadness upon hearing it. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ma Gyung-rok wanted someone to lighten the mood. He glanced at Seo Aren, and after finishing his cup of tea, he called her outside for a private talk. Outside the lobby, he asked her if the food today was good. When she replied that it was delicious, Ma Gyung-rok's face hardened with determination. "Did you think I called you here just so you could eat to your heart's content? I called you here to help." It was meant to lighten the mood a little. How could she be so slow to catch on? At that moment, Ma Gyung-rok finally revealed it to Seo Aren. Another important piece of information, besides being a major shareholder, Ryumin was also a prophet. True to its name, it can foresee the future. And what they need to do now is to make him feel happy. If they knew the information for the next round in advance, how huge an advantage it would be. So he gave Seo Aren a plan. Use his flawless, perfect face to go along with him, chat and joke with him. He clenched his fist, clearly telling Seo Aren to do whatever it takes to win that guy's heart. That's it. Seo Aren wanted to explain something, but was immediately cut off by Ma Gyung-rok. He had created an opportunity for her to become famous. With her acting career, now was the time for her to repay that debt. What she needed to do was to make Ji-Yoon-min happy. No matter what trick, no matter if she seemed reluctant, Seo Aren had no choice but to follow his instructions. At the dining table, the atmosphere was gloomier than ever. After the conversation outside, Chairman Ma and Seo Aren returned as well. He invited everyone to move to another entertainment spot he had prepared. He glanced at Seo Aren because she hesitated, trying to win over Ji-Yoon-min as he had instructed her. Ji-Yoon-min didn't care about her at all, but Ji-Yoon Ryu-won, a boy just turned 14, was different. The shy boy blushed in front of the beauty and asked her to spend some time later taking a picture with him, seeing that the younger brother was more interested in Seo Aren. Ma Gyung-rok immediately texted Seo Aren and urgently changed the plan to switch targets and get close to the younger brother first. Why was Seo Aren upset that the younger brother was a genuine fan? Yet she had to deceive him for the chairman's own purposes. Ji-Yoon-min upstairs had already read those thoughts of hers, and Ma Gyung-rok happily thought to himself. In his mind was a perfect script, unaware that Ji-Yoon-min had read all his thoughts. Everyone was led to the VIP room to experience the luxurious space. Along with delicious alcoholic drinks from the hotel, Ji-Yoon quickly refused, saying he was still at school age. Ah-sang-chun was instructed by the chairman to bring other drinks for the boy, so he hurriedly left. The remaining 4 Ji-Yoon also said he couldn't drink alcohol. Ma Gyung-rok then invited him to try. Ji-Yoon-min ignored him and interrupted to call Seo Aren outside to take pictures with his younger brother, leaving both of them behind, unaware of what was going on. When only the two remained, Ji-Yoon-min looked at Ma Gyung-rok with a murderous glare. "Chairman, do you think I'm that easy?" Seeing his attitude made Ma Gyung-rok shrink back in fear. Ryumin subtly reminded him of his prophetic profession and the discussions he had planned outside. Aaron. He basically already knew everything. Ryumin said sternly to Chairman Ma, "You shouldn't hide anything from me." At this, Ma Gyung-rok panicked as he was discovered. The private conversation he had with Aaron, he didn't expect Ryumin could see into the near future like that. He told her to win me over, but wanting to exploit my younger brother like that is crossing the line. Caught out on all his evil and heretical plans, Ma Gyung-rok could only sincerely apologize. "I made a foolish decision, Prophet. I will fix everything that displeases you." Seeing his sincerity, Ryumin didn't hold a grudge against Ma, who hurriedly thanked him for another chance. Subordinate Asang Chun returned. At this moment, Ma Gyung-rok quickly adjusted his outfit and told him to go outside, then instructed him to guide the other two to the next room to sit. The situation was getting worse when the beauty was completely useless with Ryumin. Ryumin then asked if he wanted more information about the round. Not listening to this made him open his eyes, realizing the reason he accepted the party invitation was also to reveal information about the 5th round. But with this arrogant attitude, whether giving information or cooperating would be very difficult. Ma Gyung-rok quickly apologized and hoped Ryumin would overlook this time. He just hoped that in the future he wouldn't hide anything and would trust him unconditionally. Also not to question how the company operates, and told him to convince the other shareholders at the meeting. Shareholder Ma Gyung-rok didn't hesitate and agreed to Ryumin's conditions. Then he revealed detailed information about the 5th round they were about to face. The mission this time was to kill Fok, but it wasn't that easy, and the zones would link up because the number of players had dropped significantly, so the separated zones would begin to merge into one. Hearing this made Ma Gyung-rok excited to ask about the name Hak. Ryumin shook his head, revealing he would not be in the same zone as the player named Hak. At that sentence, he immediately wanted to dig deeper into information about the person named Ryumin. Ryumin just smiled lightly and replied, "I don't know if he is AI either, but you'll meet that person soon enough. Actually, that person is standing right before you, right in front of you." Ryumin thought silently, and added one more thing. He reminded him of the name he was chasing. Hearing Ryumin mention this made Hwang Jong-min go from one shock to another. "Just as I thought, the ancient script foresees your future. It's beyond imagination." Ryumin simply advised him not to investigate that name, because it would bring great harm. And that's all he could reveal, because divine secrets can't be exposed. In reality, he kept that person alive because he was still very useful. Ma Gyung-rok pondered quietly before deciding not to investigate Jong-min anymore. Following Ryumin's instructions, he then called Ryumin to return to the party together with a plan. He wanted to relieve his mood tonight at any cost. It started raining heavily. In a deserted alley, a man missing one arm was trying to escape as AI chased him. He was forced to flee as the AI was chasing him. He was driven into a dead end. At that moment, slow footsteps approached, a sword was raised, then slashed straight at his legs. Wearing a drenched shirt that revealed a muscular six-pack, it wasn't another AI, but Chairman Ma Jang-lok himself. He was delivering justice, because this old man was a child molester. He had served time, but was released. He lay begging on the cold ground, but Ma Jang-lok ignored his pleas and stabbed him with his sword. "If you don't want to die a slow and painful death, then shut up and be quiet. If you cause more witnesses, the body count will rise." Seeing the old man obey, he used his skill to send him off peacefully. Using dark mana, he thought if it weren't for needing to replenish dark mana, he would have killed a piece of trash like him instantly. To use dark light, he needed dark mana, and to replenish dark mana, he had to take the lives of others. Moreover, killing people yielded more dark mana than killing monsters. He pushed back his disheveled hair, feeling very pleased, because from the start, he was someone who liked killing criminals, and the Dark Knight profession was perfect. Without further delay, he approached and absorbed mana into his weapon. His dark light could only consume the life force of living targets. It couldn't devour corpses. Suddenly, a noise behind him made him turn around cautiously. Luckily, it was just a cat. Otherwise, there would have been another murder. Dawn was breaking. He thought about Ryumin, about his future ancient script, and how maybe he already knew he was a serial killer, yet still approached him. Ma Jang-lok smiled mysteriously, finding it quite interesting. Before leaving, he called his subordinate, Asang Chun, to clean up the mess. 2 weeks after the party with Ma Jang-lok, Ryumin stayed home, since he had no specific tasks. Constantly thinking about the future, he spent these days listening to really chill music. But today marked the end of his rest period. On his phone, he read the news players will change the world. And it was time for him to act. Now he needed to obtain one of the 5 ancient scripts found in the real world. This time, the ancient script he was about to hunt was the clone ancient script. The series of news appeared on magazines and official websites. 1.8 billion people were pulled into another world. Reduced to 90 million in just 3 months, the economy was in danger due to the loss of the younger generation. Even schools nationwide had closed. The endless pain of parents and siblings worldwide was submerged in sorrow. Young Tick arrogantly sat in the classroom, his body still smeared with blood. It was only the 4th round, yet many people had already died. Truly useless scum. The news he cared about mostly focused on the psychology of human criminals. They were aided by the game to reveal their worst nature, hoping to eliminate each other. In contrast, Hyung Tik was extremely pleased. Haha, what a mess. If they were players, they would do the same. What's wrong with wanting to do whatever I want before I die? Damn old fools. That's why they shouldn't always force themselves into rules. Don't do this, Dopuhos. Don't do that, all because of restrictions and laws. The more they nagged, the angrier he got. He swung an iron rod, shattering the wooden chair. Hyung Tik pumped adrenaline into his brain. That's why all of us are about to explode now. His eyes went hollow and bloodthirsty. Nothing else mattered anymore. What kind of skill can stop me? After all, I'm still a player. Recklessness is the only thing I have over all of them. Young Tik stood before the blood-soaked battlefield he had caused. Now, should I kill the next AI? Things had gone beyond control as he craved to slaughter again and again. I just killed someone in real life, but didn't feel anything. Could it be because I went through hell in the 4th round? Hyung Tik scratched his head, blaming the system, but only 1 point per person stingy. Is it because they're civilians? He recalled the earlier battle with amusement. The 4th round was really great, even more enjoyable than killing monsters. An archaic system message appeared in ancient script. This item will help you receive random stats. Hyung Tik's bloodlust grew stronger. He wanted to kill players instead of civilians, because I get more points from them. He studied the forum post for a while. Oh, is this an online player community forum? Can I join the forum to meet other players and kill them? Otherwise, this way I'll earn more points. Hyung Tik wondered how to join the forum. I have to fill out the necessary information: full name, age level, and username. Hyung Tik curled his lip in scorn, not understanding what they wanted. All my personal info and an interview too, what a hassle. But I have to get in here to meet other players. Surely they would never think that. There's a player out there killing other players. The interview day had arrived. Young Tik stood outside a cafe. Is this the right place? The other side had given a specific address before. Please come to Welcome Cafe in Wabu Namyang before noon. You can wear whatever you want. Young Tik stared blankly for a moment. This has to be it. But damn it, they called me out to the middle of nowhere like this. The bus doesn't even pass by here. He grumbled, then opened the door and pushed inside. I'll kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me off. What the interior is more modern than I thought. His attention focused on the 2 guests sitting there. Are these the only customers? One of them greeted first. Are you the one we're interviewing? Young Tik replied yes. The other stepped closer. What's your username? The question and answer sounded just like AI dialogue. Black Dragon, fire in hand. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is age 30. Hyung Tik stared in shock. Huh? You're a player, hey, age 30, just chuckled. Haha, yeah. I know I don't look like it much, but I'm 30 years old this year. This way, please. He introduced the other person at the table. This is little Coco, she's also here for the interview. And this is Black Dragon, fire in hand. You might become teammates, so say hello to each other. Hyung Tik instantly disliked them. That skinny bastard who looks like a sardine is also a player. He looks weak, but still sat down and greeted hello hi. As Hyung Tik sat down, he glanced around the cafe. I guess this business isn't doing well. No customers, and no part-time staff either. The old man wasn't surprised by his comment. It's quite far from the city, so that's understandable. That's why we rented this place for the interview. Hyung Tik was still curious. Oh, so you rented this place, but shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone. Age 30 explained calmly. The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a cafe. But they also serve meals. Hyung Tik looked around indifferently and replied, I see. He just needed a quick glance around and silently made a judgment. There isn't even a camera here. Hyung Tik quickly dismissed the thought in his mind. Not just to kill 2 people, I can't miss this opportunity. Then he opened his mouth to urge, aren't we going to start the interview? Minjin answered calmly. Oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll start when they arrive. A question suddenly popped into his mind. There's one more person, but he still tried to confirm verbally. Are there 3 of us? He explained while looking outside. Yes, the appointment time is a bit late. So please wait a little longer. Oh, he's here. The door slid open with a pleasant jingle. Minjin eagerly stood up to greet him. Are you here for the interview? He replied briefly and hastily. The other guy excitedly pressed on. What's your username? When he heard the other confirm the name, Ryumin, Minjin instinctively covered his mouth, deeply moved. A few days ago, Taehyun had an online meeting with the executive staff. Welcome, Jamie. She was addressed by the chairman and responded enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. He continued calling out names. Welcome, Bobbering. After roll call was done, Taehyun got straight to business. Everyone is here except Raw Makeup, honey. Let's start the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Loskia, you go first, he called out. Yes, Chairman, he responded quickly, curious. How many people participated in the forum this week? Loskia reported briefly. About 2,000. Taehyun remarked gently. More than last week. He also admitted comfortably. Yes, the number of players is declining monthly, but forum participation is growing weekly. Loskia paused, then said, if I had to guess, I think the article about us attracted them. He suddenly grew interested. Who hired journalist Jamie? Raising his hand, he admitted. That was me, Chairman Taehyun. Slight surprise. I see I didn't expect you to have connections in this field. She smiled modestly. It's a new connection, a talented staff member, which made him noticeably more excited. That's wonderful. I expect nothing less from a long-time member. So Loskia, out of 2,000 people, how many really have skills? He cautiously estimated. If we exclude players without a class, and those, below level 10 we have about 1,200. Taehyun rested his chin deep in thought. So how many are truly useful? Popering pushed up his glasses and took over. I'll talk about that. He looked at his tablet, sharing what he knew. One notable player is Black Dragonfire, from region S45. He's a regular level 10 warrior, but ranked 3rd in his area. He seemed quite uncertain. 3rd place means he must have a good ancient artifact for his level, either that, or he's lying. Bobering didn't hesitate to suggest, but I think he's skilled enough to be a candidate for an executive position. Taehyun responded briefly and reminded, right, any other AI. He continued fulfilling his duty to provide info. Another is Little Coco from region SX21, usually ranking between 4th and 10th. Finally, Paparing gave a rough tally. Besides those 2, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their respective regions. Taehyun happily planned next steps. Oh, that's quite a few. Looks like I'll be busy interviewing everyone. As chairman, of course, he would assign staff to carry out the tasks. Hey, isn't that right, my 30 years old? The guy was suddenly called out and squinted his eyes while shouting. Sorry, Taehyun. Annoyed, she questioned. Are you dozing off? What did you do last night that you're sleepy now? Minjin stammered in response. But before he could finish, she cut him off. I'm not listening to excuses. Finish 50 interviews before the next meeting or else. Another senior candidate might replace you. He bowed, fearfully accepting the task. Understood. Please assign it to me. Taehyun impatiently switched topics. Anyway, Loskia, has Ryumin contacted you yet? He looked at his phone, reluctantly denying, if he had, I would have reported immediately. He rolled his eyes, showing a disappointed expression. Probably not. I'll grant him an executive position right away. If you join, that would be a shame. Taehyun focused on Jamie's media card. Can you ask that journalist to write a few more articles? We might need additional promotional strategies to attract Ryumin. She playfully rubbed her index finger and thumb. Of course, as long as there's money. He generously promised, don't worry about that. I'll reward you for your dedication. She smiled brightly, shooting a sparkling heart. Thank you, Chairman Taehyun. Please continue the meeting. Now, let's move on to the next topic. Loskia interrupted in panic. Wait. Chairman, a well-known person just requested to join the forum. He couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, who is it? His hand holding the phone trembled, and it took great effort to utter the 2 words, blackball, everyone present there. Unintentionally holding the chat together, Min Jin recalled that shocking moment, making him even more enthusiastic now. Nice to meet you. It wasn't too hard to get here, right? He bluntly denied it. It was hard. The guy awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry about that. This is the best place for us to keep our privacy. Min Jin smiled awkwardly. Enough, then reached out with a welcoming gesture. Anyway, you're really handsome. You must be popular with the girls around here. The guy eagerly pulled out a chair and introduced. Please sit down. These two also came here to interview like you. Hyung-tik didn't expect to meet his enemy in this situation, grinding his teeth in anger. Ryumin lowered his head to avoid attention, then shyly said, "Oh, hello, In Hong." He crossed his legs confidently, responding with swagger. "I'm Blackball." He lifted his head comfortably and gave his alternate nickname, "I'm Little Coco," though inside he wished he could disappear 100 times. That bastard sure has a sense of humor. Hyung-tik clenched his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. A hint of confusion lingered in Ryumin's heart, the one who had been killed 5 times, wondering if he really wanted to ask him. Have we met in real life before? Why does he like killing me so much? Min Jin sat opposite. Noticing his silence, he asked, "Black Fire Dragon, what's wrong? Not going to introduce yourself?" Which startled him into stammering a reply. The atmosphere suddenly thickened with tension. The nameless pressure made him bite his lip. His mind got lost in a chaotic mess with no way out. Did he really not react? I thought if I said my name, he'd recognize me. Or maybe he couldn't remember my name even after killing me 5 times. Ryumin sat quietly in the corner, slowly sipping his strawberry drink. His eyes discreetly followed every movement of the person opposite him. Have I been that arrogant? I'm also impersonating someone, but this guy is a real con artist. His familiar polished appearance helped me quickly gather some private info in my head. His player name is Kukuru Bing Bong. He's a professional scammer who's used every trick in the book to make money. All the info I have on him is negative, making my brain ache a little. He's not dangerous yet, but with the ancient cloning, he'll become infamous, or rather notorious for the crimes he commits. Ryumin's eyes suddenly clouded with a dark shadow. He didn't bother hiding the murderous aura around him. It's bitter that criminals also wield power from another world, but it's good I met him as planned. I'll use him to get my own ancient clone. Meanwhile, Min Jin ignored the silent atmosphere at the table. He pulled out a thick file from his bag. Looks like everyone has finished introductions. Then I'll start by verifying personal information, starting with Little Coco. Suddenly called by name, he paused briefly, then quickly regained composure to answer. Okay, my name is Kim Seung-hee. I'm 20 years old. I graduated from graduate school, so I'm currently unemployed. The guy began scribbling notes rapidly. He kept pressing with questions to get quick answers. It says here, "You're a level 13 assassin, right?" "Yes." "You're also ranked 4th in your region." Right. Outwardly pretending to be confused, but inside Ryumin was quietly annoyed and self-mocking. That's all lies. Of course, except for the player name. Recalling the memory of encountering an anonymous player flickered through his mind, suddenly unsettling him. Little Coco really exists. In other words, I'm impersonating someone else, but I need to do this to obtain the ancient clone. Each breath grew heavier. His mind became chaotic. With each passing second, the ancient clone demands the recipient kill someone at the site where the clone is hidden, while impersonating another. Facing that cold, fake attitude, Ryumin took a deep breath to suppress the urge to explode in anger. In the past, this bastard killed someone while impersonating me and obtained the ancient clone. After recording all your information, Min Jin looked toward Hyun-kook to continue the unfinished work. Okay, next is the Black Fire Dragon. After having a model, he also seriously spoke up. My name is Sim Hyun-kook. I'm 10 years old and currently in middle school. His face lit up as he continued. You're the youngest here. But beneath his empty words, others found him disgusting. This fat pig is a middle school student. He's unbelievably rotten. That thought flashed through his mind and was immediately caught by Ryumin. You sneered coldly in your head. Would he still look down on you if he knew Sim Hyung-ik had killed his own classmate? That's not something an ordinary middle school student could do, considering his chubby appearance. Min Jin awkwardly asked again. You're a level 10 warrior, and truly used to be BA in your region, right? Feeling suspected. Hyung-ik slammed his hand on the table in anger. He says, so what? Do you think I'm lying? Flustered, he changed his tone, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Well, it's just part of the process. Sorry if you feel offended. He quickly flipped the folder open to a fresh page for the next interview with Black Sphere. His name is... He didn't hesitate to reveal everything, his face no different from someone missing out on the jackpot. Kim In Hong, 28 years old. Fund manager. I've never dropped out of the top ranks in the level 30 region. Surely you know my profession is the Reaper, right? Do you want me to confirm anything else? Suddenly being warned made Min Jin clear his throat. His voice trembled as he said, "No, that's all. Thank you." On the outside, he calmly ate strawberries, but inside, he was secretly cursing recklessly. Fund manager my ass, more like manager of con artists. Then he'd use the name Black to borrow money from others. The thick folder was gently placed on the table by Min Jin. The calm words slipped out like rubbing alcohol gently soaking the ears. "I've only confirmed your identity. Let's start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join the dual PCV." The moment little Coco was mentioned, Ryumin activated his supreme acting mode and trembled as he said, "Well, the world is very dangerous right now. Going out alone is scary, so I think it's better to stay with other players." He barely finished that note before sharply switching gears. "Okay, next Blackfire Dragon." Hyung Tak froze, unable to come up with a new excuse. I can't say I came here to kill other players." He hastily blurted out some nonsensical words sounding like a rough draft during an exam. "I'm similar to little Coco. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round of the game." Hearing that, a hint of hope sparked in his eyes as he looked at In Hong. "Is that so? What about you? What about you?" Black Sphere. He was too lazy to respond properly, so he casually threw out an answer. "I just signed up because I saw the forum. It sparked my interest." The reply left Min Jin with nothing to say, but a smile to pass it off. Haha, so that's how it is. But inside, he silently comforted himself, thinking the hurt heart would eventually heal, no matter what he says, because he is Ryumin, after all. In the blink of an eye, he flipped his face faster than flipping a rice paper. His tone was gentle, but laced with danger. "All right, the answers from all of you so far have been quite good. Next is the final part of the interview." The insane smile, no different than the Joker's, was etched clearly on his face, and the slight hiss between his teeth sent chills down spines. "Kill someone. You must kill one person to pass this final part of the interview." Still sitting motionless, Ryumin swallowed hard, then slowly turned lips, moving silently. "Kill someone." But why didn't I get the reaction I expected? Min Jin revealed a look of regret. "I guess you don't understand. Fine. Let me enlighten you." Silent pressure spread with every word he spoke, making the surrounding space suddenly lose its usual calm. Surely you've seen the articles the government has begun cracking down and turning their backs on us. They fear we are stronger than them. His veiny hand clenched tightly, as if to show his unwavering resolve. Still, we players will soon dominate the world. That world will become reality much sooner if we all cooperate. Those hollow eyes, paired with a crazed smile, made Min Jin seem like hardly more than a sociopath. So we have no reason to be stopped by the law. We need to show the government that players are the law, starting by opposing it. You didn't dare speak covering your mouth in shock, like a weak protagonist from a comic. Is that why we have to kill people? Enjoying the reaction, Min Jin arrogantly added, "Yes, that's how we show the government our will." Everyone sitting at the table held their breath, trying to catch every word he said, to prove that we are not controlled by the law. A terrifying figure. Min Jin looked at you and gave a forced smile. "Do you understand now, little Coco?" Ryumin shyly nodded, feigning fear while avoiding his gaze. "Ah, yes." Seeing the silent atmosphere, he assumed everyone understood and continued. "Without waiting, anyone who doesn't want to continue the interview can leave, but you won't receive our help anymore. You had no interest in joining, retreating to a corner, to quietly contemplate. Clearly, anyone who leaves gets put on a list to force us into killing, making it hard to leave later." A brief exchange between the two of you fell into heavy silence, eyes fixed on the empty void. Min Jin immediately took it as an invitation, his face brightening with rising spirit. "No one can stop us. Looks like you're all ready. Good. I'll take that as everyone's agreement. We'll start the final part right now." Young Tick was the first to speak after that bloody confirmation. "Start killing people, but who here is there to kill?" Contrary to his worry, the man remained oddly calm. "You don't need to worry about that." Thunder cracked just then, twisting Min Jin's expression. His eyes wide lost their humanity. "I've prepared everything." The sudden rain came at the perfect moment, bringing the heaviness no one wanted to mention into the cramped house. Realizing it was no longer early, he stood up with a push from his hand. "Shall we go?" 3 others stood up alongside him. Watching the guests shuffle to rearranged seats, Ryum couldn't help but ask. "Oh, you're leaving. You can stay if you want. You've rented the entire place anyway," Minjin replied gently on behalf of the group. "No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here?" Hearing this, she lazily pointed to a hidden corner over there. He turned to look and muttered evasively, "Thanks. Meanwhile, may I ask you a favor?" Surprised by the sudden request, her expression froze briefly. "What is it?" He lightly handed Ryum the key, smiling, as he asked for help. "Could you get the car out of the parking lot for me? I'm in a hurry." Although his vague tone was irritating since she had received a hefty bribe, she calmly accepted the task. "Of course, I'll get it right away." Using a red umbrella to shield herself, she stepped outside, leaving the 4 men behind in her territory. The car door quickly opened thanks to the key he gave her earlier. Without a word, Ryum skillfully folded the umbrella, shook off the raindrops, before stepping into the car. Just as her hand touched the car step, Ugly hand silently reached out like a venomous snake. Minjin's harsh voice rang out as his hand tightened around her throat. "Don't worry, Ryum." She struggled wildly, but couldn't move, only letting out meaningless muffled sounds. Her windpipe was tightly compressed, unable to supply enough oxygen to her brain, making her movements tremble more heavily and sluggishly. After a while, Ryum fainted, but he still held her tightly without letting go easily. Except for In-hong. The other 2 were stunned and spoke up. "What did you just do? Why her?" Minjin glanced at the cowardly guys behind and casually spoke, as if discussing afternoon tea. "What else are you waiting for? Get in the car." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryum's limp hand suddenly jolted. That only made the Ryumin gang even more terrified, sweating profusely. He meant the coffee shop owner. The white car sped along the mountain trail. The wheels stuck into mud suddenly stopped, doubling the tense atmosphere inside the car. Minjin lifted her onto his shoulder and led the group slowly toward the abandoned warehouse. "We've arrived. This is where we'll carry out the final part of the interview." Inside the dim, damp room, their footsteps clattered. He threw Ryum onto the ground without hesitation. A dry voice rang out, chilling the air. "Let's begin. Who will kill her?" Without giving anyone a moment to think, Minjin appointed himself. "How about you, Blackball?" In-hong, standing aside, was suddenly pulled in and froze. He smirked mockingly at his own serious attitude, as expected. Ryumin fell silent, thinking deeply. Then suddenly the car stopped, just as the situation reached its climax. Wait, the excitement was immediately crushed, making him somewhat dissatisfied as he asked, "What's up, little Coco?" You hesitated for a moment, then muttered, "Can I do it?" A dark light flickered in his eyes, as if he had just sensed a new game. "Yeah. You want to do it? Interesting. I won't expect much, because you seem shy." The flattering tone probing. In-hong, only to see him nod without hesitation and urge, "Come on. Do it. Blackball can handle it, right?" The 2 men silently began switching positions. As he brushed past him, the cocky mouth was instantly unlocked. "Do well. I just helped you." Ryumin's somber gaze passed over the fake back right beside him. "Thanks, I'll definitely use the ancient language cloning well." Hearing the familiar words, he froze and said, "Ancient language, you're speaking it." But before he could finish, In-hong was grabbed. A large hand twisted his cunning head sharply to the side. He stood and watched his neck being bent without any reaction. Minjin was stunned, witnessing everything happen so fast in the suffocatingly cold atmosphere. His body trembled violently, cold eyes now covered with a layer of fear. "What the hell?" He slapped his head and screamed as if his brain was being ripped out. "What did you do? How dare you kill Ryumin? Are you crazy?" Ryumin tilted his head, his eyes shooting a fierce warning that stiffened the man. "Hey, come here. Aura radiates off you so strongly." Minjin almost thought June was scared enough to step back. Damn, that look was like he was staring at prey. It felt like something had changed. What exactly happened? In-hong's death immediately triggered a flood of system notifications. You killed someone, while impersonating unlocking hidden conditions and discovering the ancient SAO script. This ancient language was automatically engraved onto your body. Seeing you casually approach him, the man was so terrified he stepped back. Impersonating the SAO, after a while, finally rebooted Min Jin's entire brain. You have to kill that woman. Why are you killing Blackball? Answer quickly, under the gaze of that ruthless man. Ryumin slowly sat in front of Ram, because he was trash, and she was trash too. He carefully covered her head with a black plastic bag, leaving a breathing space to avoid any danger. Hearing those words, he itched with anger, his face heating up as he snarled, "If you're so good, say it again, no warnings needed." Min Jin immediately drew the pirate sword with an expression like he'd been unfairly docked 2 months' pay. "You just said you wanted to see a good fight, but you won't back down. Now call out your girl." The death scythe appeared surrounded by deep red energy. The terrifying sight only fueled the cowardice in the hearts of the onlookers. "I told you you're trash, so am I wrong?" He was dumbstruck, his mind blank, unable to even form a decent sentence. "That scythe is SAO's. Could it be the Black Orb's main weapon? I've never seen a player with a scythe that big." Before waiting, his face gradually turned pale white, his breath growing rapid in the thick, suffocating air. The player wielded the giant scythe while his mind was still in turmoil. Min Jin heard a noisy sound coming from him, because he was a cowardly bastard trying to impersonate. I made him itch for a long time, pretending to read Min Jin's thoughts. He gently shifted stance, preparing for the confrontation. "Now do you understand that Ryumin is AI?" But the opponent pointed his sword toward the ground, hesitating strangely. "You are Ryumin." Hearing that weak accusation, he felt a bit of regret, but still had to apologize for lying. His hand trembled uncontrollably, so weak that he accidentally dropped his sword without realizing it. "So it's true. This person is not the Ryumin I know. He is the real Ryumin." Feeling the unfavorable situation, he immediately knelt down, not bothering to keep any dignity. "Lord Ryumin, I'm very sorry for mistaking you. You just act too well. Please forgive me." The silent space suddenly echoed with a "n," making him look up and ask, instinctively just before feeling something brush his neck. Before the powerful scythe swing, Min Jin's head flew straight to the ground, rolling clumsily all the way to Hyung Taek's spot. His head dropped right in front of a boot, eyes wide open, leaving him no time to think. His toes staggered back, his face turning pale, mumbling, incoherently without a proper word, facing the masked man. Hyung Taek froze silent, not daring to utter a word. This is the real Ryumin. He's on a completely different level. I can't even track the scythe's movement. Ryumin raised his weapon, his voice steady and even, neither high nor low, but enough to freeze the atmosphere. "Now it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will be?" In his eyes was a coldness devoid of life, only a final warning. "If you have any last words, say them now." Though inside he was in turmoil. Hyung Taek tried to speak properly, hesitating up and down. "I won't say meaningless things like 'spare me.' I only have one question I've always wanted to ask. If I ever got to meet you." Recalling the memory sitting in the tea house, he carefully probed the other's intentions. "You wondered why I killed you 5 times in round 4, right?" Before hiding his surprise, he quickly answered unconsciously. "Yes." Ryumin stood still for a moment before summarizing the reason simply in a few words. "It's simple, I want to keep you under control." That made him feel both confused and afraid of this genius. Keep under control. But I already intended to cooperate. He didn't hesitate to openly express his true thoughts then. "You seem to be the most skilled person I've met so far. I have to eliminate the competition." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyung Taek startled and stepped back as if losing control. Since you keep hesitating," Ryumin gently urged. "Anything else? Now you can close your eyes and die." Hearing that, his whole body stiffened as if sealed shut. "Can I ask one last question?" Still in place, he slowly responded. "What is it?" Hyung Taek stammered, barely managing to say a few words. "Why do you want to kill me?" Like a seasoned judge, Ryumin calmly said, "Because you're trash, and you got saddled with a new crime." He panicked visibly. "Me, what did I do?" Only to receive an answer that couldn't be more reasonable. He didn't come all this way to kill this girl. Afraid for his own life, he hurriedly defended himself. "But I'm still nothing. Your weak argument is easily brushed aside. You haven't done anything yet. You've been standing there watching the whole time." Ryumin's gaze flickered briefly, then decisively lowered his weapon. His voice wasn't too loud, or too short, but carried an unusual authority. "Enough, will you? Like those bastards, your only crime is standing by indifferently. Can I give you a chance?" Suddenly his face brightened up really. The scythe gently tapped the floor, but his half-hearted attitude made the atmosphere tense and unpredictable. Every passing second carried a heavy pressure. "Now you have to give up everything you have." Looking at the neatly arranged items before him, Ryumin silently thought, This guy actually has a lot of useful stuff. His genius mind began scanning each item to calculate the price that's right. If I sell all the items he bought from the shop, I'll make about 2,000 gold coins. Seeing him focused on the things on the ground, Hyung Tik awkwardly scratched his head. I even helped you get the gear I use. It's really all my possessions. I have nothing else. He calmly took 2 magic stones, replying lightly. I didn't say I wanted anything. Seeing Ryumin had no intention to choose anything else, he nervously probed. You're not taking anything else. Hyung Tik quickly received his confirmation. I don't need anything else. You can use them. He hurriedly responded, as if given an order, thanks, yes. Watching that. Hurried back, Ryumin quietly regretted to himself anyway. I can't resell those things to the shop. He put all the items into the storage. Feeling awkward? Hyung Tik asked again, so you'll spare my life like you promised, right? Seeing his somewhat timid appearance, Ryumin suppressed a smile and nodded. Of course, I'll let you live. A gentleman keeps his word. His heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally settled. He hurriedly bowed in thanks. Thank you very much. It annoyed Ryumin greatly. Stop it, you're embarrassing me. He kicked the lifeless body lightly, smirking coldly, before speaking softly like a breeze from now on, live properly. You can deal with these bodies if you want. Afraid of his authority, he quickly bowed his head, in submission. Ah yes. Ryumin bent down to look at Ram, who had fainted in a corner of the warehouse, muttering, I'll take this girl with me. Remembering the favor just given, Hyung Tik timidly stepped forward. Let me help you. Flinging her over his shoulder, he snapped irritably from exhaustion. No need. How could I trust you? Get lost, he silently watched Ryumin carry her off without daring to say another word. After a while, he sighed in relief. Phew. I'm alive. I thought I was going to die like that, but he spared me, even though I lost some valuable items. Nothing is more precious than life. Hyung Tik's face suddenly revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Why do I feel this emptiness inside right now? What did I really do wrong? He stole my items just because I stood and watched. His mind was disturbed by a growing, shapeless frustration. It's really not fair. For a moment, looking at the skinny figure ahead, his competitiveness began to overpower his reason. Isn't he completely off guard right now? Ryumin survived a blow to the back with an axe. Why shouldn't I do something now? If I kill someone of Ryumin's rank, my stats will increase several times. His breath quickened as thoughts raced through his mind. That's right. This is a rare chance. A chance I'll never get again. His veined hand had already summoned his steel axe without him realizing it. If I don't take this chance, I'll regret it for life. Hyung Tik tiptoed forward, every step aimed straight at his target. Don't notice me! Don't notice me! The dream about to be fulfilled only made his heart race faster than ever. Just a little more, Hyung Tik's eyes locked on Ryumin's unprotected head. At that moment, his whole body tensed. He gritted his teeth and swung with all his might at the unguarded head. Die, you damn bastard! The intricately carved axe was instantly stained with blood, from just one foolish move by its owner. Hyung Tik let out a satisfied sigh as he watched the creation he made collapse onto the cold ground. The heartless fat man curled his lips slightly, his eyes gleaming with undisguised pleasure. Ha ha ha, I killed Ryumin. That easily. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, Ryumin was killed by someone ranked 10, like me, not stopping there. Hyung Tik quickly stomped on Ryumin's body to vent his earlier humiliation. You damn dog, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your rank is? Stupid as hell, he laughed with glee, his eyes vacant, not realizing how strange he looked. Thanks for the pile of trash, you idiot. But as he waited silently, the system never appeared in his dream state. By now, Hyung Tik was so stunned he froze, Why hasn't the notification message about stat increase appeared? Usually the message should appear immediately. His mouth kept moving, but his brain remained completely still from start to finish. What the hell is going on? What do you think? Hearing those words, he hurriedly spun around in utter panic, only to find you standing there calmly. As if nothing had happened that left Hyung Tik so shocked, he furrowed his brows and stammered. Ryumin radiated deadly intent, but spoke gently. Why are you so scared? See a ghost or something? His body quickly began trembling uncontrollably as he kept retreating. I just killed it, didn't I? Does it have some kind of resurrection skill? His foot accidentally bumped into Ram's shoe behind him. Hyung Tik hesitated and glanced to see what was happening. There was no one's body beside her anymore. Only a layer of spiritual energy floated there, making him uneasy. No wounds, no blood left behind. You quickly answered the question that showed clearly on his face. What you killed was my clone. It terrified him so much, he silently prayed. The clone recalled the action scene just now starring Hyung-tik. Ryumin still kindly offered an explanation about the ancient clone skill, which allows me to create an identical copy of myself. His mind skimmed through the info about the new skill. The ancient clone creates a duplicate with a lock that turns the user's soul into it for 10 seconds. The clone can't fight, can't use skills, or inventory lasting less than 10 minutes. The tone of your voice held a touch of regret, but it can't fight. Removing the mask, you revealed a grim smile reserved for the two-faced man. But you were completely fooled by it. I guess even if it can't fight, it's still useful. Very good experiment. By now, he was no longer embarrassed and tore off his fake facade himself earlier. So you tricked me. But Ryumin barely cared about that frustration, his mouth busy teasing. Why are you acting like you're the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. Young Tick wasn't afraid either, and argued back. You're the victim. You're the one who threatened me first. Tired of the betrayal and heartlessness in the air, you quickly summoned your beloved Scythe. Then, whatever. Without a word, your swing sliced swiftly over his head. In just a moment, young Tick's face was full of doubt, then dazed, as his view naturally dropped to the ground. Huh. What's going on? My body won't move. His body collapsed to the ground, letting his head roll wildly. From where you stood, you said, "Listening to you is just a waste of time." Your tone was cold. You summoned a skill that covered the entire warehouse, erasing all traces of the bloody scene, slowly vanishing into nothingness, along with the pale blue aura. Seeing everything resolved quickly, Ryumin sheathed his weapon and stepped forward. No one will ever be able to say this was a crime scene. Of course, except one person. Stopping in front of Ram, you coldly scrutinized her. Seeing no response, you had no choice but to tear apart her masterful act. So you're awake now. How long do you plan to pretend to be unconscious? You know you can't fool players. Silently thinking, I can hear that thought. She realized her trick was exposed. She quickly sat up. I'm sorry I felt a bit uncomfortable with the plastic wrap on my head. Ram cautiously tested. Can I take it off? The firm command from that person replied. No, keep it on until I leave. It made her hesitate in fear. Yes, seeing the clear light outside, his mood gradually softened. I'll ask a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? Realizing it was a step offered by the other person, she quickly grasped it. Yes. Yes. Looking at the woman who had been unintentionally caught in the mess on the ground, Ryumin spoke gently, but his words remained sharp. How many clients are there? Can you remember each face? That mixed-tone question naturally made Ram uneasy. There are 4 people, one is around his mid-40s. I remember his face because we talked, but the others, using his skill to assess his eyes, showed satisfaction. Behind that white mask, she was telling the truth. He exhaled in relief and replied, All right, that's all. The lingering shock from the earlier cultural clash remained, and she couldn't help but anxiously ask for confirmation once more. She was so worried she had to ask again. So now I'm safe, right? Was everything really over-exhausted by the unexpected situation today? Ryumin quickly nodded. Yes, she could go home now, and shouldn't report the incident to the police as it might backfire. She hesitated for a few seconds. Bozum agreed reluctantly. I understand. He glanced toward the warehouse door, calculating the time before giving the order. You can take the bag off after a minute. Naturally, the stranger's benefactor obeyed obediently. Though she saw nothing, yes, Bozum's polite countdown echoed through the dust-covered walls. 1, 2, 3, Capine sent the final numbers rang out under the blazing sun, so she could quickly remove the net. Covering her face, her bewildered expression turned left and right, as if searching for something. What was going on? This empty warehouse made the traumatized woman feel like Ram was caught in a dazed spiral. There's nothing here. It can't be a dream, right? The sun was setting, giving way to the moon shining in the sky. As Cao Ryumin opened the door, he softly greeted Ram. I'm home. Ryuwan hurried out to welcome and greet him. Seeing his own masculine pink jacket, the boy itched to take it off. That's my jacket. Where have you been? The sudden question left him unsure how to reply. Should he be polite? He started pretending to brush past, as if he hadn't heard, utterly exhausted, looking at his sweaty older brother. The boy worriedly asked again and again. Where did you go? Have you eaten dinner? Ryumin took off his jacket and sighed. Not yet. Hearing his tired tone, Ryumin didn't even let him exhale before asking, "Shall we order something?" That made him swallow a forced sigh and reply, "Sure, order whatever you want." Studying the fabric closely, he silently recalled the bloody moment that had just unfolded. It was spotless, but he couldn't give it back. While waiting for Ryumin to order, the boy suddenly saw his beloved jacket thrown into the trash. "You sprayed it all over yourself. Ryumin, what are you doing?" "Why are you throwing it away?" he asked anxiously. Calmly resting his hands on his hips, he casually replied, "It's old. I'll buy you a new one. You've worn it too long." Still, the boy was so sad he started crying, making him scramble to comfort him. "I'll get you a better one." "Okay." Ryumin's handsome face darkened briefly, his sorrowful eyes revealing all his feelings. "No, it's not necessary. School's closed anyway and I can't go out." The weariness that had already been hovering in Ryumin's heart sank even deeper now. It was surely frustrating to be stuck inside and unable to attend school because of things like the pandemic. Suddenly inspired, he immediately said something that brightened the gloomy boy's face. "Bonnie, do you want to go out with me tomorrow? Let's go to Everland." Did he hear that right? The boy quickly confirmed once more. "Everland, really? Are you serious?" Watching his brother's expression change instantly, he laughed, patting the stubborn boy's head. "Yeah, we'll eat dinner quickly and then go to bed early." The amusement park appeared right before their eyes. The noisy bustle flooded the ears of the two brothers. Ryumin and Ryumin were so happy, they grinned stupidly, looking like they might float off the ground. "It's been a long time since I've been here." Watching his excited little brother look around silently, Ryumin silently blamed himself for not taking him out sooner due to their tough life lately, before joining the lively moments inside the complex. They managed to exchange a few words. "This place is still open?" "These days. More places are closing than opening. In times like these, hope is an important belief." Suddenly, a family of 3 wearing bunny headbands happily stepped out of a souvenir shop, accidentally catching Ryumin's eye. "Oh!" The scheming look silently plotting appeared on the wooden-headed older brother's face, along with an uneven smile. The boy quickly dragged his brother straight ahead, without giving him a moment to think. "Come on, bro. Go over there. First, hurry up." The stall was dazzling with all kinds of panda plushies from tiny ones, fitting in the palm of a hand. Too big to hug all at once. Ryumin's embarrassed face as he wears the panda headband shines brighter than anyone else. What do you think Ryumin gazes at the starry glow radiating from him? He swings the headbands in his hand non-stop. "You're super cool, so cute, pick that one." Wow, so many cute things. Seeing his little brother happy makes him happy too. "Yeah, take whatever you like, Bonnie." After that shopping trip, Ryumin turned to probe the boy. "What do you want to do now?" As if waiting for this question, Ryumin immediately replied, "We have to do everything here." True to his word, they spent the day rushing through rare rides like the roller coaster and the water-spinning wheel that drenched Ryumin completely. After the dangerous rides were done, they went to watch the lives of baby pandas. He quietly enjoyed the joyful moment with his little brother. "Wow, twin pandas are so cute." He silently thanked his quick wit. Yesterday he was so down, but getting him out like this was really good. They had been playing half a day when Ryumin suddenly remembered his brother's work. His heart restless, he immediately asked, "But Min, tomorrow is the 1st of May. Is it okay for you to hang out with me like this?" Of course he was happy. But understanding the worry, he didn't hesitate to soothe him. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. This time it will be over 10 hours, so even if I sleep a bit longer, don't be afraid." Hearing that, the boy panicked even more. 10 hours isn't dangerous, right, brother? You have to come back safe, okay? His worry was like cool water washing over Ryumin's anxious heart. "You worry too much!" Stroking that soft hair, he silently told himself, "I promised I won't leave you alone." He quickly changed the subject, so they wouldn't fall into lingering thoughts. "Enough worrying. What should we do now?" Let's go tour the zoo, okay? April 30th. 1:50 a.m., a skyscraper glowing warmly with lights, illuminating even the outer space. Ryumin lay sprawled on the bed, startled awake from a deep sleep. His phone vibrated repeatedly, forcing him to check immediately. Messages caught in standby mode appeared. "Wow, man, it's almost midnight. Boo-hoo, I believe this time will be fine. Do your best, okay? You can do it." "You can do it. See you later." He chuckled at the closing icon below. She must be very nervous. Ryumin's eyes lingered, his mouth smiling quietly without stopping. "Don't worry from now on. I will protect you." After checking everything, he calmly set the phone on the table. Time to go. The clock just struck midnight, but the owner had already closed his eyes long ago. Without a care, a group of players was summoned to a strange land. Vast and without AI announcements, a few spoke up to ease the tension. Huh, are all the players here? No way, I think some are still missing. Last round about 500 survived, but unexpectedly that backfired quickly. Oh, sounds right. Haganu, even the opener has to reconsider. The atmosphere felt a bit empty. Ryumin stood still listening to them talk, thinking it really did feel empty. The first round had nearly 10,000 people, but this emptiness would soon pass. Suddenly, Oliver flew down from the sky, truly like a high god from old tales. Nice to meet you all. Congratulations on reaching round 5. His greeting wasn't acknowledged by the AI, leaving a heavy silence. She didn't care about being embarrassed. She even sneered mockingly. Huh, what's wrong with your face, smile? The last round was so fun you really worked hard. Killing your own kind. But her hateful gaze was too clear. Oliver was speechless in frustration. I'll stop then. Your reactions are so boring. A total of 42 survivors were summoned. There should have been 521, but nearly 80 were lost. Looks like real-world conflicts happened. The crowd buzzed with chatter upon hearing this. We have fewer people again, always like this. But she hardly cared about those mundane feelings, quickly interrupting. Well, whatever you do in real life is none of my business. However, with only a few people we can't play properly. A beautiful face hidden behind a veil. Suddenly, a cold, anger-filled smile appeared. That's why I've prepared something for all of you. Oliver rested his chin on his hand, flashing a sly grin. Then he calmly dropped shocking news: the regions will be merged. One player couldn't help but raise her hand to ask, Can you explain that in more detail? She frowned, clicking her tongue in irritation at the slow delivery. You don't understand. You're making me do extra work. It's exactly what I said, the merging of regions. Still, she had to do her duty, so she mustered her last bit of patience to explain. I don't know if you realize this, but there are hundreds of regions in your country, exactly 875. The crowd below buzzed with surprise. What 875? We have that many in our country. This reaction made Oliver laugh scornfully. Ha ha, no need to be shocked. Compared to other countries, that's actually a small number. The first to speak seemed to have stirred things up. Makes sense. If there are 10,000 people in each region, other nations would have even more regions. Nazi chimed in. Right, if there's an angel in every region. Imagining something, he blurted out. Doesn't that mean there are at least 10,000 angels? Those nearby caught the key word and immediately stirred. You're right that many angels, she sneered, continuing to mock. That's just your guess. An angel in every region? You just realized that, how foolish. Nazi quickly fired back, craning his neck to challenge. Doesn't that mean there's someone behind you all who created this survival game? His sharpness left Oliver's speechless lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a rebuttal. Yet she snapped back quickly, regaining her speech to deny fervently. What makes you think that? Believing he had uncovered the truth, he clung firmly to his view. I don't think 10,000 angels would unite just to create a survival game without a purpose. Oliver suddenly lunged at him with a challenging question. What if we really did unite? Would you praise us? She poked Nazi's forehead with a sharp finger, warning him. Stop asking pointless questions or you'll be killed. He shook all over pale-faced and wisely blurted out 3 words. I'm sorry. She returned to her usual spot in midair, but the tense atmosphere lingered. Ryumin quietly observed from start to finish a seed of doubt forming in his mind. Surely he had hit a nerve, and there must be a rule forbidding angels from talking about the founder of this game. The more he guessed, the more he felt he was on the right track. Moreover, it's impossible that an angel defeated by players so easily shy could have created a survival game like this. Oliver suddenly spoke arrogantly, cutting through his thoughts. I won't answer your stupid questions anymore. Focus on your own survival. She gave no chance for debate and ended the discussion immediately. We can't waste any more time. Anyway, I will start merging the regions. Remember, doing this is because you don't have enough people to watch out for moths like Nazis seeking the truth. She didn't hesitate to threaten further. Don't make up silly stories. As soon as she finished, the ground shook and deep cracks formed, radiating a blazing golden energy that left everyone with the same question. What's that? An earthquake. The mysterious power divided the space into neat square grids, all side by side like a subdivided plot of land. The area closest to them suddenly shook violently, the surrounding flames even stronger. Elsewhere, everyone witnessed an even more shocking scene. Mountains moving, seas shifting. Players, whether standing or sitting, shared the same stunned industrial look on their faces. Ryumin just brushed past the guy named Jongmin, having no choice but to ignore him swinging deadly punches. In his excitement, he had killed and killed the same 3 friends repeatedly, sure that they would hardly survive this round, because dying immediately after respawning gave them no chance to earn points. There was only 1 minute left before this round ended. Time was running out. Ryumin quickened his pace to rack up as many points as possible. He observed the other players. Most had already been slain by him, except the blonde-haired guy. So Ryumin gave him a slash on the back. Just as he finished off that guy, the round ended. The angel appeared with a bright smile. Enjoying everyone killing each other, huh? The players looked at her with displeasure. How could an AI enjoy watching them slaughter one another? She glanced at the dirty bloodstains on her hands, twirled her shiny blonde hair, and continued. Anyway, you all have done very well completing the mission of killing each other. Before showing the results, let's resurrect those who died in front of you. Ryumin saw she was just pretending, since the respawning was actually a system ability. The players were then revived and returned to the game. Jongmin's friends immediately mocked that bastard. The angel, hearing their loud complaints, wore a horrified expression. From now on, if any human dares to talk, I'll snap my fingers and turn them into dust. Her gentle words, like a breeze, silenced everyone below. Even Jongmin was intimidated. The angel then acted delicate, seeing everyone quiet down. Now, if everyone has been resurrected, let's look at the results. Then she revealed a side mission this round that even surprised the AI. She snapped her fingers, and the system board appeared before all players. The side mission was to eliminate regional representatives within a set time, and only 1 player had completed this side mission. This round, no other AI but the youth idol, Ryumin. By the time the others realized this, it was already too late. They regretted not taking action against Hwang Rongmin. Rongmin was bitterly upset after being tricked so harshly by Ryumin. The angel further revealed how the results were calculated. Rankings were based on the number of different people each of you had killed. Even if you killed the same person multiple times, it only counted as 1 kill. The players realized this too late and regretted it deeply. The angel laughed cheerfully. What fools with brains in their limbs. Do you really think it would be that easy? She snapped her fingers again, and the final results for this round appeared across all regions. Ryumin was still the one who killed the most with 722 kills. Next to him was the fool with the mage profession at 521 kills, and the Dark Knight at 433 kills. This time Ryumin remained in first place, surprising the angel who gazed at him. Other players praised him highly for single-handedly wiping out 70% of the people here. The angel clapped enthusiastically, eager to reward this outstanding student achievement. The system board began displaying countless notifications about rewards. Among them was a voucher for choosing intermediate armor. After scanning through, he decided to choose the blood-stained assassin's coat. This coat had very strong stats with high defense. Along with that was a special reward, including a buff that increased the limit stat by 50% for 5,000 gold. Information about round 5. Since he had respawned countless times and knew the difficulty was very high, Ryumin didn't hesitate to choose the 50% buff. The angel above announced another shocking piece of news in their region. 30 people tied at 521 kills. All AI with lower scores would be eliminated. She showed an excited expression, as it was time to eliminate those who failed. Despite their pleas, the eliminated players quickly turned to dust. Jongmin was lucky to escape, barely making it. Seo Aaron and Asang Chun also easily passed this round. Round 4 ended with nearly 90,000 survivors across the entire region. In Ryumin's region, only 5-1 survived. After a moment, their souls would be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. Round 5 would begin at midnight on 2/3/2024 at the Imperial Hotel. Asang Chun hurried to find Chairman Ma. He was resting in his bed after a grueling round. Asang Chun rushed here because he couldn't reach Chairman Ma and thought something bad had happened to him. Ma Gyung-rok quickly sat up and explained, "You think I'm going to die in round 4. Didn't you see the results?" Asang Chun rubbed his neck awkwardly. "I saw your name on the leaderboard, but I was still worried. Anyway, that last round was really crazy, wasn't it? Magi, you were holding your face like that, so when I got back, I just collapsed on the bed. I'm mentally exhausted. 40 people died after that round. And if you count the repeated deaths, the number is probably even higher." At that moment, Majian Lok just thought he was strong enough. Yet what kind of monster is Ryumin? Is he even human? Asang Chun thought he was a 5th-rank soldier and part of the special forces. Someone with skills and courage like that in Korea, even he couldn't guess that Ryumin was an AI. Meanwhile, Ma Jeong-lok kept thinking deeply. The more he thought, the more he admired Hakao. Regardless of his true identity, if they could cooperate with him, it would give Ma great peace of mind. Chairman Ma immediately thought of Jumin and wanted to ask the prophet about Hakao's background. Sang-chun added that Jumin's prophecy was completely accurate. According to his earlier predictions, Jumin told them this was a massacre, a disaster, and that players needed to kill each other. Sang-chun asked Chairman Ma about Prophet Jumin and whether he really wanted to make him a business partner. Ma Gyung-rok said of course, since Jumin already owns 31% of the shares in reality. The company was essentially already in Ji-yoon Min's hands. Besides having to follow Ji-yoon Min's lead in business, what they needed now was to bring him onto their side. He warned his subordinates not to underestimate him or feel arrogant just because he's young. Even if you don't like his attitude, flatter him and follow everything he says. Only then can they reclaim all the sweet benefits from this chai treasure trove. Hearing Chairman Ma's chi strategy, Sang-chun nodded in agreement with his plan. Then he told his subordinates to quickly call Jumin and say they should throw an epic party tonight to celebrate their survival. Also, if he has family, tell him to bring them along. Ma Gyung-rok then had the idea to invite top idol Seo Arin to the party for a showy scene change. Early the next morning, Jumin arrived in a supercar to pick up Yurei for a meal, so she wouldn't feel awkward today. He was treating her to everything. It's really helpful to have rich friends. In the car, Yuri thanked Jumin for revealing the details about round 4. Thanks to that, she could easily get through it. Jumin thanked her for trusting him and not thinking he was lying. For Yuri lying wouldn't benefit her, and she believed Jumin would never do that. She felt very grateful because if Jumin hadn't told her to kill at least 30 people, she'd be dust by now. But Jumin thought she didn't really need to thank him, because with or without his advice, she'd have easily survived thanks to the powerful ancient protection in every grain of her rice. Compared to Seo Arin, who was like a flower protected in a greenhouse, Juri was more like a weed growing outside. Then the two went to a restaurant to celebrate. Juri kept thanking Jumin. He could only sigh, not knowing how many times she'd already thanked him. While eating, Juri overthought everything she had done in round 4. Jumin sensed she still felt guilty. He advised her not to overthink or blame herself. She needed to survive too. Besides, it's not just her. I and other players couldn't avoid it either. Yuri was scared and cried because she had killed people. This made Jumin angry, and he shouted at her. "So what if it happens again? Are we just going to let it be? If I don't wake up, what will happen to my family here? We have families waiting for us." Only then did Yuri suddenly think of her father at home. If she didn't wake up, her father would be very sad. Yuri realized she had forgotten the most important thing, her family. That's exactly why she was able to hold out for so long. Afterward, she happily enjoyed the food with Jumin to soothe the exhaustion from round 4. After eating, Juri thanked him again, but this time she called him Min. He was surprised, because this was the first time she called him by his first name alone, without his family name. Yuri then said that if he didn't mind, she would continue to call him that way. At this point, Juri's mood had probably calmed down. Jumin wanted to get to the point. He told her about the 5th round. This round was the hardest so far. Also, the regions would be combined. Basically, the previously separated regions would merge into one. Yuri was surprised, because she might be able to meet Jumin in the 5th round. He lied saying they might meet, but not in the 5th round. Actually, they would meet in the 5th round, but if he said they were in the same region, she would definitely want to meet him. Jumin wanted to meet Yuri while hiding his identity. Then he told Yuri another way to get through the 5th round smoothly. He mentioned Hakko and told her to go see him and ask for his help. Yuri was even more surprised when Jumin mentioned Ryumin, the #1 ranked player in all regions. She wondered why Jumin told her to ask for his help. Jumin explained again to avoid misunderstanding, rather than asking for help. It was better to say she should cooperate with him. He needed to temporarily ally with him to survive. Yuri was worried because, after all, a level 30 like him was the unrivaled top of the world. How could a roadside weed like her compare to a cloud? Jumin reassured her, saying she had his Duke butt. Surely Ryumin needed her too. Their relationship would be symbiotic, outwardly concerned, but deep down, Juri thought differently. If she could safely get through this round with his help, that would be great. But her doll was truly formidable, known only to Ji-yoon Min. And it wasn't just a small doll, as she had thought. Ji-yoon Min told her not to worry, because Hakko would cooperate with her, not only in this round, but also the next. since he had already seen that scene in the future. So she didn't need to worry. Hearing this, Juri brightened up. She thanked Ryumin for sharing such important information. Then she asked him to hold out his pretty hand so she could give him one of her duke butts. Ryumin had guessed this would happen because he knew she didn't like owing people favors. Now he could confidently go home and use it. Thanks to Juri's blessing effect and the bonus stats from the ancient butcher after killing 100 worms, Ryumin's stats had greatly increased. He opened his status window and was shocked to see his luck had risen all the way to 80. With such high luck, he confidently drew a magic stone ticket from the prize chest he got in the previous round. If he were a normal person, he'd probably pray to the gods for a better item. But he was very abnormal, also a game hacker with dark forbidden skills, who could forget about praying to those damn gods. He recalled the first day he met that angel. He didn't know she was AI, but this was definitely caused by a god. Only an AI could trap 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game. The one behind all this must be a god toying with humans. If he made it through the final round and could make a wish come true, he would wish for that damn god who created this disgusting game to die a horrible death. With such insanely high luck, when he used the magic stone ticket, he got 5 magic stones. He felt this result was great, thanks to cursing rather than praying to the gods. He felt incredibly lucky. Then Ryumin began combining the stones. First, he combined 2 low-level red magic stones together and pressed combine. When combining magic stones of the same color and level like this, you can get a higher-level magic stone. Along with the magic stone he got from Seo Aaron and the one drawn from the ticket, he successfully created a low-level purple magic stone. Then he combined magic stones with items to gain additional stats. With a few maneuvers, he used up all the magic stones he had. And now what he needs to do is meet Ma Gyung-rock. Dressed in a fancy outfit, the younger brother blinked at his older brother. When he learned that the chairman of the company his brother invested in was the heir to the Osung conglomerate, Ryumin didn't hide anything and said this was confirmed news. Today he was invited to a party as a business partner, and in the future he would have a long-term partnership with them. The younger brother panicked, his hands and feet trembling, unsure if he was qualified to join his brother. Ryumin adjusted Ryuwan's tie and told him not to worry, because Ma Gyung-rock said he could bring family members along for both of them. Then, as they stepped outside, they were warmly welcomed by subordinate Sang-chun. Ryuwan politely greeted him and accepted his business card to get acquainted. He also apologized for previously treating him rudely. He added that this party should be seen as an apology and hoped Ryuwan wouldn't mind. The two were chauffeured in a high-end limousine to the Imperial Hotel. Entering the grand lobby, the younger brother was startled when Chairman Ma called his brother a shareholder. He warmly greeted Ryumin's younger brother and made small talk with him. They were both led to an elegant dining table filled with noble, exquisite dishes. Ji-hyun's eyes sparkled like stars when he saw the piles of food prepared by 5-star chefs on the table. Chairman Ma noticed his attitude and immediately invited him to join a small banquet. Although not much was prepared, it was definitely enough to fill his stomach. While preparing to eat, the top idol Seo Aaron suddenly appeared in a mystical black outfit. Seo Aaron bowed and apologized to the chairman for being late, because she had to attend a fellow actor's funeral. Ma Gyung-rock warmly replied that she didn't need to worry, they understood. Then he pointed and introduced her to the company's major shareholder. Ji-hyun couldn't contain his emotions seeing his idol in person. Seo Aaron seemed happy on the surface because the shareholder was her neighbor, but inwardly thought the chairman was teasing her since the guy looked younger than her, but was already a major shareholder. Ryumin's younger brother couldn't hide his admiration for Seo Aaron's beauty. Anyone who reacted like this after seeing her appearance was only natural. Seeing his younger brother like that, Ryumin also tried to show some interest to play his Hollywood role properly. Ma Gyung-rock saw Ryumin's expression and smirked with satisfaction. So even though he's young, the prophet is just like everyone else, huh? Then he invited everyone present to join the party. Chairman Ma asked if the food he treated them to suited the major shareholder and his younger brother. Both enthusiastically praised the food, making him visibly happy, because earlier he had tasted all the dishes and asked the chefs to remake them to serve the honored guests. Ma Gyung-rock asked about Ryumin's family, since he hadn't brought any relatives. Ryumin didn't hide it and said his younger brother was his only family since their parents had passed away. Ma Gyung-rock was surprised by this unexpected situation. He quickly apologized and thought he had lost points by asking that question. Ryuwan looked sorrowful upon hearing the question. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ma Gyung-rock wanted someone to lighten the mood. He glanced over at Seo Aaron After finishing her tea, he called her outside for a private talk. Outside the lobby, he asked her if the food today was delicious. When she answered that it was very good, Ma Kyung-rok's face lit up with a sharp gleam. Do you think I called you here just so you could eat to your heart's content? I called you here to help make the atmosphere more cheerful. Why are you so slow to understand? At that moment, Ma Kyung-rok revealed another important piece of information to Seo Aren. Besides Ryumin being a major shareholder, he is also a professional prophet. He can see the future, just as his title suggests. And what they need to do now is make him feel happy. If they knew the information about the next round in advance, how great would the benefits be? So he gave Seo Aren the plan to use her flawless face, which she doesn't even have to go along with what that guy said, and smile at him. He gripped her hand tightly and made it clear to Seo Aren to do whatever it takes to capture the heart of that guy named Chi. Seo Aren wanted to explain something, but was immediately cut off by Ma Kyung-rok. He had created the opportunity for her to become famous as an actress, and now was the time for her to repay that debt. What she needed to do was to make Ryumin happy, no matter what tricks it took. Although she seemed reluctant and unwilling, Seo Aren had no choice but to follow his instructions. At the dining table, the atmosphere was gloomier than ever. After the conversation outside, Chairman Ma and Seo Aren returned. He invited everyone to move to another entertainment venue he had prepared. He glanced at Seo Aren, because she hesitated while trying to win over Ryumin. According to his instructions, Ryumin didn't care about her, but Ryuwan, a boy just turning 14, was different. The young boy was shy in front of the beauty before him. Please take some time later to take a photo with him, seeing her younger brother more interested in Seo Aren. Ma Kyung-rok immediately texted Seo Aren to quickly change plans, and the target to get close to the younger brother first. Seo Aren felt sad because her younger brother was a genuine fan, yet she had to deceive him for Chairman Ryumin's personal agenda. Upstairs, those thoughts of hers were also read. Ma Kyung-rok happily imagined a perfect script, unaware that Ryumin had read all his thoughts. Everyone was led to the VIP room to experience a luxurious space with delicious alcoholic drinks from the hotel. Hearing this, Ji-hyun quickly declined because of his school age. A Sang-chun, instructed by the chairman to bring another drink for the boy, also quickly left. So, the remaining 4 people, Ji-hyun also said he couldn't drink alcohol. Ma Kyung-rok then invited him to try some. Ji-hyun ignored what he said, interrupted, and called Seo Aren outside to take photos with his younger brother, causing the two to leave without understanding what was going on. When only the 2 of them were left, Ji-hyun looked at Ma Kyung-rok with a murderous glare. Chairman, do you think I'm easy to fool? Seeing his attitude made him noticeably intimidated. Ryumin subtly reminded him of his prophetic profession and mentioned the planning conversation he had outside with Seo Aren, which he basically already knew about. Ryumin said seriously to Chairman Ma, "You shouldn't hide anything from me." At that moment, Ma Kyung-rok panicked when his private conversation with Seo Aren was discovered. He never expected Ji-hyun to be able to see so far into the near future. He told her to win me over, but wanting to use my younger brother like that is crossing the line. Having all his dark, twisted plans exposed, Ma Kyung-rok could only sincerely apologize. I made a foolish decision. Prophet, I will fix everything that has upset you. Seeing his sincerity, Ryumin didn't hold a grudge, but quickly thanked him for giving him another chance. At that moment, a Sang-chun returned. Ma Kyung-rok hurriedly adjusted his outfit and told him to go outside, instructing him to guide the other 2 to the adjacent room to sit. The situation worsened, as the beauty test had no effect on Ji-hyun at all. Ji-hyun then asked if he wanted more information about the next round. Hearing this, he brightened up, realizing that the reason Ji-hyun accepted the party invitation was to reveal information about round 5. But with this moody attitude, whether giving information or cooperating would be very difficult. Ma Kyung-rok hurriedly apologized and begged him to overlook this time. Ryumin just hoped he wouldn't hide anything in the future, and to trust him unconditionally from now on. He hoped Ma Kyung-rok wouldn't question how the company operated anymore, and told him to convince the other shareholders at the shareholder meeting. Ma Kyung-rok didn't hesitate, and agreed to his conditions. Ryumin then revealed detailed information about the 5th round they were about to face. This mission was to kill 500 beasts, but it wouldn't be that easy. The zones would link up because the number of players had dropped significantly, so the previously separated areas would start merging into one. Hearing this, Ma Kyung-rok eagerly asked about the name Black Hook. Ji-hyun shook his head, revealing that he wouldn't be in the same area as the player named Hakko. He immediately wanted to dig deeper into information about the person named Ryumin. Ji-hyun just smiled lightly and replied, I don't know if he's an AI, but you'll meet him soon. Actually, that person is standing right in front of you. Ji-hyun thought silently, and added one more thing. He reminded him of the name Hwang Jong-min, the person he was chasing. Hearing Ji-hyun mention this took him by surprise after surprise. Just as I thought, the ancient language's foresight into your future is beyond imagination. Ji-hyun only advised him not to investigate that name, because it would cause great damage. He could only reveal that much because the heavenly secret is untouchable. In reality, he's protecting that guy's life, because he's still very useful. Ma Gyung-rak fell into deep thought, then decided not to investigate Jong-min any further, following Ji-hyun's advice. Then he called Ji-hyun to return to the party together. His plan was to relieve his stress tonight, no matter what. Rain poured down in a deserted alley. A man missing one arm was running for his life as an AI hunted him. He was cornered in a dead end. At that moment, slow footsteps approached. A sword was raised and then slashed straight at the man's legs. In a soaked shirt, revealing a muscular six-pack, the non-AI wielding the sword was none other than Chairman Ma Jiang-lok. He was acting as judge and executioner, because this old man was a child molester. The man had served time and was released. He lay begging on the cold ground, but Ma Gyung-lok ignored his pleas. He stabbed the man with the sword. If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, then shut up. If you cause more witnesses, the body count will rise. Seeing the old man listen to him, Ma used his skill and sent him off peacefully with dark mana. He thought if it weren't for the need to replenish dark mana, he would have killed that trash immediately. To use the dark orb, he needed dark mana, which he replenished by taking others' lives. Also, killing humans yielded more dark mana than slaying monsters. He ran his disheveled hair back, feeling ecstatic because from the start he loved killing criminals, and the Dark Knight profession suited him perfectly. After finishing, he approached and absorbed mana into his weapon. His dark orb could only consume the life force of living targets. It couldn't devour corpses. Suddenly, a noise behind made him turn around cautiously. Luckily, it was just a cat. Otherwise, there would be another murder. As dawn broke, he thought of Ji-hyun, the ancient language's future seer, who probably knew he was a serial killer, yet still approached him. Ma Gyung-lok smiled mysteriously, finding it quite interesting. Before leaving, he called his subordinate Ah Sang-chun to clean up the mess for him. 2 weeks after the party with Ma Gyung-lok, Jumin stayed home all the time because he had no specific tasks. Always thinking about the future, he spent these days listening to really chill music. But today his rest period was essentially over. On his phone, he read news that players would change the world, and that it was time for him to act. Now he needed to retrieve one of the 5 ancient languages found in the real world. This time, the ancient language he was going to hunt was the clone language. A series of news appeared on magazines and official websites. Billion people were dragged into another world, dropping to 90 million in just 3 months. The economy faced danger due to the loss of the younger generation. Even schools nationwide were closed. The endless pain of parents and siblings worldwide was drowned in grief. Young Tick arrogantly sat in the classroom, his body still stained with blood. It was only the 4th round, but a ton of people had already died. What useless trash. The news he cared about mostly addressed human criminal psychology. They were facilitated by the game to reveal their worst natures, to eliminate each other. On the contrary, Young Tick was extremely pleased. Haha, what a mess. If they were players, they would do the same thing. What's wrong with wanting to do whatever I want before I die? You damn old fools. That's why they shouldn't always force me into a mold, telling me not to do this or that. It's all because of restrictions and rules. The more he babbled, the angrier he got, swinging his iron rod in a strike that shattered the wooden chair to pieces. Young Tick pumped the chicken's blood into his brain, which is why all of us are exploding with energy right now. His eyes became void and bloodthirsty. Nothing mattered anymore. What kind of skill can stop me? After all, I'm a player, and recklessness is the one thing I have over all of them. Young Tick stood before the bloody battlefield he had caused. So who should I kill next? Things have gone beyond control, as he craves to massacre again and again. I just killed someone in real life but felt nothing. Is it because I went through hell in the 4th round? Young Tick scratched his head, scolding the system only 1 point per person. So stingy. Is it because they're civilians? He recalled the previous battle with amusement. The 4th round was amazing, even more enjoyable than killing monsters. An archaic system notification appeared. This item will grant you random stats. Young Tick's bloodthirst grew stronger by the moment. I want to kill players instead of civilians, because I get more points from them. He observed the bulletin for a while. Oh, is this an online player community forum? Can I join the forum to meet other players to kill? This way, I'll get more points. Hyung Tik wondered about joining the forum, which requires filling in necessary info, full name, age level, and username. Hyung Tik sneered. What they want, all my personal info, and even an interview. What a hassle. But I have to join here to meet other players. Other players would never think there's a player out there killing other players. The interview day finally arrived. Hyung Tik stood in front of a cafe. Was this the right place? The other side gave a specific address. Dress earlier, please come to the Welcome Cafe in Wabu, South Eong before noon. You can wear anything you want. Hyung Tik dazed for a moment. This is the place, but damn it, they called me out to the middle of nowhere. The bus doesn't even pass here. He grumbled as he opened the door and pushed inside. I'll kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me off. What, the 7th floor is more modern than I thought. His attention focused on the 2 guests sitting there. They were the only customers. One of them greeted first. Are you the one we're interviewing? Hyung Tik replied, yes. The other stepped closer. What's your username? The Q&A sounded no different from the AI black dragon fire in his hand. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is age 30. Hyung Tik stared in shock. You're a player, age 30. Just laughed, haha, yeah. I know I don't look like one, but I'm 30 years old this year. This way, please. He introduced the other person at the table. This is little Coco. She's here for the interview too. Coco, this is Black Dragonfire in hand. You guys might become teammates, so say hi. Hyung Tik instantly disliked him. That sardine-looking bastard is also a player. They looked weak, but still sat down and greeted hello hi. As Hyung Tik sat down, he looked around the cafe, suspiciously guessing the business isn't doing well. No customers and no part-time staff. The older man wasn't surprised by his comment. It's quite far from the city, so it's understandable. That's why we rented this place for the interviews. Hyung Tik was still curious. Oh, so you rented this place, but the owner isn't here. I don't see anyone. Age 30 explained slowly. The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. Oh, this is a cafe, but they also serve meals. Hyung Tik glanced around and replied indifferently. I see. He only cast a quick glance before silently concluding. There's not even a camera here. Hyung Tik quickly dismissed the thought in his mind. Not just to kill those 2, I can't miss this opportunity. Then he opened his mouth to urge, aren't we going to start the interview? Min-jin replied calmly. Oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives. A question suddenly popped into his mind. There's one more person. But out loud, he tried to confirm. Do we have 3 people? He explained while looking outside. Yes, the meeting time is a bit late, so let's wait a little longer. Oh, he's here. The door slid open with a pleasant jingle. Min-jin eagerly stood up to greet him. You're here for the interview? He answered briefly, and the other guy excitedly asked what his username was. When he confirmed the name, Ryumin Min-jin involuntarily covered his mouth, deeply moved. A few days ago, Tae-hyun had an online meeting with the executive team to welcome Jamie. She responded enthusiastically when the chairman called her name, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. He continued calling other names to welcome Bobbering. After roll call, Tae-hyun immediately got down to business. Everyone was present, except Makeup Honey. Now let's start the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Loskia, you go first, he promptly called out. Yes, Chairman. He hurriedly asked how many people participated in the Loskia forum this week. A brief report, about 2,000. Tae-hyun gently remarked that was more than last week. He also admitted comfortably that while the number of players is declining monthly, forum participation is increasing weekly. Loskiak paused briefly, then guessed I think the article about us attracted them. He suddenly grew interested. Who hired the journalist? Jamie raised her hand, admitting it was her. Chairman Tae-hyun was a bit surprised. I see I didn't expect you to have connections in this field. He smiled modestly, saying it was a new connection, a talented staff member, which made him much more excited. Wonderful. I couldn't ask for more from a longtime member. So out of the 2,000 in Loskiak, how many actually have skills? He cautiously estimated that excluding players with no class and those below level 10, we have about 1,200. Tae-hyun rested his chin thoughtfully. So how many are truly useful? Popiering pushed up his glasses and began taking over. I'll talk about that. Looking at his tablet, he shared what he knew a notable player is Black Dragonfire from Region S45. He's a level 10 warrior, ordinary, but ranked 3rd in his area. He seemed quite uncertain. 3rd place means he must have a good ancient weapon for his level, or he's lying. Bubbering didn't hesitate to suggest. But I think he's skilled enough to be nominated for an executive position. Taehyun gave a brief response and reminded, "That's right." Anyone else? He continued fulfilling his duty by providing information. Another is Little Coco from region SX-27, who consistently ranks between 4th and 10th. Finally, Paparing gave a rough statistic that aside from those 2 Fipoti players, rank within the top 100 of their regions. Taehyun, satisfied, planned the next steps. That's quite a few. Looks like I'll be busy interviewing everyone. As chairman, he would of course assign staff to carry out this task right. My 30s. The guy was suddenly called out and immediately closed his eyes, apologizing. Taehyun, annoyed, questioned, "Were you dozing off?" "What did you do last night?" "That you're sleepy already," Minjin stammered in response, but before he could finish, Taehyun cut him off. "I don't want to hear excuses. Finish 50% of the interviews before the next meeting. If you don't, another senior candidate might replace you." He bowed, fearfully accepting the task. "Understood, please assign it to me." Taehyun, losing patience, shifted the topic anyway. "Has Loskiak's Ryumin made contact yet?" He looked at his phone and denied reluctantly. "If he had, I'd have reported immediately." He squinted with a disappointed look. "Probably not. I'll assign him an executive position immediately if he joins. That would be a shame." Taehyun focused on Jamie's media token. "Can you ask that journalist to write a few more articles? We might need additional promotional strategies to attract Ryumin's participation." She mischievously rubbed her index finger and thumb, signaling, "Of course, just as long as there's money." He generously promised not to worry about it, and said he would reward her for her dedication. She smiled with her eyes closed, shooting hearts playfully. "Thank you, Chairman," Taehyun assured everyone, and continued the meeting. "So let's move on to the next topic." Just then, Loskiak burst in, panicked. "Wait. Chairman." A well-known person just requested to join the forum. He couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Who is it?" Holding his phone with trembling hands, he struggled to utter 2 words. "Blackball." Everyone present without prior arrangement held their chat devices at the same time. Minjin recalled that shocking moment. So now he was even more enthusiastic. "Nice to meet you. It wasn't too hard to get here, right?" He flatly denied it was difficult. The guy scratched his head awkwardly and apologized, saying, "This is the best place to maintain privacy." Minjin gave a sheepish smile and then reached out with a gesture to invite him. "Anyway, you're really handsome. The girls must like you a lot." Along the hallway, the guy eagerly pulled out a chair and invited him to sit. "These 2 also came for an interview just like you." Hai Ung-tik didn't expect to meet his enemy in this situation, clenching his teeth in anger. Ryumin lowered his head to reduce attention and shyly said, "Oh, hello, In-hong." Swaggering, he crossed his legs and confidently replied, "I am Blackball." He looked up comfortably and casually announced his alternate nickname, "I am Little Coco," but inwardly wished the jerk would get hit by 100 bitter greens. That guy's sense of humor is something else. Hyung-tik gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger mixed with confusion. Ryumin, the one who killed him 5 times, he really wanted to ask if they had met in real life before. Why did he enjoy killing him so much? Minjin sat across, noticing his silence, and asked, "Hey, Black Fire Dragon." "What's up? Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Startled, he stammered, "Hello. I am Black Fire Dragon." Without saying more, In-hong just glanced around once. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, filled with tension. The nameless pressure made him bite his lip. His mind lost itself in a tangled mess with no way out. But he didn't react at all. I thought saying the name Ra would make him recognize it. Or maybe he can't even remember my name, despite having killed me 5 times. Ryumin sat tucked in a corner, slowly sipping a strawberry drink. His eyes discreetly tracked every movement of the person opposite him. Have I been that arrogant? I'm also impersonating someone, but this guy is a real scammer. His familiar polished appearance quickly helped me gather some private information in my mind. His player name is Kukuru Bing Bong. He's a professional scammer. He's used every trick and scheme to make money. All the data I have on him is negative, giving me a bit of a headache. He's not dangerous now, but later with the ancient clone, he'll gain fame, or rather notoriety for the crimes he commits. Ryumin's eyes suddenly darkened with a heavy shadow revealing the murderous aura he no longer bothered to hide. It's bitterly ironic that criminals can have powers from another world. But it's good that I met him as planned. I'll use him to obtain the unique ancient clone that only Min Jin has. Ignoring the silent atmosphere at the table, he pulled out a thick file from his bag. Has everyone finished introducing themselves? Then I'll start by confirming personal information, starting with little Coco. Suddenly called by name, he paused briefly, then quickly regained composure to answer. Okay, my name is Kim Seung-hee. I'm 20 years old. I graduated with a master's degree, so I currently don't have a job. He began taking notes briskly, constantly asking questions to get quick answers. It says here, you're a level 13 assassin, right? Yes. You're also ranked 4th in your region. Yes. Outwardly pretending to be confused, but inside Ryumin was quietly annoyed, mocking himself for lying. Of course, except for the player name. He recalled the memory of encountering the anonymous player flashing through his mind. He suddenly felt unsettled. Little Coco really exists. In other words, I'm also impersonating someone else, but I need to do this to get the ancient clone. Each breath grew heavier. His mind grew more chaotic with every passing second. The ancient clone requires the recipient to kill someone at the place where the ancient script is hidden, while impersonating another facing that cold fake attitude. Ryumin took a deep breath, suppressing the anger ready to burst out. In the past, this bastard had killed someone while impersonating him and stole the ancient clone. After recording all of his information, Min Jin looked toward Hyun-kook to continue the unfinished work. All right. Next is the Black Fire Dragon. After someone went first, he also spoke seriously. My name is Sim Hyun-kook. I'm 21 years old and currently in high school. His face lit up with excitement as he spoke. Oh, you're the youngest here, but the hollow way you talk makes others sick. This fat pig is a high school student. Disgusting beyond belief. That thought flashed through the man's mind, immediately caught by Ryumin, who snorted coldly inside. Clearly does he still look down on you, if he knew Sim Hyun-kook had killed his classmate. That's not something a normal high school student could do, given his round, chubby appearance. Min Jin awkwardly asked again. You're a level 10 warrior, and really were ranked top 3 in your region before, right? Suspected openly, Hyung-tak slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Yeah. Do you think I'm lying? He stumbled, changing his tone to try to hold on. The tension was like a taut string. It's just part of the process. Sorry if you feel offended. He quickly flipped through the file to open a fresh blank page for the next interview with Blackball. What's your name? He didn't hesitate to reveal everything. His face no different from someone who just missed the jackpot. Kim In-hong. 28 years old. Fund manager. I have never dropped out of the top ranks in the level 30 region. Surely you know my job title is Reaper, right? Anything else you want me to confirm? Suddenly being intimidated made Min Jin uneasy. His voice trembled, no longer thanking him. On the surface, you calmly ate strawberries, but inside, you were raging and cursing recklessly. Fund manager. That scumbag should be managing a bunch of con artists instead. Then he uses the name Black to borrow money from others. The thick file was gently placed on the table by Min Jin. The calm words that came out sounded like rubbing alcohol seeping gently into the ear. I was only confirming your identity. Let's start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join the PCV duo. You first. Little Coco was mentioned, and Ryumin immediately activated his superb acting mode, trembling as he spoke. Well, right now, the world is very dangerous. Going out alone is scary, so I thought living with other players would be better. He barely finished one thought, before abruptly switching. Next is Black Fire Dragon, making Hyung-tak freeze, unable to come up with a new excuse. I can't say I came here to kill other players. He hurriedly spat out a few disconnected words, sounding like he was scribbling answers during a test. I'm similar to little Coco. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round of play. Hearing that, his eyes held a flicker of hope as he looked toward In-hong. Is that so? How about you? Black Ball was too lazy to respond properly, and casually threw out an answer. I only signed up because I saw the forum. It sparked my interest. The reply left Min Jin with nothing to say, but a dry smile. Let it go, haha. So that's it. But inside, he silently sighed, as if comforting his wounded heart, that it would get through this, no matter what he said. Because he was Ryumin. In the blink of an eye, he flipped his expression faster than flipping a rice paper. His tone was gentle, but laced with danger. All right, your initial answers were quite good. Next is the final part of the interview. A mad smile no different from Joker's was etched clearly on his face. The slight hiss of words between his teeth could make anyone's spine crawl. You all have to kill someone to pass the final part of this interview. Still sitting motionless, Ryumin swallowed hard, then slowly turned around, lip moving without sound. Kill someone. But why didn't I get the reaction I expected? Min-jin revealed a regretful expression. I guess you don't understand. Fine, let me help clear your mind. The silent pressure spreading with every word he spoke made the surrounding space suddenly lose its usual calm. You've probably seen the government articles. They've started cracking down and turning their backs on us. They fear we're stronger than them. His veiny hand clenched tightly, as if to show his unwavering determination. But we players will soon dominate the world. That world will become reality much sooner if we all cooperate. Those hollow eyes paired with that wild, crazy smile made Min-jin look no different than a sociopath. So there's no reason for us to be hindered by the law. We need to show the government that players are the law, starting by opposing the law. You don't dare hold your breath covering your mouth in panic like a weak boss from a comic. So that's why we have to kill. Enjoying the reaction of the other person? Min-jin arrogantly added, yes. That's how we show the government our will. Everyone seated at the table slowed their breathing, trying to catch every word he uttered to prove that we are not controlled by the law. After an alarming piece of info, Min-jin looked at you and gave an industrial smile. Now do you understand, little Coco? Ryumin nodded awkwardly, feigning fear while avoiding his gaze. Ah, yes. Sensing the silent atmosphere, he was sure everyone absorbed it. So he continued. Without waiting, anyone who doesn't want to continue the interview can leave, but then you won't get our support. You didn't even try to fit in, gathering yourself in a corner, clearly plotting something. Those who leave will be added to the list to force us to kill. So later, even if you want to leave, it will be difficult to carry out. One exchange of words. The other two sank into heavy silence, eyes fixed on the empty void. Min-jin immediately took that as an invitation, flashing a bright face and raising his spirit. No one can stop us. It seems you're all ready. Good, I'll take that as everyone agreeing. We'll start the final part right now. Young Tick was the first to speak after that bloody conclusion. How do we start killing? But there's no one here to kill. Contrary to his worry, Min-jin remained calm and collected. You don't need to worry about that. Thunder cracked at the right moment, twisting Min-jin's expression, his eyes wide and inhuman. I've prepared everything. The sudden downpour arrived just in time, bringing with it the heaviness no one wanted to mention in that cramped house. Realizing it was no longer early, he pushed himself up with his hands. Shall we go? 3 others rose with him. Seeing the guests clearing and rearranging chairs, Ryum couldn't help but wonder. Oh, you're leaving already. You can stay if you want, since we've rented the whole place. Min-jin responded politely. No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? Hearing that she casually pointed toward a hidden corner. Meanwhile, he turned his head to look and muttered awkwardly, thanks. Meanwhile, can I ask you for a favor? Surprised by the sudden question, her expression froze briefly. What is it? He lightly handed the key to Ryum. With a smile. Can you help me get my car out of the parking lot? I'm in a hurry. Although his vague way of speaking was irritating, since she had received such a large tip, she calmly accepted the task. Of course, I'll go get it right away. Shielding herself with a red umbrella, she stepped outside, leaving the 4 men in their territory. The car door quickly opened thanks to the key from earlier. Without a word, Ryum skillfully folded the umbrella, shook off the raindrops still clinging, before stepping into the car. Just as her hand touched the car step, a hideous hand silently reached out like a terrifying, venomous snake. Min-jin's reproachful voice rang out while his hand still tightly gripped her throat. Don't worry. Ryum struggled wildly, but couldn't move, only letting out a few meaningless muffled sounds. Her windpipe was squeezed tight, unable to supply enough oxygen to her brain, making her movements tremble and grow weaker. After a while, Ryum passed out, yet he still held her tightly without letting go easily, except for In-hong. The other 2 were stunned and spoke up. What did you just do? Why her? Min-jin glanced at the timid guys behind him and casually opened his mouth as if discussing afternoon tea. What else are you waiting for? Get in the car. The moment he finished speaking, Ryum's limp hand suddenly jerked sharply. That only made the Ryumin group even more terrified, sweating nervously. Does he mean the coffee shop owner? The white car sped down the winding mountain trail. When its muddy wheels abruptly stopped, the tense silence inside doubled. Min-jin lifted her onto his shoulder and led the group slowly toward the deserted warehouse. We've arrived. This is where we'll conduct the final part of the interview. Inside the dark, damp room, the sound of their footsteps echoed sharply. Without hesitation, he threw Ram to the ground, his harsh voice chilling the atmosphere. Let's begin. Who wants to kill her? Not giving anyone a moment to think. Min Jin immediately appointed someone. How about you, Hakao? In Hong, standing to the side, was naturally dragged into this and froze in place. He laughed arrogantly, teasing impressed by Ryumin's expected attitude. He fell silent, lost in thought. Then suddenly the car swerved just as the situation was reaching its climax. Wait. His excitement was immediately crushed, leaving him slightly frustrated. What's that, little Coco? After hesitating for a moment, you murmured. Can I do it? A dark gleam passed through his eyes, as if he just smelled a new kind of fun. Oh, you want to try interesting? I won't expect much since you seem pretty shy. His probing, insincere tone was met with no hesitation from In Hong, who nodded firmly. Sure, go ahead. Hakao, you can handle it right. The two men silently switched positions as he brushed past the boy. The chaotic beak was instantly unlocked. Do your best. I just helped you out. Ryumin's dark gaze swept past the fake back right beside him. Thanks. I'll definitely put that ancient language clone to good use. Hearing those familiar words, he froze and immediately asked, Ancient language, you're speaking it. But before he could finish, In Hong lunged forward, grabbing his head with his large hand and forcefully twisting that sly head to the side. He stood there, watching In Hong's neck bend, without any reaction. Min Jin was stunned, watching everything unfold too quickly in the freezing, suffocating atmosphere. His body trembled violently, cold eyes now clouded with fear. What the hell? He slammed his hand on his head and screamed as if his brain was being ripped out on the spot. What did you just do? You dare kill Ryumin? Are you crazy? Ryumin tilted his head, his gaze sharp and threatening, freezing the man in place. Hey, come here. The aura radiating from him made Min Jin shudder as if he couldn't move. Jun was forced to step back, that damn gaze looking right through him like he was prey. It felt like something had shifted. What on earth had happened? In Hong's death instantly triggered a series of system notifications. You killed someone while impersonating unlocking hidden conditions and discovering the ancient SAO script. This ancient language was automatically engraved onto your body. Seeing you casually approach him, he was so terrified he took a step back. Impersonating SAO, and you're the one with the full brain. Min Jin finally restarted furious. You have to kill that woman. Why kill Hakao? Answer me under that ruthless gaze. Ryumin slowly sat in front of Ram. Because he is trash. And so am I. You carefully covered her head with a blackish bag, leaving breathing space to avoid danger. Hearing those words, he was so annoyed it made his blood boil. He snarled, If you're so good, say it again. No warnings needed. Min Jin immediately drew his pirate sword, looking like he'd been unjustly docked 2 months' pay. You just said you wanted to see the real scene. No way you're giving up. Raise your hand and call out your partner. The Grim Reaper's scythe appeared beneath a dark red aura, the terrifying sight stirring cowardice in the hearts of the witnesses. I told you he's trash. Say, oh, right. Did I say something wrong? He was speechless, his mind blank, unable to form a decent sentence in time. That scythe. What could it be? Hakao's main weapon. I've never seen a player with a scythe that big. Wait, his face was gradually turning pale white, his breath growing rapid in the thick, suffocating air. The player wielded the giant scythe while still clearly shaken. Min Jin heard the noisy sounds coming from him, because he was a despicable bastard, trying to impersonate me, which made him itch for a long time. The impostor, sensing Min Jin's thoughts, smoothly shifted his stance to prepare for the confrontation. Now you realize Ryumin is an AI, right? But the opponent pointed his sword tip to the ground, hesitating strangely. You are Ryumin. Hearing that weak accusation, he felt some regret, but still had to respond. Sorry for lying. His hand trembled so badly, it dropped the sword to the ground without him even realizing it. So it's true this person isn't the Ryumin I knew. He really is the true Ryumin. Sensing the disadvantage, he immediately dropped to his knees, no longer caring about his dignity. Lord Ryumin, I'm truly sorry for mistaking you. You're just too good at acting, please forgive me. Suddenly in the silent space, a bark echoed, making him lift his head to ask. Instinctively, before he could react, something brushed past his neck. Before the scythe's heavy swing. Min Jin's head flew straight to the ground, rolling, clattering all the way to Hyung Tik. His head landed right in front of the shoe-tip eyes, rolled back with no time to think. His toes staggered back, face turning pale, stammering without being able to say a proper word. facing the masked man. Hyung-tik seemed frozen silent, not daring to utter a single word. This is the real Ryumin. He's on a whole different level. I can't even follow the Scythe's movement. Ryumin raised his weapon steadily. Voice even not too loud or soft, but enough to freeze the air. Now it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will be? In his eyes was a coldness devoid of life, just a final warning. If you have any last words, speak now. Though his mind was in turmoil, Hyung-tik still tried to speak properly. I won't waste time begging for mercy. I only have one question I've always wanted to ask. If I could meet you again, recalling the memory from the tea house, he calmly probed the other's intentions. You wonder why I killed you 5 times in round 4, right? Before he could hide his shock, he subconsciously replied yes. Ryumin stood silent for a moment, then summarized the reason simply in a few words. The reason is simple. I want to keep you under control. That made him both confused and terrified of this genius. Keep under control me. I was already willing to share, and you didn't hesitate to openly state your intentions aloud. You seem to be the most skilled person I've met so far. I just need to eliminate the competition. As soon as he finished, Hyung-tik flinched and stepped back as if losing control. I saw him stammering endlessly. Ryumin gently urged anything else. Now you can close your eyes and rest. Hearing this, his whole body stiffened, as if sealed shut. Can I ask one last question? He kept the same posture, slowly answering. What is it? Hyung-tik stammered out a few words. Why do you want to kill me like an experienced judge? Ryumin calmly uttered. Because you're trash who just got saddled with a new crime. He panicked visibly. What did I do? Then he received an explanation that couldn't be more reasonable. Didn't you come here to kill this girl, fearing for your own life? He hurriedly defended himself, but I'm still nothing. Weak reasoning easily brushed aside by Ryumin. You haven't done anything. You've just been watching this whole time. Ryumin's gaze flickered briefly before decisively lowering his weapon. His voice was neither too loud nor too brief, yet strangely authoritative. Enough, okay? Like those bastards, your only crime is standing by indifferently. I'll give you a chance, all right? Suddenly forgiven, his face brightened, really. The scythe lightly tapped the floor, but his half-hearted attitude made the atmosphere silent and unpredictable. Every passing second carried a heavy, suffocating pressure. Now he had to give up everything he had. Looking at the neatly arranged items before him, Ryumin silently thought, wow, this guy has quite a few useful things. The genius mind started scanning each item to calculate the price that's right. If I sell all the items he bought at the store, I'll make about 2,000 gold coins. Seeing him focused on the things on the floor, Hyung-tik awkwardly scratched his head. I even helped you get the equipment I use. It's actually all my assets, I don't have anything else. He calmly picked up 2 magic stones and casually replied, I never said anything. Seeing Ryumin's lack of intention to choose anything else, he timidly probed. You're not taking anything else. Hyung-tik quickly received confirmation, I don't need them. You can use them. He hurriedly responded, as if he had just received a sign of grace. Yes, sir. Watching that hurried back, he quietly lamented to himself. Anyway, I can't resell those items to the store. Putting everything into the warehouse, he awkwardly asked again. So you'll spare my life, as promised. Seeing that slightly cowardly look, Ryumin suppressed a laugh and nodded. Of course I'll let you live. A gentleman keeps his word. The heart that had been hanging in the wind finally settled down. He hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Very much. It was extremely annoying to him. Stop it. You're making me embarrassed to death. He suddenly kicked the lifeless body lightly, smirking with a faint smile, then spoke lightly. Like the wind from now on. Live properly. You can deal with these corpses if you want. Fearful of that person's authority, he hurriedly bowed his head to obey. Yes, sir. Ryumin bent down to look at Ram, who had fainted in a corner of the warehouse, murmuring, I'll take this girl away. Remembering the favor just now, Hyung-tik shyly stepped forward. Let me help you. Flinging her arm over his shoulder, she spoke irritably. From exhaustion, no. Need. How could I trust you? Get lost. He silently watched the image of him lugging the girl away without daring to say another word. After a while, he sighed bitterly. Phew, I'm alive. I thought I was going to die, but he spared me. Even though I lost some valuable items, nothing is more precious than life. Hyung-tik's face suddenly showed a look of dissatisfaction. The problem is, why do I feel this emptiness inside right now? What did I actually do wrong? He stole my items just because I stood there watching. His mind was disturbed by an increasingly intense, shapeless frustration. It's so unfair. For a moment, looking at the skinny figure ahead, his competitiveness gradually overwhelmed his reason. Isn't he completely off guard right now? Ryumin survived even after being axed in the back. What should I do? If I kill someone as high-ranking as Ryumin, my stats will increase many times over. His breath grew rapid with every thought racing through his mind. That's right. This is a rare chance. A chance I'll never get again. His veined hand had already summoned his steel axe without him realizing it. If I don't seize this chance, I'll regret it for life. Young Tick cautiously stepped forward, every step aimed straight at his target. Don't pay attention to me. Don't pay attention to me. But the impending dream about to be fulfilled only made his heart beat faster than ever. Just a little more, Young Tick's eyes locked onto Ryumin's bare head. At this moment, his whole body tensed, teeth clenched, and he swung down with all his might at the unprotected head. Die, you damn bastard! The intricately carved axe was instantly stained with blood from the foolish act of its owner. Young Tick sighed with satisfaction as he looked at the result of his own doing, collapsing onto the cold floor. The merciless fat man sneered slightly, his eyes revealing unhidden delight. Ha ha ha, I killed Ryumin so easily. Ha 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 ha, is this for real? Ryumin was killed by someone like me at level 10. Not stopping there. Young Tick quickly stomped hard on Ryumin's body to vent his previous humiliation. You bastard, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your rank is? You're so damn stupid. He laughed gleefully, his eyes vacant, unaware of how bizarre he looked. Thanks for these main stats, you idiot. But as he waited silently for the right moment, the system never appeared in his dream. Only then did Young Tick stare blankly frozen in place, huh? Why hasn't the notification about the stat increase appeared yet? Normally, the message should pop up immediately. His lips kept moving non-stop, but his brain remained motionless from start to finish. What on earth is going on? The broad twist he hadn't anticipated had arrived. Ryumin, who had somehow appeared behind Young Tick, spoke with a chilling coldness. How could you listen to that? He hurriedly spun around in utter panic, only to see Ryumin standing calmly as if nothing had happened. That stunned Young Tick, making him stammer. Ryumin radiated deadly intent, yet spoke gently. Why are you so scared? Afraid of ghosts, his body quickly went into full trembling mode. He kept backing away. How could it be that he just killed it? Yet it has a resurrection skill or something. His foot accidentally bumped into Bo Ram's shoe behind him. Young Tick hesitantly glanced back to see what was happening. Next to her, there was no human body left. Just a layer of drifting spiritual energy remained startling him. No wounds, no bloodstains either. Ryumin quickly answered, the confusion clear on his face. What you killed was a clone I made. That thought made him panic and silently chant Buddha's name. The clone reminded him of an action movie scene starring Hyung Sik earlier. Ryumin still compassionately offered an explanation about the ancient cloning skill. It allows me to create a perfect replica of myself. His brain silently skimmed through info about the new ancient cloning skill. Creates a clone with a time lock that turns the user into a soul for 10 seconds. The clone can't fight, use skills, or access inventory. Lasts less than 10 minutes. His tone carried a hint of regret. But it can't fight. Removing the mask, he revealed a deadly smile reserved for the two-faced. But you were completely fooled by it. I guess even if it can't fight, it's still useful. A very good experiment. By now, he no longer felt embarrassed. He tore off his fake facade from earlier. You tricked me, but Ryumin paid little attention to his frustrated emotion, still teasing. Why are you acting like the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. Young Tick wasn't scared and retorted. You're the victim. You're the one who threatened me first. Disgusted by the betrayal and lack of humanity hanging in the air, he quickly summoned his beloved Scythe. Whatever, without a word, a swift, deadly swing flashed just above his head in an instant. Young Tick's face filled with suspicion, then confusion, as his gaze naturally dropped to the ground. What my body won't move. He collapsed to the floor, letting his head roll wildly. Somewhere nearby, a cold voice said, Listening to you is just a force. Just a waste of time. The cold tone summoned a skill that spread throughout the warehouse, erasing all bloody rice, until the scene slowly vanished into nothingness. Following the pale blue aura, everything was swiftly resolved. Ryumin sheathed his weapon and strode forward. No one would ever guess this was a crime scene, except one person. Stopping before Bo Ram, he coldly scrutinized her. Hey, where's the body? She replied, forcing him to tear apart her flawless act. I'm awake now. How long do you plan to pretend you're unconscious? You know you can't fool a player. Silently thinking. I can hear your thoughts. You know. Realizing her trick was exposed, she hurriedly sat up. Sorry. she said, feeling the plastic wrap on her head was a bit uncomfortable. Boram tested the waters. Can I take it off? In response, a firm command from that person kept repeating until she was scared and quickly withdrew her hand. Yes. Seeing the clear light outside, his mood gradually softened. I'm going to ask a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? Realizing those were the steps the other person had quickly explained to her, she nodded obediently. Seeing the woman unfairly caught in trouble on the ground, Ryumin spoke gently, but with sharp words. How many customers can you remember by face? That mixed tone made Boram feel naturally uneasy. According to her, there were 4 people. One was in his mid-40s. I remember his face because we talked, but the others used skills to assess. His eyes showed satisfaction behind that white mask. She was telling the truth, so she sighed in relief and replied, all right, that's all. The lingering culture shock from before still remained. She worried enough to ask for confirmation once more. So I'm safe now, right? Everything's over. He too was exhausted from today's unexpected situation. Ryumin nodded quickly. Yes, now you can go home. Don't report what happened to the police. It could backfire. Hesitating for a few seconds, Boram agreed reluctantly. I understand. You timed the warehouse door before giving the order. She could remove the bag after a minute for the unknown benefactor. She obediently complied, though she saw nothing. Yes, Boram said politely, her voice echoing off the dust-covered walls. 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, 60. The last numbers were counted out under the blazing sun, so she could quickly remove the mask covering her face. Her bewildered face turned left and right, as if searching for something. What's going on? The empty warehouse made the traumatized woman Boram feel like she was caught in a dizzying spin. There's nothing here. This can't be a dream, right? The sun gradually faded, giving way to the moon shining high in the sky. Ryumin opened the door and greeted softly. Bonnie, you're home. Seeing Ryumin hurriedly run out to welcome him, he noticed his own masculine pink jacket. You're itching to show off, that's my jacket. Where have you been? The sudden question left him speechless. For manners. He started play acting, brushing past, as if he hadn't heard. Phew, I'm so tired, really tired. Seeing his brother drenched in sweat, the boy anxiously fired off questions non-stop. Where did you go? Have you eaten dinner? Ryumin shrugged off his jacket and sighed. Not yet. Hearing his weary tone, Ryumin asked again before he could even exhale. Shall we order food? He swallowed a forced sigh and replied, yeah, call whatever you want. Looking closely at the fabric of his jacket, he silently recalled the bloody moment that had just passed. It's spotless, but I can't give it back to him. Waiting for Ryumin to order, the boy suddenly saw his beloved jacket thrown into the trash and sprayed with adhesive all over. Min, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? Seeing his impatient younger brother, he calmly propped his hip and casually said, It's old. I'll buy you a new one. You've worn this too long. Yet the boy was so upset, he started crying, making him flustered as he tried to comfort him. I'll buy you a better one. Okay. Ryumin's handsome face briefly darkened his sad eyes, revealing all his inner feelings. No, it's not necessary. School's closed anyway, and you can't go outside. The fatigue already weighing on Ryumin sank deeper, clearly frustrated at being stuck at home and unable to attend school because of something like Sim-Hyun Tech. An idea sparked, and he immediately said something that brightened the gloomy boy's face. Bonnie, do you want to go out and play with me tomorrow? We'll go to Everland. Thinking he misheard, the boy quickly confirmed again Everland. Really, I'm serious. Seeing his brother's expression change in an instant, he laughed and ruffled the boy's hair affectionately. Yeah, we'll eat dinner quickly and go sleep early. The amusement park appeared before them, the lively noise rushing into their ears. The two brothers, Ryumin, were so happy, they grinned like they'd lift off the ground. It's been so long since I've been here. Watching his excited brother look around silently. Ryumin silently blamed himself for the tough times lately that had kept him from bringing him here sooner, before they both got lost in the lively moments of the complex. They exchanged a few words. Is this place still open? Lately there have been far more places closing than opening. In moments like this, hope is an important belief, when suddenly a family of 3 wearing bunny ear headbands happily stepped out of the souvenir shop, catching real world's attention. Oh! A sly look appeared in the wooden-headed older brother's eyes, accompanied by an uneven smile. The boy hurriedly pulled his brother straight ahead, without giving him a moment to think. Bingo over there. First, hurry up. The vibrant stall filled with all kinds of panda plushies, from tiny ones that fit in the palm of your hand to huge ones. You can't hug fully made Ryumin's embarrassed face shine even brighter as he wore the panda headband. What do you think Ryumin, seeing the star aura radiating from him, hand swinging the headbands non-stop? You're super cool. So cute pick, that one. Wow, so many cute things. Seeing his little brother so happy made him happy too. Sure, take whatever you like, Bonnie. After the shopping trip, Ryumin turned to probe the boy. What do you want to do now? Seems like you've been waiting for this question, Ryumin immediately replied. We have to do everything here. True to his word, the two spent the day playing rare game. It's like the roller coaster and the water spin, which left Ryumin choking because he was soaked. After the dangerous rides, they went to Hailin to watch baby pandas' daily lives. He quietly enjoyed the happy moment with his little brother. Wow, twin pandas are so adorable. Silently grateful for his quick thinking the day before, feeling gloomy going out like this was definitely good. Half a day into playing Ryumin, suddenly remembered his brother's work, feeling restless, and immediately asked, "But Min, tomorrow is the 1st of May. Is it okay for you to be playing with me like this?" Of course I'm happy. But understanding the worry, he gently reassured, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. This time it'll be over 10 hours, so even if I sleep a bit longer, don't be afraid." Hearing that, the boy became even more anxious. 10 hours isn't dangerous, right, brother? You have to come back safely, okay? The boy's worry was like a cool stream, calming the unease in Ryumin's heart. You worry too much, he said, stroking that soft hair silently. Telling himself, I promised I wouldn't leave you alone. He quickly changed the subject so neither of them would get stuck in anxious thoughts. That's enough. Worrying, what should we do now? Let's go tour the zoo. Okay. April 30th, 1:50 a.m. The skyscraper shimmered with warm lights glowing far into the outer space. Ryumin lay sprawled on the bed, suddenly awakened from a deep sleep. His phone vibrated repeatedly, forcing him to check immediately. Injury messages flooding into standby mode popped up rapidly. Man, it's almost midnight. Boo-hoo. I believe this time will be fine too. Do your best. Okay. Keep going, keep going. See you later. He could only chuckle at the closing icon below. Clearly she was very nervous. Ryumin's eyes flared like a fire, his lips grinning unceasingly. Don't worry from now on. I'll protect you. After checking everything once, he calmly placed the phone on the table. It was time to go. The clock had just struck midnight, but the owner had already closed his eyes long ago without caring. A group of players were summoned to a vast unfamiliar land, with no AI announcements yet. So some began chatting to ease the tension. Are we all here already? No way. I think they haven't arrived yet. Last round there were about 500 survivors, but surprisingly that backfired quickly. Oh, that makes sense. Even Ganu, the one who started it all, has to reconsider. The atmosphere felt a bit empty. Ryumin stood silently listening carefully and thought. It does feel empty, since the first round had nearly 10,000 people. But this emptiness will pass soon. Suddenly, Oliver descended from the sky like a deity from old tales. Glad to see you all. Congratulations on reaching round 5. The greeting went unacknowledged by the AI, leaving a somber mood. She didn't care about being embarrassed, and even sneered mockingly. What's with your face? Smile for once. The last round was so fun. You really suffered, killing your own kind. But the hatred in your eyes is so clear. Oliver was choking in frustration, then said, All right, I'll stop. Boring, your reactions are dull. A total of 442 survivors were summoned. You should have had 521. But we lost nearly 80. Looks like there was a real-life conflict. The crowd whispered excitedly after hearing that announcement. We're down to fewer people again, always the same. But she barely cares about those mundane feelings, and quickly cuts us off. Well, it's fine. What you all do in real life is none of my business. However, with only a few people we can't play properly. The beautiful face hidden behind the veil suddenly revealed a cold smile that sent chills down the spine. So I've prepared something for all of you. Oliver propped his chin with a sly smile, then calmly dropped shocking news merging the regions. One player couldn't hold back and raised his hand to ask, Can you explain that in more detail? She frowned and clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed by the slow processing. You don't get it. You're making me do more work. It was definitely the merging of the regions, but since she had to do her duty, she tried to use the last bit of patience to explain, I don't know if you realize, but there are hundreds of regions in your country. Exactly 875. The crowd below stirred loudly. What dip? Are there really that many regions in our country? This reaction made Oliver burst out laughing contemptuously. Haha, there's no need to be shocked. Compared to other countries, that number is actually low. The first questioner seemed convinced and added, if there are 10,000 people in each region, then some countries must have more regions. Nazi next to him chimed in. Right, if there's an angel in every region. Imagining something, he blurted out. So doesn't that mean there are at least 10,000 angels? The people around, loving the key phrase, immediately scrambled. You're right, that many angels. She grinned and continued to mock. That's just your speculation. You're only now realizing there's an angel in every region. How foolish. Nazi quickly jumped in, tilting his head to question back. Then isn't there someone behind you all who created this survival game? This sharpness made Oliver freeze stiff, her lips moving but unable to utter a rebuttal. Yet she snapped back to herself, quickly regaining speech, and hurriedly denied, What makes you think that? He believed he'd uncovered the truth, and clung firmly to his view. I don't think 10,000 angels would team up to create a survival game without a purpose. Oliver suddenly flew at him with a challenging question. And if we really did team up, would you praise us? She poked Nazi's forehead with a sharp finger and warned, Don't ask pointless questions anymore, or you'll be killed. He was so scared he trembled all over with a pale face and wisely blurted out 3 words. I'm sorry. She returned to her usual spot in midair, but the tension lingered like a sour note. Yeah, humans. Ryumin quietly observed from start to finish, a seed of doubt growing in his mind. Surely he'd hit a nerve, and there must be a rule forbidding angels from talking about the game's creator. The more he thought, the more certain he felt. He was on the right track. There was no way a single angel defeated by players could have created such a survival game. Oliver suddenly spoke arrogantly, cutting off his thoughts. I won't answer any more of your stupid questions. Just focus on surviving. She gave no room for debate and hurriedly closed the matter. There's no time to waste. I'm starting the region merge now. Remember, we're doing this because you have too few people left. To prevent any truth-seekers like Nazi, she threatened further. Don't spread any nonsense stories. No sooner said than the ground shook deep. Cracks formed evenly, radiating a brilliant golden energy that made everyone ask in unison. What's that? An earthquake. The mysterious power divided space into neat square grids, all adjacent like a subdivided plot of land. The region closest to them suddenly moved violently, and the surrounding flames burned stronger than anywhere else. Everyone's eyes witnessed a more shocking scene than moving mountains and filling seas. The players, whether standing or sitting, all wore the same shocked, stunned expression. The intense, scorching pressure from the newly risen neighboring territory began to spread to the area housing nearly 400 surface dwellers. It was lifted like the lid of Pandora's box. No one knew what would burst out from deep inside. After releasing enough energy, the entire area was bathed in a shimmering golden glow. The lands all simultaneously radiated an invisible pressure. Even after the light gradually faded, only faint sparks remained in that place. But a brand new face carrying the heat slowly emerged. When the cracks healed, a voice echoed in the space asking, Is it over? The sharpest player regained composure. First looked around for a while, then cautiously said, Those people are Oliver, understanding the good intention. Someone answered the question. Chung L has completed the area fusion. She folded her hands casually, but her tone urged, What's going on with you all? Introduce yourselves. Mizzen, having just entered, thanks to the fusion, echoed excitedly, How long are you going to stare at each other? Everyone's eyes widened. Mouths agape, faces full of disbelief. Another angel. 10 angels, as if confirming their guess. A dozen angels gathered in the blazing red sky. Oliver, representing the sisterhood, gave a brief greeting. You probably know humans, but we have merged areas with few people. She tucked a curly lock of hair behind her ear before calmly announcing the result. We combined 10 areas into one. The total number of people here is 4844. This astronomical figure left all players confused. 10 areas, and we already have nearly 5,000 people. Oh my God, that's crowded. But what she wanted to convey didn't end there. The other areas were the same. That means the area's name must change. Oliver looked straight down and emphasized every word. From now on, the area will be called CS number 1, containing only players from Korea. The news stirred even more waves. The crowd grew chaotic. Everyone here is Korean. At least we can communicate. But later we might have to merge with other countries. Ryumin quietly agreed inwardly, but planned further ahead. That's obvious. But the area mergers keep happening every time with fewer than 5,000 people per area. In his mind, he painted a harsh future. Later, when there are fewer than 50,000 players in all of Korea, we'll have to compete with players from other nations. For now, he was somewhat satisfied with the current state. Well, will it happen in room 11 or somewhere else? But forget that, better focus on the present. Ryumin looked at the white-winged figures above him, boldly predicting that the angels would start the side game soon. Indeed, after a discussion, Oliver stepped up as spokesperson again. Before we announce the main mission, we will create a simple side game to celebrate the fusion of areas. She led the pace professionally successfully, instilling a competitive spirit in every player. There's one representative per area, right? But now that we're merged, what should we do? Obviously, we need a new representative, right? A female player beside Ryumin boldly repeated, "A new representative." She raised her index finger to explain the sole rule. The rule is simple: former representatives step forward and fight. Cruelty poured from her words everywhere. Meanwhile, Oliver enjoyed it thoroughly. Until only one survives, that person will be chosen as the new representative. Discussions with various tones reached her ears. We have to slaughter each other to become the representative. Oh my God, that's cruel. Cuckoo sounds good. It's interesting to see who will become the representative. I wish there was popcorn here. Among those forced into the whirlwind, some showed deep unhappiness. They laughed because they didn't have to fight. Izora was also frantically playing mental bingo. We have to kill each other to pick a representative. Jimin gritted his teeth, blaming himself for the past. I shouldn't have become the representative. Besides those burdened with worry, there were those enlisted in the tribe. Maybe if we die, we'll revive. But whatever their mood, they all shared one unspoken thought. Can I give up the right to be the representative? The only person harboring private thoughts is probably Ryumin. Until now, being the representative hasn't brought any benefits at all. But from this region, it's different. I have to win this death match and become the representative no matter. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Oliver timely launched a calming remedy. Everyone doesn't need to be so scared. You won't really die. You'll be revived after the game. Sure enough, having insurance in your back pocket makes you braver. Jimin suddenly brightened up in an instant. Oh, this time we won't die. But the other representatives still subtly showed doubt. She noticed their reaction wasn't fierce enough, so she threw out a tastier bait. You must think being the representative doesn't really have any real benefits. The new representative will have a title, a dominant position, instead of just authority. The crowd below froze, listening, as she painted a tempting picture. It will give you the power to control players of lower ranks. It's an upgraded version of authority that lets you control players as long as their rank is lower than yours. However, you can still only use it 10 times, and the position will be given to whoever kills the current representative. Oliver curled the corner of his mouth into a smile full of hidden meaning, psychologically manipulating them, like honey dripping into ears. Pretty tempting, huh? Having the ability to dominate the others. Sure enough, some naive fish rushed headfirst into this sugar-coated bullet. If their rank is lower than mine, I can control them. Control what Jimin clenched her fists, burning with fighting spirit. Even the manifestation of this profession made her 10 times more satisfied. Immediately signaled to get to work. Looks like everyone's motivated now. Then get ready. The player side is settled, but now the angels face a tough problem. When Harry spoke. Now there's a merged region. We have to choose one representative, she asked. But the answer was deadly silence. Is there any AI volunteering for this position? Realizing she'd misspoken, she sighed deeply. Of course, I shouldn't have asked that. Priscilla took the chance to jab an angel volunteering to work is just an anomaly. Ms. N stepped up just in time to ease the awkward atmosphere. We all know there's no AI volunteering. So what should we do? Any ideas? Harry snapped his fingers to announce the dice-rolling idea. But SAO Nova immediately dismissed it without a second thought, leaving it to chance. NDT0 is plenty, but it's a bit boring. Annette joined the discussion, taking turns, but SAO Ledden pointed out the flaw. That's not fair. The later numbers would never get to be representatives. Natalia jumped in to agree. Exactly. We'll have to merge the region eventually anyway. Alice crossed her arms with a short, tired sigh. Is there a way that's both fun and fair? Priscilla suddenly came up with a bold idea. So SAO representatives are gearing up to fight, huh? I shot Oliver a meaningful glance. The representative angel who dies first will determine which angel becomes the representative. The other girls immediately cheered excitedly. Seems like they're sure their home team won't come in last. Sounds fun. Good idea. I like that. Any AI agreement? They all raised their hands to vote at once so fast the AI couldn't even change its mind. I agree, me too. Me as well. Amid the chorus of agreement, Oliver suddenly jumped in to disrupt. Wait, this one is SAO. She stood beneath the blazing red orb and calmly proposed a contrary idea instead of the first to die. Choose the angel with the last survivor. She glared at Priscilla, hissing each word through clenched teeth. Become the queen among us. Oliver crossed her arms and confidently explained her view. The angel responsible for humanity who stands last will become king. Priscilla, no repeats. King, she readily enlightened her competitor. Just as the title implies, the other angels will fully obey the king's orders. For example, if they're just a guiding angel, that angel must carry out the mission, because that's the king's command. Harry suddenly got excited, joining the discussion. So if our humanity wins, then we also win SAO. And if we win, we can also take on the role of king, like our humanity. Why do the others immediately agree? Sure. Oh, that sounds interesting. A king, huh? That actually sounds exciting. What a clever idea. Priscilla sensed the wind had shifted and casually jabbed, daring to suggest the winner becomes king. Looks like you're way too confident. Oliver didn't hesitate to admit. Of course I am confident. I smirked into a provocative smile. Who knows? Our regional representative, it isn't easy to defeat. Our humanity has never lost first place in the region. She feigned indifference. Oh, really? But secretly despised. What a foolish, hairy-brained idiot. First place in the region. Just because of that, you dare to be arrogant, huh? Oliver pictured Ryumin in his mind, strengthening his confidence. If she knew our regional rep was an AI, she'd probably be shocked enough to fall over. She turned to confirm with her direct rival. Which SAO player messes up now quits. Priscilla angrily spun away, but still boldly said, I have no reason to refuse. At this point, every AI places all their SAO hopes on their player. Only cheers of support remained in the air. I agree too. Sounds more interesting. Me too. I'm sure our regional rep won't fall easily. With no AI objecting, Mizzen urged. Since it's decided, let's begin. Oliver, go inform them. She shouted, all right, I accept the mission. Hovering mid-air, she announced the upcoming battle rules. We will start a special match to decide the regional representative. The death match begins now. You will kill or be killed until only one remains in this arena. The regional players below clenched their lips and fists with determination. Though from different regions, they unknowingly share the same goal right now. Of course, Ryumin is no exception among those with great ambition. 10 representatives gathered. Each AI looked up at the angel standing above them. Oliver raised his hand with satisfaction, signaling the start. The ground beneath everyone suddenly shook violently. They were all trapped in a blazing arena completely separated from the other players. The surrounding walls rose gradually from the ground. The arena resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. The construction happened in the blink of an eye. When the dust cleared, the massive structure appeared fully formed. The 10 representatives looked around in shock, their faces still stunned. Oliver excitedly admired his work, then smiled brightly, reminding them again. If you die outside the arena, you won't be resurrected. So even if it costs your life, don't leave here. Until this moment, the strange deathmatch alliance still tried to stay calm. Hearing her command, then let's start. I've been waiting for this. Each took out their destined weapon, activated combat mode, and raised their guard. Some pairs had even identified their targets. They stared at each other with fiery eyes. Jimin optimistically calculated, if I just kill the other 9, I'll become the SAO king. He scanned the area quietly and concluded to himself. Seeing no one strike first, it seemed everyone was cautious. Makes sense. If they're all regional reps, they must have some strength. He carried blind faith. Glancing like Jiang Lak, he smirked silently with sarcasm. Still, there's definitely no bastard stronger than me here. Of course, this confidence has a basis. Jimin had held first place since this started. I've never lost first place in the region. Besides, my rune dissolution skill is cheating like a cursed sword. It knows exactly where to strike. He recalled his glorious past and wondered. Thanks to that, I've killed 3 people in the 4th room. What are they doing? Why aren't they fighting yet? Harry shared the same question with him, so he was also gritting his teeth, urging to start the fight quickly. Nova was muttering curses under his breath, about to burst into flames. You humans. Jimin looked at the 2 angels fuming in the air and began to wonder what was going on. Were they betting or something? Why were they so impatient? I was already planning to make a move. He decided to take the lead and ignite this battle. After all, no one here is stronger than me. I'll take this chance to make a strong impression and scare them all. And to do that, he carried a bellyful of schemes. He moved to the middle of the arena and stopped. After determining the right distance, he slowly drew his sword. Jimin stared intently at the representatives in front of him. His wrinkle-free mind began to fabricate stories. I need something real, a sacrificial lamb to elevate my performance. He lowered his center of gravity into a defensive stance, wildly inviting a challenge inside. Anyone will do. Step up. I'll send that person to the grave right here. The fat goat had offered itself willingly, so there was no reason to refuse. Ryumin stepped out to everyone's astonishment. He calmly carried his scythe on his shoulder, observing this idiot from head to toe. Jimin's inner self expressed satisfaction. The sword in his hand shifted from vertical to horizontal, preparing to strike. Finally, it's here. My first sacrifice. If there were a contest for inner monologue skills, he would be firmly at the top, because even now he was still thinking to himself. But honestly, that scythe is ridiculously huge, and that weapon isn't common at all. Jimin didn't rate his opponent very highly. He confidently gave a contemptuous smile. I've seen many with nicknames made of words, but very few actually use such weapons. Ryumin noticed the other kept staring and smiling awkwardly. He silently displayed his username above his head. His mind immediately descended into chaos. Ryumin. His nickname was Ryumin. What Jimin gripped the sword with both hands, trying to reassure himself and keep a calm exterior. Maybe it's just a coincidence in names. It can't be. I'm pretty sure no one can share a nickname with another player. But the hypnosis process didn't work as expected. His hand went limp like soft noodles and lowered the sword. Then, that person must be you. Holding the scythe, he stepped closer. His suspicions only grew stronger inside his head. Number 1 in the entire region. Kako, the level 30 player. That unusual reaction caught the attention of the observing angels, successfully igniting their argument. That human. What? He looks confident, so why is he stunned now? Ledden didn't bother with pleasantries and challenged him on the spot. Priscilla, isn't he your regional representative? She silently bit her hand, frustration forcing her to curse quietly. What the hell is he doing, that stupid human? Caring. Priscilla kept shouting toward Jimin. What? You're still standing there while she's freaking out like she's dying. The person beside her couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kikahihihi. She ignored her image and shouted loudly. What's so funny, Oliver? She tried to hold back laughter, then spoke without any sincerity. Bye. Sorry. But this is just too funny. What can I do? Oliver pointed toward the arena, explaining to the sisters. Look at that human. He's staring right at my regional representative, shaking like a blade of grass in the wind. Priscilla mechanically followed the direction of the finger. She blankly confirmed your regional representative. Her mind and abilities still refused to accept reality. That giant scythe is truly impressive, but I don't sense any aura strong enough to make him tremble like that. Not like the first time. She saw her turn back to Oliver and repeated that observation once again. So you're saying my regional representative was frozen in fear just because of yours? She admitted it cheerfully. Doesn't it look exactly like that? But Priscilla has a script she keeps playing over and over. Now that she's been slapped in the face, she keeps trying to rehash it. Stop talking nonsense, Oliver thought. Is being the regional leader just about laying eggs? My regional representative has never lost the #1 spot since the first round. The other sisters bowed their heads, listening as the two bickered loudly. #1 in the entire region. You dare lie to me, but you still don't realize I think the angels who glanced at the rankings should already know that name. Sure enough, among the reluctant spectators, an angel recognized Ryumin. Ryumin. I remember that name. He's the human who always appears whenever the results are announced. Priscilla trembled all over, unsure if it was fear or anger. But that name truly unsettled her inner self. Hakko is Oliver's regional representative. If that really is Ryumin, then my regional rep isn't a match for him anymore. At that moment, a loud noise rang in her ear, making her startle sharply. It turned out that below the arena, Jimin's neck was cleanly sliced by a scythe, successfully becoming the first to be sent off with a lunchbox. Ryumin sheathed his weapon just as he rolled swiftly to Oliver's feet, not missing the chance to pour fuel on the fire. Looks like Priscilla's out. The remaining representatives were also terrified and mentally shaken by this finishing move. Ryumin. Why is Ryumin here? The 8 fighters on the arena floor felt like ants in a hot pan. Without planning it, they all thought the same. Even if we band together, we can't beat him. Maybe I'll die without even reacting just like that guy. How can I possibly defeat a level 30? I'm only level 13. Isra suddenly looked down at the bow in his hands. Inside, he was struggling fiercely with his doubts. The unlucky #2, seeing you target him, instinctively kept retreating. Ryumin, it's great to meet you, Hahaha, I'm really happy to be in the same region as the famous Ryumin. I could cry from joy. Haha. The closer Ryumin got, the more unsettled he became. Wait a minute. Let's talk first to Zira. Afraid of being implicated, he immediately raised his hands in surrender. Look, I even put my weapon down. I don't intend to fight you. Once someone started, the whole group agreed on a new approach. Everyone looked at the winged women to express this stance. Angels, I surrender. I give up. Me too. I surrender as well. Me as well. I admit defeat. Leiden shouted resentfully, huh? What a shameful scene. Giving up. You just said you're giving up. You humans. Alice sighed in disappointment. They ruined the fun. Maizen, reluctantly representing the sisters, issued an ultimatum. I warn you, anyone who mentions surrender will have their head explode instantly. And if that happens, don't even dream of resurrection. Understand, those eager to take shortcuts were suddenly doused with cold water. Everyone's faces turned pale as death. Izira suddenly looked down at the bow in his hands. Inside, he was struggling fiercely with his doubts. Another representative boldly made a suggestion. We have 8 people. Maybe we can still win. Ryumin appeared calm on the outside, but was calculating rapidly inside. So these angels are even more terrifying than me. Looks like they plan to attack me all at once. From his expressionless face, a faint smile cracked, because inside he was full of contempt. No matter how hard they try, ants are still just ants. This attitude inadvertently triggered the competitive instincts of the other 8. That bastard is mocking us. He's confident just because he's a higher level. We're still the top-ranked fighters known in our region. Nonsense. The frustration has been vented. I wonder who led the charge, shouting at everyone to rush in and take him down. Ryumin said nothing. He silently gathered his strength into his legs and blinked away from his original position. His blood-red eyes locked onto each target's location. The scythe in his hand was ready to finish off anyone who charged forward. He moved in a mesmerizing wave pattern, clearing every obstacle cleanly along the way. The 4 remaining representatives hadn't moved yet, when they all suddenly sprayed out a stiff glue. Everyone stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at this impending punishment. Of course, they didn't have to wait long. In the blink of an eye, Ryumin appeared and sent the entire group out of the match. An 8-on-1 fight that seemed unbalanced ended in a way no one expected. The angels watching from mid-air all silently wore solemn expressions. Harry was the quickest to recover, stammering as he spoke. I didn't think it would end so easily. Nova and Leiden chimed in together. So it's over. Ryumin, an already won, hard to accept. But they had to respect reality. Then, as the archangel responsible for Ryumin, Oliver should be treated like a king throughout this unified period. Priscilla, losing patience, loudly shouted the winner's name, Oliver. She couldn't swallow her anger and stormed over to question. Did you already know this would happen? She crossed her arms calmly and admitted, Of course I knew. This indifferent attitude only made Priscilla furious. I know, Priscilla. I'm too excited, and it's making the rest of you sisters angry. Those damn girls tricked us. She made that proposal because she was sure she would win. Oliver suddenly mocked this tall dimwit. Why do you state the obvious like that? She blurted something out. Then she calmly lectured to open the other's eyes. I naturally proposed the game because I had the advantage from the start. Do you know why I made that proposal? Oliver looked down on her with disdain, then flipped the question back. Besides, did I force you to accept the bet? No. Everyone thought it would be fun, so you agreed to join. So now you're going to say something different. Priscilla's voice was cracking with rage. She finally spat out a word. You. She provocatively pushed. What's that? You planning to hit me? Go ahead. Hit me. Oliver K. Fearless casually warned her. Don't do something dumb. An angel fighting in front of humans, and embarrassing us too. If the Archangel finds out about this, you'll be tossed into the insect bag. Priscilla involuntarily thought of that terrible punishment. All frustration had to be swallowed down. The insect bag can hold anything except that. Knowing her opponent's weak spot, she grew bolder. So what now? You don't want to fight me anymore? After all, since I won, I'm the king now. At least temporarily, Priscilla. You're going to lead this unified region, I stammered, asking. For how long? Oliver replied calmly without forgetting to urge, until I feel better. What are you doing? Go do your work. I have no choice but to fly away in shame. I never thought I'd have to bet on something like this. Priscilla stood before the remaining players and solemnly declared, Humph, humans like you see. The representative of the unified region has been decided. The system then jumped out to announce congratulations to player Ryumin for becoming the new representative of CS Zone 07. Temporary skill, sovereign authority, compulsory control over one player of the same or lower level. They cannot resist the command under any circumstances, up to a maximum of 10 times. She tapped her fingers anxiously. I already knew Ryumin would become the regional representative because he's level 30. He can command any AI he wants. I should try to win his favor. After making this plan clear, Priscilla moved on to the current urgent task. Now that other players will be revived by decision, she only needed to lightly wave her wings. Divine power radiated throughout the space. The 9 bodies slumped in pools of blood, suddenly glowed brightly all around. Each person was enveloped in a radiant golden ring. Jimin sat up in panic, his face still showing shock. Before resurrecting, Izira held his head and asked, "What just happened?" Nazi nervously groped his body, suspicious. I clearly remembered my body had been slashed, but Priscilla couldn't bear it, and had to reveal the truth. "You have all lost the match. The new representative of the unified region is Hak Kao." Only then did everyone realize the truth. Each person spoke up, causing the whole arena to erupt in chaos. So that's what happened. Now I will continue explaining the new rules in the arena. Since the new regional representative has been chosen, the privileges you imposed on those resurrected as representatives will be revoked. Seeing the faces droop and heads hang low, I quickly released a bit of dreamy light, but don't get your hopes up. You always have chances to reclaim the representative spot. Priscilla finished her antics, and then waved her hand toward more important matters. So the reward game was over. "Now I will lead you to the official mission." The announcement board immediately appeared in front of everyone. Round 5 main mission. Kill 300 brains within 10 hours. The side mission is to collect 14 balance stones rewarded upon success. The number of completions in the current region and all temporary regions was 0. Jimin frowned after reading the requirements, wincing like a cat. Stepped on its tail. What kill 300 brains? And why is the completion count so low? His brother next to him shared the same question, only a quarter done. I lost patience because of these complaints. Why are you complaining so much? Are you upset because the final number is too low? Should I lower it even more? The 2 chatterboxes were immediately silenced. I just wished I could become invisible. Priscilla finished being sarcastic and reminded them. According to the rules, you have only gone through easy rounds so far. So this time, a harder mission has been prepared with a lower completion rate. Don't be discouraged. Everyone looked at each other and laughed mockingly. Killing 300 brains is a difficult mission. Aren't brains just low-level monsters? I shook my head in clear frustration, facing them directly. You will understand just how difficult it is. I won't explain further, but some kept their wits about them and spoke up to ask more. Angel, what is the side mission? Why is the reward marked with a question mark? She really knows how to toy with players' minds. The answer was vague, ambiguous, unclear. Unlike previous rounds, this side mission was clearly announced. But as you can see, the reward remains a mystery. Ryumin silently repeated in his mind, carrying his scythe. A great mystery, though his mind already had the answer. The side mission reward for round 5 is the balance gem. It's one of the 18 gems I must collect. And the reward for this side mission is only given to 1 person per region. The key is how you manage to claim victory yourself. Of course, since it's region-based, players from other regions also have a chance to win it. However, its difficulty is higher than the main mission. You can't help but question it deeply, even if you can complete the side mission. How many people out there will meet the conditions to receive the balance gem? Indeed, Priscilla spoke aloud what Ryumin had just thought. The side mission this round is to collect 10 balance stones. Once you collect 4 out of the 10 stones, you will immediately receive the mysterious reward. However, only 1 person can get it. She even provided more details. Because there are only 4 balance stones in this region. Jimin's curiosity sparked. So what if 1 person can't collect all 4 stones? Wouldn't that make the side mission impossible? She curled her lips into a knowing smile, then calmly dropped a terrifying bombshell. That's likely, but don't worry. You can steal balance stones from other players by killing them. The players once again erupted in chatter. Everyone boldly voiced their guesses. We can steal by killing them, just like the regional representative spot. Priscilla finished explaining the rules and then coldly walked away. Exactly, but you can't steal any other items from them, only the balance stones. And unlike before, you won't be resurrected if you die. Death is the end. Feeling something was missing, she suddenly turned back to add some encouragement. With that, I've told you everything you need to know. Now go out there and give it your all." As soon as she finished speaking, the system began counting down the time until the round ends, 15:59. Ryumin, watching the teleport gate where Priscilla had just left, his mind kept reflecting. This is going to be troublesome, all the way to the end of the mission, no matter how difficult. He already had a clear strategy mapped out in his mind. Quickly kill 300 orcs first, and set the 6th record. Then I can help Minjuli. He was the first to leave the arena, returning to the gathering place of ordinary players. But strangely, wherever Ryumin went, everyone timidly avoided him. Only after gaining enough distance would they sneak a glance at his cold back. The mobile low-pressure zone had disappeared, and everyone began regaining basic language skills. He just left. What a relief. I was very surprised when he approached me. I thought I was about to die. Soren scratched his head cluelessly. But where was he going? Sammy boldly made a daring suggestion. "Should we follow him?" Logan ran over and immediately smashed that ridiculous idea. "Are you crazy? Follow Ryumin. Do you want to be controlled by him? You might end up a slave for the rest of your life." Yet he analyzed it perfectly logically and emotionally. But doing something is better than just standing here. Right, Ryumin. And is always the first to act among all of us. That's why he's always ranked first. The others quietly bowed their heads, pondering the final information. Limong seemed the most hesitant. "What if we get caught following him?" Sammy immediately reassured. "We just need to watch from as far away as possible." Only Logan remained quite hesitant, though he didn't want to waste too much time here. So he quickly settled the matter. "If you don't want to stay here, I'll go alone." Then, regardless of others' plans, he went straight ahead decisively. The half-hearted group kept pulling their ears, looking as if they'd swallowed bitter medicine. In the end, Soren led the group following Sam's footsteps. "Whatever we'll go to." That's right, Ryumin definitely knows the way. In a small orc village, except for one standing guard outside, the rest were all bustling in the yard. Ryumin boldly appeared right before them. The players tailing him also spotted the target. "Oh, look, there's a village here." Ryumin entered, and the orc guard saw him approaching with a weapon, immediately shouting in alarm. Ryumin stayed calm as usual, charging with imposing pressure, wielding his familiar deadly scythe close to the enemy's neck. Somehow he placed it precisely on the orc's throat. Before it could take another breath, it felt the coldness in its windpipe. The moment Ryumin's feet touched the ground, the creature collapsed. Ryumin left the still warm body behind, casually walking into enemy territory as if on an eco-tour. The remaining orcs froze, in shock, forgetting their work, as they stared at him. Only when they sensed danger did they shout and draw their weapons, so ready to fight to the death, both sides rushing at each other to start a new battle. Ryumin just lightly swung his arm, the first strike blazing with hot blood flowing along the glowing red scythe. The other pair didn't seem afraid, even knowing they'd stepped into hell. They still charged forward. He spun the scythe in his hand so fast, the wind around could cut through flesh. Then he gripped it tightly with both hands, intending to finish the fight with a single decisive blow. Ryumin's assassin skills were always stunning. 2 unlucky orcs were sent off with clean sweet cuts. He casually left his mark behind and continued on rhythmically toward the next target. Ryumin went straight to the door of the largest hut and then reached out to pull back the covering cloth without hesitation. Inside, the sounds of clashing and killing flashed, and finally he calmly came out, restoring the deadly silence for the whole village. The group watched Ryumin leave in shock. Who dared make a sound? Only after confirming he had left did they whisper to each other. "Looks like these orcs aren't very strong, probably just like the Jinan we've hunted before. Or is it easy because the one fighting them was Ryumin? He went to test the waters for us, so now everyone was fired up with fighting spirit. Don't get too confident." "Right, don't be careless. It's no longer early. Let's find a village and clear it out." "Right." On the surface, things seemed peaceful, but the Hmong was the first to harbor private doubts. "Do we really have to go with these guys?" The others silently shared the same. His thought was to wait for an opportunity and pick off each one individually. Having more targets to absorb damage was better. The uneasy group followed the forest edge for a while, until someone finally shouted, "Oh, there's a village here." They imitated Ryumin, revealing themselves openly, but the difference was that this place was noisier. "Oh, this one's bigger, about 3 times the size of the village from before." Right, the sentry snail sensed imminent danger. and blew its horn without hesitation, the sound rising and falling in a distinct rhythm. Echoing through the space, the other snails in the village immediately heightened their alertness. The Soren group froze, scared by this action. Frantically, they looked at each other and asked, why did that snail blow the horn? Is it calling for reinforcements? Wait, only now did the rookies realize they had provoked a fire ant nest by mistake. They had just grasped the scale of their target. Before they could recover, they were about to face fury coming from all directions. The 5 snails, weapons in hand, quickly circled everyone into a tight, small ring. Whether by size or number, even a fool could see the players were at a disadvantage. Though everyone held weapons ready, their voices betrayed their trembling fear. This village is a bit too big. Probably over 50 snails, right? Things are heating up. Sammy asked a silly question. What do we do now? Soren shouted irritably. What else is there to do? Just survive. No sooner had he spoken than a giant snail charged, making him lose his voice in fear. They're coming. I don't know when he joined the Optimists Club, but he boldly yelled this meaningless reassurance. They only outnumber us. Kill them. Soren's sharp sword plunged into the big thorn on the snail. As he pulled back hastily, he quickly slashed across its chest with a precise strike. How does this give him any hope? These guys are really weak. Sammy next to him eagerly echoed the sentiment. They moved slowly too, so Soren pressed the advantage. He stabbed straight through the heart of the barely active snail, feeling proud as he did. But as the saying goes, don't crow too soon. He got too excited earlier. Now he suddenly panicked. My sword's stuck! The snail was just waiting for this. It swung a heavy hammer down on his head. In the chaotic air, only the clash of weapons and curses remained. Zap, 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 die, you damn snails! But it seemed the players were not gaining the upper hand. Sammy even unexpectedly collapsed. Bitter that he was killed by a snail, seeing the sharp blade about to fall on him, his inner voice screamed, Save me! Meanwhile, Ryumin was blinking rapidly while silently wondering, I don't see those tailing guys anymore. Actually, he knew 20 people were trying to move silently. Remembering this, Ryumin blamed himself. Why was I worried? They have 20 people after all. Unless they touched a large snail village, he'd already mapped his own plans. Those villages have some pretty strong snails, so it's best to stay away like this sentry. Snail blowing the horn, and the over 50 snails. Quickly gathering there. Going deeper means facing over 200 snails. Ryumin was attacking smaller villages, while calculating that snails' muscle strength far exceeds humans. And ironically, the things he tried to avoid the other players all recklessly rushed into, not missing a single detail. If the sword gets stuck inside, pulling it out is tough, and those snails are very tough too. Despite his thoughts, Ryumin's hands and feet didn't slow down. He swung his scythe to finish off the snail in front of him. In his mind, he reviewed his experience once more. The best way is to sever the neck and finish them in a single strike. Ryumin took advantage of its sluggishness and made multiple precise cuts just to be sure. He ended his internal monologue with this conclusion: that's for an ordinary person. He gently placed his foot on the ground. He ended his internal monologue with a final thought. That's for an ordinary person. He gently placed his foot on the ground. The black blood still lingered around. Ryumin lightly poked his scythe into the stiff back of the oaky creature. It collapsed immediately, like a gutted building. He quietly called up the progress window, even though the time left was still 22. But he was the first to complete the progress of killing 300 oak not only in CS number 07 but across the entire Ryumin area. Retracting his scythe, he looked hesitant. It took me about an hour to finish the main mission. There's still plenty of time. Should I go help Min Julie? It was the original idea anyway. He decisively opened the tracking mode on another OC village. Manji hurried over to ask, Guild leader, are you okay? Young-ho dropped to his knees panting and said immediately, Honestly, I thought I was dead. Why are these OCs so strong? The new Challenge Guild members complained. Yeah, even though they move very slowly. We really shouldn't underestimate them. After a short rest, he suddenly remembered the mission and started investigating. Manji, how many have we killed so far? He replied quickly. About 50. Young-ho scratched his chin in disappointment. 5 people and only 50 kills in an hour. At this rate, we'll be eliminated. Noah sat down and raised his hand to correct. Stop, the word eliminated is wrong. Owen stood nearby, making a cutting gesture across his neck, then continued. If we don't kill enough, we'll die. He exhaled sharply, pulling at his hair for a while, before sharing a bold plan. Maybe we have to attack bigger villages, Manji cautiously confirmed. Isn't that too dangerous? Roman agreed. He's right. It's already hard to fight 3 OC at once, so how could we handle bigger villages? Owen shyly voiced a conservative idea. I think we should just focus on attacking small villages. Young-ho didn't deny it, but wanted the team to face reality. You're right, I admit it. But if we keep going like this, we won't kill 300 OC and we'll die too. We have to take a gamble. He added a word, but then paused to focus attention. Then Young-ho looked them straight in the eye. He stated the survival ideal. Remember, a sinking ship won't get you back to shore. The night forest grew darker and darker. Only the rustling sounds of insects filled the air. After a long walk, the group finally reached the edge of the forest. A flicker of light between 2 cliffs made Manji shout, "Ah, I see it. That's the village we saw earlier." But then he lowered his voice to warn, "Wait, it looks like there's a guard post there." Young-ho immediately suggested, "Let's go around it." The group didn't hesitate and moved together through the darkness toward that village. It seemed the heavens were on their side. They cleared the path for them. "Look, there's a gap we can slip through." Manji took the lead toward it. Peeking over the fence to observe the quiet scene inside made him breathe a little easier. It seemed no one was around. Taking advantage of this, the group slipped in one by one, using large crates as cover. Young-ho tilted his head and whispered, "Are they all inside the tents?" Manji looked around for a moment and replied, "I think there are about 5 in each tent." The info made Young-ho stroke his chin thoughtfully. This village is bigger than I thought." Owen then firmly knocked Noah's head when he tried to use something idiot. At that moment, Roman came up with an idea. "Should we raid each tent one by one?" Although Risky Young-ho agreed. "Sounds good. We're here anyway." Manji nodded in agreement. "All right, if we raid properly, 5 OC is easy." No sooner said than done. They tightened their grips on their weapons and headed to the first target. "Let's start with this tent. We'll charge on my signal after making sure nothing unexpected happens." Young-ho waved his hand quietly to give the order. The group gently pushed aside the curtain to enter inside, and soon reached the large door of the tent. Young-ho nodded to confirm one last time with everyone. Then they all kicked the door hard and burst in. The scene before their eyes made their faces turn pale. "Huh, a swarm of orcs inside, turning his head toward them." The number stunned Young-ho. "Huh." 10 of them are leisurely working. Suddenly some uninvited guests rushed in from somewhere. The nearest orc growled, struggling to stand up. Owen stammered at the situation. 10 is too many, way too many. What should we do? Young-ho was at a loss. We have no choice but to face them. Let's take them down one by one. Then he shouted orders to everyone. "Left one first!" The others responded in unison. "Got it!" The orc swung its club toward Owen, but luckily he blocked it. Young-ho took this opportunity to tighten his grip on the sword rush to its left side, and without hesitation struck its leg with a sharp blow. The precise attack injured its support leg, causing its massive body to falter and collapse. Manji immediately took momentum, swinging his blade in a cold slash across its neck before it could struggle. The orc instantly fell to the ground, lying still and motionless. The death of its comrade made the braid orc roar angrily, then leap toward the group, fire blazing in its eyes. It slammed down in front of Manji like a lightning strike, leaving no time for reaction, delivering a heavy blow to his ribs. It made him cry out in pain. Young-ho acted immediately when he saw his comrade fall, and Manji growled in fury. Tightening his sword, he charged straight at the beast, shouting, "Die, you disgusting thing!" A decisive sword slash cut through the air, finishing the enemy. Before it could react, the braid orc, like its fallen comrade, collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The remaining monsters just gaped, communicating with each other in strange sounds. Even after killing 2 in a row, Young-ho's group dared not act rashly, especially since one member was already injured. A terrifying silence covered the room. The situation remained in a deadlock, and Young-ho began to sweat coldly inside. He kept calculating. There are only 8 left now, but can we handle them? O seemed to read his mind and replied, "No, we should retreat." He stood up straight. "Agreed, I think so too." A second later, the group turned their backs and fled on command. "Let's go." This sudden move startled the orcs behind them, but they didn't freeze for long, immediately rushing out the door in pursuit of the humans. Noah instinctively slashed the curtain in front of the tent, but before they could get far, the scene before them froze them in place. Somehow the other orcs in the village had gathered here. This situation made Noah click his tongue. Roman, supporting Manji, hesitantly asked, "How many are there?" Owen gritted his teeth. Facing the murderous gaze of the monsters before them, there were at least 10. Roman understood clearly the danger they faced. That's it, we're done for. Manji's face turned pale with pain, unwilling, but clenching his fist. Is this how it ends? Suddenly, Yang Ho's calm voice cut through the gloomy atmosphere. Pick up your weapons. But still he couldn't lift his comrade's spirits. Captain, it's over. It's been an honor to be on your team. But he still frowned and continued. Why do you think the orcs haven't killed us yet? Then Yang Ho pointed out what they had overlooked. Look at their faces. Indeed, as he said. They just grinned and stood still, their red eyes shining with amusement, as if watching a bunch of clowns. Because the group had fallen silent, they could clearly hear the monster's scornful laughter all around. Yang Ho saw his friends realize this, so he calmly exposed the truth. They're laughing at us right now. They're happy because we're trembling like rats. Every word stabbed directly at the pride of the 4 remaining. Doesn't that make you angry about being mocked by orcs, treated like monkeys in a zoo? Then Yang Ho fearlessly turned to face them. Don't give up until the very end. Kill at least one orc so at least we don't die in vain. Noah doubted himself a bit, but he still tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to fight. All right, Manji. Despite his injury, Manji drew his sword. Roman shifted into a serious defensive stance, determined. Sorry for showing you my embarrassed side. I will fight alongside you until the very end. The orcs drew their weapons once again, but they stopped mocking and started taking things seriously. Yang Ho observed the enemy while giving instructions. We'll all attack one at a time when I give the signal okay. Noah clearly responded on behalf of everyone. Yes, Captain. He smiled with satisfaction. Then let's fight. But before anything could happen, a loud noise echoed from afar. It shocked the orcs. This sound seemed like a special signal to them, something they couldn't resist even if they wanted to. A second later, more than half the monsters hurriedly turned and ran away, as if terrified of something. 4-legged and 2-legged creatures jostled to move toward the other side of the village. Noah's group didn't understand what was happening, only stunned as they watched. What's going on? Why are they suddenly retreating? Yang Ho's deep, hoarse voice suddenly rang out, drawing their attention back. You guys, he pointed his sword straight at the orcs. No one knows why the others left or why, but a few stubborn ones still stayed. The current situation was very favorable for their group. Yang Ho smiled and ordered, There are only 8 left. Let's go. The remaining 4 immediately regained their spirit, tightened their grip on their weapons, and charged forward. Yes, Captain. After a while, the massive monsters lay piled on top of each other. Noah, panting, shouted in disbelief. We defeated 8 orcs. Owen smiled and looked back. We did it. You did it, Captain. Noah excitedly joined in. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. Yang Ho humbly replied to the praise. Don't say that. It's because you all united and decided to use everything you had. Without you, I'd be dead here too. Then he asked his teammate, How's your wound, Magi? He was trembling, clutching his sword to support himself. Magi tried to lift his lips to answer. It hurts a lot, but I can endure it. I'm okay. Yang Ho noticed his condition was unstable, so he quickly sat down and advised, You need to rest, don't move. Wasn't that too dangerous yet? He calmly replied, Don't worry about me. Then coldly turned away, leaving behind his teammates' caution. Be careful, Captain. After a while, Yang Ho reached the center of the village. The atmosphere around him made him suspicious. Strange how quiet it was. I haven't seen any orcs since earlier. I can't keep hiding like this. He carefully took a few steps deeper inside. Suddenly, a scene in the distance caught Yang Ho's eye. What's that? Looking closer, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A large number of orcs lay scattered on the ground, their bodies covered with terrifying, flickering lightning. Yang Ho, puzzled, stepped closer to observe more carefully. What is this? This massacre exceeded all imagination. Right now, only one question circled in his mind. Who did this? At that moment, Yang Ho suddenly realized he wasn't alone here. Opposite him stood up a person silently lost in thought. Huh, are you Ryumin? Hearing his name, Ryumin turned around in surprise. Huh, someone arrived before me. Seeing the golden name above the other person, he instinctively repeated the name, Cho Yang Ho. The image of his 5 members appeared simultaneously. Ryumin could hardly believe this meeting. He was Cho Yang Ho, the mercenary king. Knowledge gradually resurfaced in Ryumin's mind. One of the melee weapon professions is mercenary. They use a variety of weapons like warriors and possess similar skill sets. But there's a key difference that makes this profession unique, only mercenaries can become stronger by forming contracts with others. Therefore, most mercenaries form teams with acquaintances or sign contracts with the mercenary king. Of course, every relationship comes with obligations. The mercenary king is the only profession that can command mercenaries through contracts and receives bonus effects when the king accepts a contract. So if you're a mercenary, you definitely have to form a contract. Ryumin coldly looked at the newcomer. The person in front of me is Cho Young-ho, the one and only mercenary king, who drifted all the way here by fate. I'm really surprised. I never expected to meet the mercenary king in a place like this. The king in your thoughts shyly scratches his head. Hello there, Lord Hack Cow. This greeting only made Cho Ryumin more astonished. You know who I am. At this moment, Young-ho regained his words. Of course, who wouldn't know Top 1 Ryumin? Then he thought shyly, like a young girl. Wow, I never expected to meet a top player here by chance. Would he hate me if I suddenly reached out to shake his hand? But this friendliness couldn't melt the icy barrier between them. Ryumin pursed his lips, assessing that he didn't seem like the type to stab others in the back. This wasn't much different from your own thought. Well, maybe that's why he received the Mercenary King title. He has a kind heart and the mind of a leader. Young-ho didn't realize he was being nervous. From top to bottom, he still hesitated on how to approach his idol. Maybe talking for a bit would be okay. Next, he cleared his throat to start. Do you kill all the wandering beasts here? Lord Ryumin. Ryumin had nothing to hide. Yes, though expected, hearing the confirmation directly surprised Young-ho. Wow, amazing. Truly the top one in the profession. Then he politely bowed to thank him. Thanks to you distracting the wandering beasts, I was able to survive. But Ryumin coldly brushed off the connection. I didn't even know you were here. Young-ho replied logically. I know it was all by chance, but help is still help, right? Not wanting to confront this guy any longer, you sighed and went along with it. Got it. Once you're done here, quickly gather your other teammates and leave. I've killed all the wandering beasts here, so don't worry. The more they talked, the more confused Young-ho felt. Really? But how do you know I have teammates? Suddenly a sound came from behind, making him turn around quickly. Somehow Noah's group had already arrived here. Young-ho helplessly spoke. Hey guys, what are you doing here? What's up? I told you to wait for me. Owen smiled teasingly. We were worried you'd leave us, man. But it seems Young-ho has no sense of humor. He panicked, defending himself. I'm joking. Where would I go without you guys? Ryumin silently assessed the newly arrived group. It seemed those four were mercenaries who had made contracts with Cho Young-ho. Their situation made you a bit jealous. Surely they stuck close to Young-ho out of concern. This guy also. The loyal followers. Just like a true mercenary king. At this moment, Noah and Owen finally noticed this side. Is that Ryumin? What breeze brought you here? Lord Ryumin. Ryumin shrugged coldly and answered calmly. What else? I just came here for the usual hunt. This perfectly normal reason made the other two sweat nervously. Right. Of course, you usually handle all of them, right? That must be around 100, huh? That's enough talk. You ordered coldly. If you're done, then let's go. Inside, you felt warm and worried for them, since all the wandering beasts were dead. The mid-boss will appear soon. It's dangerous if you get caught up. Being warned by your idol is an honor for those two crazy fans. Got it. See you later, Lord Ryumin. It's an honor to meet you. After bowing, they left one by one. Owen asked his friend. Did you hear something? Noah asked, confused. Hear what he emphasized again. Listen carefully, the sound is getting louder. Even Young-ho was shaken. What is that sound? Ryumin's tone remained steady as always, but his words carried an urging implication. It's the mid-boss. Get out of here. The phrase B.A. surprised him, and he repeated, Did you say boss in the middle of the screen? As soon as the sentence ended, a giant monster appeared in the distance. Owen turned in shock and asked, What was that just now? Noah guessed, could it be a Tran-tin? At that moment, it seemed to notice the tiny humans below and let out a loud roar. Next, he tightened his grip on the weapon and charged forward this way, regardless of the stormy wind created by its footsteps. Ryumin casually glanced at his opponent. Here you are, Tran-tin warrior, even after I killed all the Tran-tin in the village. At first I didn't leave because this guy was a radiant treasure appearing deep inside me, which made me even more determined to get the side quest item, the balancing stone. I need to kill him. The excitement was clear in Ryumin's eyes. Once I take him down and defeat the BA boss of the remaining village, I can complete the side quest. By now, the Tran-tin had entered the central area of Roman village. Unsure, he double-checked with the captain. That guy's furious, right? Yang-ho turned pale and replied, Yeah, probably. The closer that giant monster came, the more Yang-ho trembled. We ran not knowing how fate was guiding us. It seemed to sense something, then turned toward us without hesitation, and swung directly at little Yang-ho below. This sudden attack left him frozen, just bracing for the pain. The Trantin slammed its weapon into the stone floor, creating a massive crack. The others couldn't believe it, and shouted, Luckily Yang-ho is still alive. He sat speechless next to the giant blade. If you looked closely, you could see panic spreading across his face. Earlier, thanks to Ryumin's quick move to pull Yang-ho away with his scythe, he avoided the blow. Though flung backward painfully, he managed to keep his small life. Back to reality. Ryumin scolded confusedly. Why did you just stand there like an idiot? At that moment, Yang-ho regained his composure and gratefully said, Thank you, Lord Ryumin. But Ryumin paid little attention. He barely looked up before ordering, Fall back if you don't want to die. Yang-ho obediently ran away, avoiding the Trantin stepping closer with each step. The prey's escape only fueled its rage further. It clenched its teeth, producing ear-piercing screeches. To Ryumin, those sounds were just taunts. He swung his scythe fiercely and charged straight at it. I'll tear you apart without mercy, he said, striking its right leg. The Trantin screamed again this time, mixed with pain. It couldn't believe a tiny human could act so recklessly. It immediately raised its giant blade and struck down Harbor. Unfortunately, Ryumin was quick to leap backward away from the monster. Even with one weapon stuck in the ground, it swung the other at him. Once again, Ryumin dodged the attack successfully. He showed no mercy to the monster spinning around helplessly. If it hits hard, I just have to dodge. The Trantin's fury peaked. It spun at full speed toward its target, but it couldn't match Ryumin. His feet barely touched the ground before he bounced back. He seemed to be getting bored of the chase. This time he raised his scythe high, aiming at the opponent. Stop screaming, he said as he swung a thunderous strike. He landed a headshot on the Trantin and touched down in a very cool stance, unlike the monster's pitiful screams. But that still wasn't enough to satisfy him. He quickly charged in to land another blow. His blazing red scythe formed a beautiful arc, successfully slicing sharply across its neck. The Trantin had suffered enough. It began to unleash its inner power. But Ryumin was like a mosquito in the dead of night. No matter how many times it struck, it couldn't hit him, dodging the strike while deep in thought. Its neck is too thick. 2 hits aren't enough to cut through. If that's the case, I just need to add 2 or 3 more strikes. Ryumin used force to leap up to his opponent's level. But this time, he switched tactics, swinging the scythe behind Trantin's neck and yanking it forcefully in the opposite direction. Using its leg as a support, he kicked off to gain momentum and completed the final moves. The sharp scythe blade made intimate contact with the skin, right at Trantin's neck. This time, he succeeded in harvesting the giant monster's head. The massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Ryumin proudly landed on its corpse. At the same moment, the system promptly notified him that he had defeated the Trantin warrior. Experience plus 3700 gold plus 4000, bonus gold plus 2000. Trantin's fall made the surrounding earth and sky tremble, dust swirling everywhere. Roman stammered, unable to believe they had actually taken it down. Yang-ho cluelessly asked a brainless question back. That giant monster, huh? After receiving his rewards, Ryumin calmly stepped down from the opponent's body. But his eyes showed no clear sign of joy. It was as if this was just another ordinary hunt. The system's notification frames appeared once again. Defeated Trantin warrior. Experience buttress, gold plus 4000. Bonus plus 2000. You received the Trantin team's Hwanbin sword. Low-level mana, stone-colored teal balance stone. Side quest progress. Balance, stone. This generous reward made Ryumin's lips curl up slightly. Just as I thought, boss rewards are far better than regular monster drops. Plus I got a bunch of valuable items. He opened the detailed info of the Hwanbin sword. In his mind, he clicked away on his calculator, noting that this sword's raw damage was stronger than his scythe. I'll have to raise its sale price later. The second item was also carefully considered by Ryumin. And the Trantin team might think it's ugly and throw it away, but they'd regret discarding it. It's an item used to craft unique equipment. That's how the Death Scythe of today was created. Before he finished examining it, Yang-ho's group rushed over and interrupted Blackhook. Thank you for dealing with that monster. Thanks to you, my comrades are still alive. By the way, did you know that monster would appear beforehand? Ryumin felt bothered inside and decided it was best to give a casual answer, so he nodded nonchalantly. In other villages, once all the Trantin bosses were killed, This kind of chatter usually made the fans' eyes sparkle more and more. "Oh, that's why you told us to leave quickly, right? That's a good person." This enthusiastic attitude felt a bit much for Ryumin. Well, I'm done here, so I'm going now." All five politely bowed and said goodbye to him. "Yes, thank you again for saving us. Take care, Black Hook." Then Yong-ho turned and gave the order. "Let's go together. We should start hunting early." Just then, Manji seemed unable to bear it and collapsed. This situation made the remaining members panic and shout, "Is Manji okay?" He clutched his chest, panting, and replied, Brother, I can't do it. I can't endure any longer." Yong-ho asked fearfully, "What are you talking about? You said you were fine a moment ago." Manji tried to force a smile, but it only made his pale face look worse. "I said that so you wouldn't worry. I've reached my limit." Yong-ho didn't know what to do except constantly encourage him. "Hang in there. If you don't make it through, you'll be done for in the real world." Yet he almost gave up everything. "You know what's at stake. If we don't kill 300 Trantin, it's all for nothing. Just leave me behind. I can't be a burden." Of course, Yong-ho zeroed out on that inhumane action. That's not going to happen. There has to be another way. Right. We'll fight the Trantin, and then you finish it off with your ultimate move. "Okay, Manji." He bit his lip and bowed his head. His body began to tremble violently. But if that's the case, neither he nor the others will be able to hunt anything. Even if you kill 300 Trantin, you won't survive the remaining time. The pain struck again, causing him to groan. Yong-ho cried out in anguish. Manji Ryumin coldly took in the entire scene with his eyes. It's surprising that the future mercenary king, commanding hundreds of soldiers, is so weak against just one squad. Then he found his own answer. Well, if they're sworn brothers, then that makes sense. At that moment, a tragic scene from the past suddenly appeared. Coincidentally, it matched the appearance of the group on the other side. This similarity made Ryumin pause for a few seconds. Then he decided to turn back. "I have a younger brother too. Maybe I should help them." Then in a cold tone, he made a proposal. "It seems like you need help. Do you mind if I take a look at the wound?" Yong-ho hurriedly stood up to make way. The flame of hope lit up once again inside him. Is there really a way to save him? A simple yes from Ryumin. Ease the atmosphere. He bent down to observe Manji for a moment, then gave a rather grim assessment. "The wound is pretty severe, but it's just a small matter for me and not beyond saving." After speaking, a gentle blue energy suddenly appeared in Ryumin's palm. It radiated a soft light and quietly flowed over the wound like water. Then, right before everyone's eyes, the flesh began to contract and heal at an incredible speed. It was as if a miracle was reviving each cell one by one. The two of them. Yong-ho couldn't believe their eyes. "Oh, the wound. The wound disappeared." "Ryumin, how did you do that?" Ryumin stood up and explained to everyone. "It's a skill called emergency healing. Anyone can buy it at Noah's shop." At this moment, he suddenly remembered, I think I saw that skill before. Roman nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I saw it before too. It costs 20,000 gold, right?" Didn't expect it to be that powerful. There are still a few things Ryumin didn't say. "You guys misunderstood. Emergency healing isn't that strong." He stared at his hand, thinking further. "All it really does is stop bleeding and heal small cuts. It's not strong enough to cure serious injuries." He scratched his head, however. Emergency healing is a holy type skill, so the user's intelligence matters. The higher it is, the stronger its healing power. Thinking of this, Ryumin briefly recalled the skill he possessed. "Right now my intelligence stat is 123. Thanks to the boost from the ancient glory effect, I was able to heal his broken shoulder." Then he regained his composure and suggested, "Try moving your shoulder. The wound will probably leave a scar, but you should be able to move it normally." Manji trusted him and followed the advice, then happily exclaimed, "I can actually move it normally again." This result made Ryumin breathe a sigh of relief. Then he warned him, "That doesn't mean you're fully healed. After all, it's only emergency treatment. If you overdo it, the wound might reopen, but it should be fine for hunting." Manji blinked once, then quickly stood up and bowed repeatedly. "Thank you so much, Ryumin. You saved my life." Yong-ho led the others to bow deeply to Ryumin. "Thank you for healing, Manji." Roman and Noah also expressed their gratitude, one after another. "Thank you for saving our teammate." "Thank you, Ryumin." Not stopping at words, Yong-ho sincerely stretched both hands forward. "I don't know if this will be useful, but please accept it. This is our sincerity." As the red stone appeared, it successfully awakened a thought inside Manji and Owen. They hurriedly took out countless items to give to Ryumin. "Ryumin, please accept this too. Ryumin, please take this." Here's something you can sell at the shop to get some gold. But he also knew his limits. I should politely refuse. Then he coldly declined. No need to go this far. This weak act of resistance isn't worth Noah's group's attention. No. Please accept this. It's our gratitude. Please take it. So all the treasures were handed over to Ryumin, who froze for a moment, silently noting they were all top-tier items. But receiving gifts from 5 people combined isn't bad. He frowned, thinking, and the profit must be somewhere here, as expected. Young-ho smiled and added another benefit. Thanks to you, Ryumin. This guy now has hope to keep living. Besides the gifts I just gave you one day, I'll definitely repay this favor. The friendly posture between them made Ryumin quietly happy. Mercenaries owed him, and were also looking out for him. Since I can learn any skill anyway, this kind of benefit isn't bad. Everything's been settled. He used magic to gather all the items and said, "All right, then see you." Then he left with the coolest attitude possible. As the mercenaries said their goodbyes, meanwhile, deep inside the forest, Yuri sat on a rock with her head down, sighing deeply, biting her lip in worry. Is this really okay? 1 hour had already passed, and the system board in her hand silently counted down the remaining time. 08:55:15. Mission progress, less than 300. Trantin killed. Yuri screamed in fear inside. She'd be wiped out if she didn't kill 300 Trantin. Even with things at this point, she just held her face and blamed herself. All this was her fault. Because she was scared, she missed the chance to go with Black Fang. Then she briefly recalled the past. After round 5 began, it wasn't hard to spot Ryumin. He was among the 10 regional representatives. They had gathered for a reward game. But then Yuri clenched her teeth in regret. Why did I end up like this? The bloody battle scene from that day flashed back in her mind. Ryumin's Reaper's Scythe swept relentlessly, taking opponents' heads no matter how many enemies there were. As long as he lightly swung his arm, their lives ended amid the chaos. Ryumin's blazing red eyes suddenly glanced over. Catching that look, Yuri instinctively braced herself. The cold, silent gaze made her heart tighten. At that moment, she already had a plan. The reward game was over. Now she should talk to him. But her legs couldn't take a single step. Yuri had to close her eyes tightly, muttering to reassure herself. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt me. He's not some crazy guy who'd draw his sword and attack for no reason on first meeting. After calming down, she opened her eyes, but unfortunately, the chance had slipped away. Panic-stricken, she turned and searched around. Where did he go? Yuri knew she'd made a serious mistake. In the end I missed him. Now what do I do? She briefly recalled Ryumin's advice. The mission to kill 300 Trantin isn't a joke. They're tough and usually move in large groups. He took a sip of tea, then gave a fitting plan. No matter how hard you try, you can't hunt them alone. Once the regional reps gather, go find Black Fang first. Never think about fighting Trantin alone. Even if you can't find him, wait for at least one. Only move after they pass. But now Yuri started doubting this. Min kept telling her to stay put again and again. So I'll wait. She worried, touching her chin with no guarantee. He'll return to the starting point, right? Maybe I won't see him before this round ends. Staying put won't help anyway. Yuri stood up and decided I have to go find him. Yuri was still following a narrow path tracking Ryumin's trail. At a glance, it seemed he took this route. When she reached an open area, something caught her eye. That place is actually below this forest. There were many houses built close together. She wasn't very sure. A Sao village. Seeing wooden stakes set straight as fences, Yuri formed a guess. Could this be where the orcs live? Then maybe Ryumin is inside. But immediately, she shook her head repeatedly, immediately dismissed that thought. Not good. It's better to stay away now. It could be very dangerous. Mention Chow Chow and he appears. It must be incredibly unlucky to end up like this. A huge, stinky black orc has been lurking right behind her. When did she start feeling that something was wrong? She turned around and was startled. That pitiful sound is nothing compared to this. Let me show you what a true scream echoing through the mountains sounds like. As expected, Yuri is a bit timid, damn it. I really don't want to fight an orc, so I quickly cast a blessing spell on my sword. Immediately after, a notification popped up. The blessing skill reduces all base stats by 50%. Meanwhile, the orc raised its axe, revealing a wild grin. She got caught up analyzing again. But there are still 2 things in my favor. First, there's only one enemy. Then it swung down, hard wind whistling past my ears. Yet I stayed calm, because I already had a plan. Second, I know the orc's weak point. Another strike came down, but Juri dodged swiftly. Her brain kept calculating the plan. The rest is all tough muscle, so aim for the neck. The question is, how do I hit it? She furrowed her delicate brows, because there was a tricky problem to solve if she missed, and it struck somewhere else. It would counterattack. But she still gripped her sword tightly, thrusting straight forward, even though she knew there were other dangers, and they said it was difficult to pull the sword out because of the dense muscles. Juri aimed the tip right at the ogre's neck, remembering one thing: be quick and decisive, despite its large size. But its agility couldn't be underestimated. Just as the sword tip was inches from its neck, the ogre twisted to avoid the critical spot. In a desperate move, it chose to block the sharp thrust with its solid bicep. Seeing the enemy only bleed a little, she bit her lower lip to suppress the panic inside. Damn it. It dodged, she thought, decisively pulling the sword out of its body. Blue blood splattered everywhere. Then Juri decisively ran in the opposite direction to keep her distance, secretly thanking the heavens. She thought I missed, but the blade didn't get stuck in that thick layer of muscle. But this officially angered the ogre. It roared and raised the axe in its hand, then launched a series of attacks. It pressed relentlessly toward her. This seemed like a one-sided battle. Suddenly, Juri tilted her body to the side and stopped retreating, gripping her sword tightly at once. She stabbed into the ogre's vulnerable neck spot without hesitation, her eyes full of determination. Here's the opening. The wait was worth it. A deep slash appeared on its neck. A painful roar echoed, making her ears ring. Thanks to that, she had a moment to regain her rhythm. Growing more hopeful by the second. Good, my move worked. With determination and courage, Juri had turned the tide of the battle. Now the prey had become the hunter, with skillful, cunning sword strikes. Just a little more was needed. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. The shell of the monster was riddled with holes all over its neck, no matter how strong it was. The sound echoed through the area. A few seconds later, Juri unconsciously snapped back to reality, her eyes wide in disbelief. I did it, but that was quickly replaced by joy and excitement on her face. I alone defeated an ogre. Just then, the sound of someone stepping on grass caught her attention. Yeah, someone's coming. Who else but the handsome Ryumin Juri thought she wasn't that old to have blurry vision, rubbing her eyes to see clearly. What's going on? Am I seeing things? After rubbing her eyes until they nearly hurt, she stared blankly at the boy walking toward her. She wondered, is that really Ryumin? The one I've been chasing after all this time, and he came here on his own. But the next moment, reality hit her to snap her out of this illusion. She realized in shock that no, he was just passing by. Luckily, Juri had woken up just in time. Damn it, now's not the time to hesitate! She hurriedly turned back and called out, Excuse me. Ryumin immediately turned his head and said, What? Though still trembling with fear, she gathered her courage and stammered, as she tried to invite him. So Ryumin, cooperate with me. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised and blurted out, What? Thinking she hadn't made herself clear, she shyly explained, Oh, form a team, that team. He sighed and asked a deadly question. Why should I team up with you? Juri didn't know how to convince him. Ryumin was confused for a long moment. Finally, she decided to act as persuasive proof. I'll show you that plan, a formation created by her glowing with a pale blue light. It gradually brightened and surrounded the other person, making him widen his eyes in surprise. This? Juri retracted her hand, pleased, smiling proudly as she explained, My enhancement skill. Juri retracted her hand with satisfaction and smiled proudly while explaining, My enhancement skill. The blessing lasts for 3 hours, probably increasing all your attributes by 50%. He was a bit doubtful. He opened the info panel to double-check, and his suspicion quickly vanished. Ryumin nodded in confirmation. I've checked. Just as you said. She was eager to recruit him. So does that answer your question? My enhancement skill will truly help you with hunting. Seeing it was quite NDT-0, he cautiously probed her. So, if I want that enhancement skill, do I have to team up with you? Juri didn't try to hide it, openly expressing her wish. Yes, to be exact. I want you to help me hunt. Ryumin put on an indifferent face, responding with unclear emotions. I don't know, then bluntly said, I have command rights. I can fully use you as support right now. It hit her like a lightning bolt. She stiffened up, only able to utter a startled, Ah! before her mind could catch up. Then he continued testing the candidate's loyalty. Can you promise not to betray me? Juri was startled but responded, Of course. With that assurance, Ryumin extended his hand in goodwill. All right. I'll trust you. Then he officially introduced the level 32 black spear. I'm melee type, she replied with a smile. Oh, I know I'm level 13. My role is support. Now we're a team. He also became more relaxed in conversation. Did you say you need help? You handled that hawk pretty well earlier. Juri just smiled at that. Except that was the first time I killed a Ryumin, sweating nervously as he looked at his new teammate. That was her first monster kill in 90 minutes. Why does a confident smile fix awkward moments like this? Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right. Though she was a bit flustered, he didn't blame her, and instead thought of ways to help. You don't have much time left. I'll help you take them down as fast as possible. Juri looked confused at him. How? Without a word, he just turned and walked ahead for a bit. Though he appeared indifferent outside, Ryumin cared deeply about his companion. Stay close and follow me. If you're out of sight, I can't protect you. She nodded and followed. Oh, okay. Trying to walk faster to keep up, she silently judged. He's not as cold as he seems. I'm glad I listened to Min when suddenly something terrible slammed into those emerald eyes before them. Now familiar tall figures forced both of them to react again. Juri frowned in fear, hands ready to gather at any moment. To make matters worse, there were 3 more of them. Unlike before, she now had someone to protect her. Ryumin stepped forward and kindly told her to wait here for a moment. Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground, gripped the scythe tightly with both hands, and launched himself toward the group of ogres. Just as they were startled, and realizing there was an enemy, he swung his weapon high, eyes locked on his target. In the blink of an eye, the scythe slashed across their legs. The 3 ogres looked down in shock to see their legs shortened by a foot, then roared wildly in rage. One of them sensed the danger, and Ryumin jumped right in front of it. Although the ogre wanted to fight back, it was struggling to even stand, let alone resist. One arm was severed cleanly. The other ogres met the same fate. Their limbs now only made a painful, disturbing wail, like pigs being slaughtered. The cries terrified everyone around, including Juji. The scene across from her drained the color from her face. Her eyes clearly filled with horror, while he stood tall among the remaining ogres, still holding on to a bit of breath. Without any intention to finish them off, he gently wiped the blood from his face, his tone calm, but filled with deadly intent. Now kill them. Seeing Juji freeze, Ryumin urged again. Why are you just standing there? This time she snapped out of her shock. Sorry, she said slowly, as she stepped closer to an ogre, silently telling herself, I'm just being careful in case something unexpected happens. Then she stabbed the target straight in the neck. It immediately spat out a spray of blood and died. Notifications popped up one after another. You have defeated an ogre. Experience increased by nearly 2.4%. Gold increased by 40. The rapid events kept hitting Juji's fragile mind, leaving her surprised. She couldn't help but think, this is way too easy. I thought it would be at least a little risky. She never expected killing ogres to be so simple. Then she glanced at the big-thighed Dark Lord she'd just teamed with and marveled, he really was strong. Seeing her hesitate, Ryumin turned back and urged, if you're done, let's move on. She panicked and quickly explained, I still have 2 more to finish. He just walked ahead. After finishing up, Juji quickly followed. Let's go together, she said silently, thanking her ancestors for their blessing. I'm really lucky to be in a team with Dark Lord. After a while, the 2 of them kept diligently hunting monsters. Each ogre was killed with a single sword stroke. They finished off another one. Her mood was very good. Juji joked and teased her teammate. Having a pro carry you is really awesome. I didn't expect hunting monsters to be this easy. Ryumin didn't pay much attention and didn't react much, but asked back, how many have you killed so far? Juji happily gave a number with a hint of pride in her voice. I killed 52 in just 30 minutes, pretty fast, right? He silently walked among the dying ogres, feeling not quite satisfied with the result. Compared to other players, it was fast, but for him, it wasn't enough. Wandering and hunting still took too much time. His mind began calculating. But if I raid a village, Juji could get injured, and even he couldn't perfectly protect others. When surrounded by 50 enemies at once, if one plan fails, try another. Ryumin still had a better option. It seemed finding the ogre summoner was the best strategy. She smiled and updated him on the progress. At this rate, I can reach 300 kills in 3 hours. Before Juji could finish her sentence, he cut in. 3 hours is too long. I'll finish it in 1 hour. Hearing this unbelievable number, she was startled. 1 hour, really? How? The answer came immediately. We'll use the ogre summoner. This name was completely new to her. What is an ogre summoner? Since they were teammates, he didn't hide anything. The ogre summoner is a monster that summons other ogres. Then briefly explained the key point of his plan. If it keeps summoning ogres, we can shorten the time spent searching. She understood the plan, but she asked again to be sure. So you mean we won't kill the summoner? Just let it summon the brain. Ryumin nodded firmly, his voice calm, as if it were just a daily routine. Yes, I'll let it live until it reaches 300. Juji was now more familiar with this seemingly cold teammate, so she casually asked, "But how do you know about the brain mage, Ryumin? Isn't this your first time facing it?" He candidly explained the reason I fought one before meeting you. That's how I know where it is. She just gave a fake smile. Oh, I see. But she seemed to read the other's unspoken thoughts. He suddenly said, Don't worry. Then added with care, I'll handle all the risks. That made her eyes widen in disbelief as she watched Tiusua's strong back move ahead. Yuri's mind was a mess, heavy with thoughts. Her gaze carried a hint of deep concern, unable to help but marvel. He was unexpectedly considerate. Truly, you have to meet someone yourself to really understand them. The scenery here was strange, the leaves unnaturally red, as if they were dyed by blood. Shortly after the two finally reached their destination, this place. She carried suspicion with her. She questioned Ryumin. A small village like this has a brain boss. He confirmed with a nod. If you just walk in thinking it'll be easy, you'll run into a bunch of brains summoned by the brain mage. His eyes hardened. Memories of hardships flooded back. It was a trap set to lure players just like last time. He already knew the terrifying truth behind this peaceful facade. They went around to the back. She would see a pile of player corpses hidden by the brain mage. That was the brain mage's intelligence and cunning. But from those actions, one thing was clear. In other words, it was cowardly. It didn't have the guts to face things head on. Ryumin coldly called to someone behind this way. As soon as they entered, Yuri quickly looked around, but saw no brains. He was like a walking encyclopedia, always ready with answers for 100,000 questions. Why were these houses just camouflaged to lure players closer? In fact, only the brain mage lived here. Then he pointed the scythe ahead, looking at the seemingly harmless house. He lowered his voice to indicate the brain mage is inside digging trap tunnels, waiting for us to enter. She suddenly felt confused. A trap. Ryumin lowered his weapon, softening his tone to explain. The trap is simple. The moment an unsuspecting player steps into the trap point, the brain mage will summon brains to surround them. He continued sharing what he knew it summons about 10 to 20, at once too many to survive if surrounded. Hearing this, Yuri panicked. What do we do? If it summons all at once, it'll be hard to survive. Perhaps she forgot she had a big, powerful person beside her. He already had a plan. That's true, but there's still a way to turn it around. Suddenly he leaned close and whispered right into her ear. She blushed shyly. After hearing the whole plan, she subconsciously doubted its reliability. Really? It'll fall into a trap. The brain mage will actually be fooled, he confirmed again. Don't worry. It's been proven. Yuri confidently patted her chest, taking responsibility. Then please leave that plan to me. Ryumin didn't fully trust this rookie in front of him. Was she planning to handle it herself? But she firmly stuck to her decision. Yes, no need for both of us to go in, right? Clinging to you like a baby bird isn't right. At least I can handle this. Now he saw her differently. If Yuri said that he had no reason to refuse. All right then, I'll wait outside. Then she alone stepped up the stairs toward the large door, then gently pushed the door open, feeling uneasy. Inside was empty, just a long corridor stretching forward. A deep, dark path awaited her. She gripped her sword tighter for confidence. Carefully stepping in, Yuri suddenly saw something below. At the end of the hall was a large room. The object below was easy to recognize, a red carpet. She frowned, recalling the whispers earlier. This was the trap point Ryumin mentioned. This is the crucial spot. Ryumin's plan goes like this. Inside a spearman is hiding. Walk down the hallway, and you'll see a space with a red carpet. Step onto it. It's designed to summon the spearman and block your escape. Using that, we'll set up another trap of our own. We'll move onto the carpet and then retreat. Then the spearman, thinking he missed his prey, will send out a few scouts. We only need to take them out. Those scouts. Feeling scared, she reassured herself, yeah. It's that simple. Then she slowly stepped closer to the carpet. As instructed, she just had to make noise and immediately run away. A beam of light swept across the room from a chair near the wall. The mage had opened her eyes by then. Light radiated from an object on Juri's body. Saying nothing, he immediately turned and tried to run as fast as he could toward the door that was slowly closing. With a creak, the door shut completely a moment later. After that tense moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Nothing, but her heart was pounding. Ryumin quickly asked, "Are you okay?" She laughed and reported the situation. Haha, of course I went straight to the carpet, then turned back as you said, and got a rare compliment. Well done. Yet Juri still doubted the effectiveness of this method. Will it really send out scouts? Too lazy to explain again, he just casually replied. We'll find out soon enough. Seconds later, the door suddenly creaked open, revealing the dark shadows behind. Just as Ryumin predicted, the orcs really stepped out. As soon as they came out, they frantically scanned the area. Suddenly, Ryumin's voice rang out from behind, making the orcs turn their heads. What are you looking for? Just as it looked up, it saw him leap down from above, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe. I'm right here. With a spin, he drew a beautiful curve in the air, successfully cutting off the limbs of 7 orcs. Waiting until they writhed on the ground, he called someone over. Juri quickly poked her head out from nearby cover. Yeah. Time passed slowly. The torch flame still burned brightly. She finally wiped out the orcs. Exhausted, she sighed in relief. It's over. But before resting, Ryumin suggested, then lure them out again. Though he always spoke the truth, this time she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Will they really fall for this trick again? He gave a simple explanation. They're smart, but just as forgetful as goldfish. He smiled to reassure his teammate, so don't worry. With that guarantee, she smiled brightly and nodded in trust. In no time, the orcs lay scattered all over the yard, their limbs strewn. Everywhere, their bodies gradually dissipating. Juri happily reported to Ryumin. Ryumin, I've eliminated all 300 of them. He nodded with satisfaction. Exactly 1 hour had passed. She tilted her head, smiling sincerely. Thanks to you, the hunt was quick and easy. I really appreciate it. Suddenly he asked her, what level have you reached? She excitedly gave a number. I'm already level 19. He encouraged his teammate. Just 1 more level, and your class rank will increase. Ryumin kept looking at her, thinking of her great potential. When the rank rises, she'll learn new skills, and her current ones will get stronger. That benefits me too. But on the outside, he kindly offered to help her reach level 20. Once she hits that level, dealing with orcs will be much easier. Hearing him say that made her blush, secretly imagining he was doing all this just for her. She shyly stammered out, well then, if it's not too much trouble, please help me. Suddenly, an AI voice came from behind, causing both to turn and look. Oh, look over there. A group of 5 men slowly approached, repeatedly asking questions. Wait, isn't that Ryumin? And the person beside him is an AI. These orc corpses are from here. Setting that aside, Nova approached Ryumin and shyly greeted, hey there, coldly looking at him. What's going on? He glanced around nervously and said, we just came here to hunt. Orcs didn't expect someone to get here first. Their hearts trembled involuntarily, unable to believe it, because the orc bodies lay scattered everywhere, giving them goosebumps. Just 2 people took care of all these. Ray keenly noticed something off a small village like this. Having so many orcs was truly strange. While Stella was focused on something else, the girl standing next to him was the team's AI. Victor frowned, confused. Why would he cooperate with the team? That's ridiculous. Meanwhile, Celadon was using a sharp gaze to scrutinize Juri from head to toe. Maybe that's just his type or something. Looking closely, she's actually quite pretty. Suddenly, the scythe blade slammed hard onto the ground, creating a loud, echoing sound. Ryumin, angry at the stranger's attitude, sternly ordered, don't bother us. Get lost. They didn't fight back, but trembled in fear. His eyes flashed with a dangerous killing intent that blazed fiercely. You can think about it, but now you've crossed the line. Patiently repeated, if you have nothing here, then leave. Those people feeling insulted immediately lifted their heads and barked. You're AI, and you dare talk nonsense to us. That's right. It's our first time meeting, and you're already talking nonsense. Don't you see how rude that is? Juri gaped in shock. They're crazy. They dare argue with Ryumin. Celadon boldly stepped forward to question, but his tone betrayed his fear. I don't care if you're top tier. He immediately got hit with a sand strike on the forehead, while still criticizing. You have no right to look down on us. Seeing blood trickle down from the wound, he suddenly fell silent, not daring to say another word. Ryumin warned once more. If you want to keep your life, then get lost. They had to get beaten to learn their lesson, so they scrambled away desperately. Everyone, let's go. Sorry for the trouble. Sorry to interrupt. Yet those people remained bitter and silently schemed their damn plan. Do you think we'll just walk away like this? Even if we have to follow him, we must see what the hell he's up to. Seeming to sense their intentions, he grew a little annoyed. Those bastards. They planned to secretly follow him. A few flies buzzing around couldn't stop me from hunting. But if some idiot tries to steal my boss's glory, I'll handle him and claim the reward too. With a clear plan, Ryumin returned to the main point, but first said to Juri casually, I'll level Minjuri up to 20 first. Now that the pests are gone, let's continue hunting. She obediently agreed. After running quite a distance, Celadon suddenly stopped and looked back. We should be out of sight now. The others also stopped. Ray was a bit displeased with this pig teammate. What are you planning? He frowned and offered bait to tempt them. Aren't you curious to see how Ryumin hunts? Stella agreed, yeah, me too. Where does he get so much brain power? The group buzzed excitedly. So what now? Are we going to stalk from the shadows? We won't be spotted from afar, don't worry. If you're scared, then go die. Scared nonsense. Let's go. Saying that they returned to the previous spot, hiding behind bushes, to watch the two people inside the gate. There they are. Just then, several more orcs appeared from inside the house. Seeing Ryumin standing alone as if taunting them, they immediately swarmed forward like a storm. He stood still, but that didn't mean he would take the hits. His hand suddenly clenched, eyes blazing red like fire. The lead orc was immediately punched hard in the stomach, coughing up blood in pain. The force sent him flying backward, his massive body crashing into a nearby unlucky orc. Before the shock could fade, another wave rushed in, startling him. Ryumin continued to press them with sharp, precise strikes. In the blink of an eye, both their limbs were forced to say goodbye to their bodies. The orcs only snapped out of it when they saw their teammates' limbs thrown before them. Still dazed, they watched as he dealt a beating to the orcs. Peter couldn't help but admire. No wonder he's top tier. Stella was sweating hard. We struggled just to kill one, but Ray suddenly noticed something surprising. What's that? A question arose when Ryumin just stood there, without finishing off the enemy. He didn't kill it. Someone else quickly reported the girl from earlier as approaching it. The orc already restrained immediately met its end by Juri's sword. Nova seemed to realize something. Could it be that Celadon actually revealed the exact spot? He was letting her take down the monster's life. The whole group got stirred up, wondering why. What was missing from that black spear that made him do that? That girl was an AI, but did she deserve such special treatment? Damn it, look at her grinding like candy. So jealous. Meanwhile, Juri was steadily moving into the house, unaware that a group was gathering to hunt behind her back. We sweat blood just to kill one brain monster. She had also entered, but they kept babbling, while someone just sat back and soaked up the experience until she came back. The sharp voices of those men in skirts still echoed. It was infuriating. However, Nova had been watching intently, and suddenly noticed something. One of them had realized something. Something's off, Celadon asked in confusion. Why? He quickly explained his suspicion. Every time that girl went in and out of the brain house, they all followed her. They watched him display his powers while raising questions. But wasn't it strange? How many brains were in that tiny house? Wait, are you saying that hut is a brain respawn point? Looks like it. Otherwise, there's no other explanation. The group speculated wildly. Damn, turns out there was a respawn point right here. Wow, those bastards have been grinding like crazy all this time. Now I get it. They told us to scram to hog the respawn spot. One guy suddenly suggested, why don't we just wait until they leave, once they're gone? That spot's ours. Obviously, the others agreed. Yeah, good idea. I'd take it by force if I could. But I'm not strong enough. A moment later, Juri happily looked at the system panel, then glanced at Ryumin with proud satisfaction. Ryumin, I've reached level 20. He gently replied. Congrats. Her joy didn't stop there. I even learned a new skill. She was so excited she couldn't help bragging. My blessing buff increased from 50 to 60%. Want to see it in action? Can I use it now? Yuri agreed immediately. She raised her hand mid-air, and a magical 6-colored light spread out quickly, enveloping them both. At the same time, the system announced, Blessing skill increases all attributes by 60% duration, about 3 hours. Her bright blue eyes shone with passionate excitement. The system announced the next effect was Blessing enhancement, and the new buff she just learned. As she finished speaking, a stream of energy wrapped around the blade of the Grim Reaper's scythe, then slowly flowed down Ryumin's legs, finally surrounding his entire body. The continuous energy flow created a stunning cinematic effect. The system notification appeared again. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% due to the haste skill effect. Haste skill duration remaining about 30 minutes. He read the system panel calmly and commented, Attack and movement speed have improved, huh? NDT 0, right? Yuri nodded in agreement. Right, I can use it for you every half hour. He suddenly teased, pretending to be indifferent. I appreciate that. She pouted in response. I'm sincere. Their brief moment of playfulness had to pause because there was work to do. Enough talk. Let's go catch those brain mages. She hurriedly asked. Is there anything I can help with? Ryumin turned and started walking, reminding her, just stay out of it. Though it seemed like he didn't notice a glance toward the bushes revealed that everything was under control. From the corner of his eye, he indeed saw shadows lurking in the distance. They were probably happily gossiping behind their backs. Yuri remained innocent and unaware, as usual. If that's the case, no worries. Ryumin already has his own plan. Long was eager to see what they would do next, still sticking to the plan of luring the brains outside. But instead of her, he went in. While she hid nearby, frowning with concern as she watched. The others kept watching, sensing something was off. Celadon asked confusedly, what Ryumin went into the house this time? Moments later, 2 horizontal cuts appeared on the door. With a bang, Ryumin burst out from inside. Behind him were the fierce brains wielding weapons and chasing like hungry tigers. He desperately ran at full speed to escape those savages. Yuri, standing nearby, noticed him and was filled with 1,000 questions. Why is Ryumin running away? Why Celadon's hiding group was equally shocked. What's going on? Ryumin is being chased by a bunch of orcs. It can't possibly be Ryumin, right? Suddenly the orc mage struck his staff against the ground a few times, then raised his staff high, letting out ear-piercing screams that filled the air. Caught in the whirl of dark magic, he then launched an attack straight at him. A barrage of powerful energy beams shot up, blocking Ryumin's path. Moments later, another orc squad was summoned perfectly, forming a pincer formation to trap the enemy. Victor, witnessing the grand display, couldn't help but wonder, who's the masked guy back there? Ray followed his teammate's gaze and confirmed. He looks much bigger than the other orcs. After observing closely, he guessed, if he's the only one that big, then he might be the leader. Victor was impressed. The boss. Nova only just noticed the difference, so these aren't resurrected orcs. They were summoned from somewhere else. Yuri was trembling with panic, completely lost. Ryumin is surrounded by orcs. What should I do? Should I step in and help? She suddenly widened her eyes, staring in his direction, watching Ryumin fight alone in the midst of enemies. Yuri couldn't stop admiring his calm gaze. He's not panicking at all. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the furious orc mage summoned more layers of minions. Stella was startled, quickly counting another 10 orcs appeared. But to Ryumin, 10 was just a number. He calmly dominated the battlefield, dodging each orc's attack with ease. One guy exclaimed in awe. Damn, he dodged them all. It really is a monster. Ray quickly interrupted to alert the stunned group. Hey, this isn't the time to stand still. That big guy who looks like a boss doesn't seem to have anyone guarding him right. Celadon snapped back to attention, huh? That's true. He smiled greedily, his face showing his true nature. Should we rob him? 2 guys behind still hesitated, unsure about acting. I don't know, what if Ryumin catches us? Ray waved off the thought. He won't catch us. He's busy dealing with the orcs. Even Ryumin would struggle being surrounded like that. Celadon joined in, adding to the plan, yeah. And if he asks, just say you thought he was in danger and rushed to help. Nova was completely convinced. Oh, that makes sense. Not wanting to waste more time, he got straight to the point. Do you want to join this theft? They all confirmed one by one. I'm in, me too. Following the plan they discussed earlier, they cautiously approached the orc mage, while Ryumin fought the minions fiercely. But was this noticed by Yuri? She quietly observed. She couldn't help but wonder what those people were doing. Suddenly behind her, someone jerked in surprise as they guessed their intent. Don't tell me while Ryumin's drawing all the attention they're trying to kill the orc mage and steal the credit. Suddenly she recalled the moment in the forest when Ryumin. Yuri quietly followed him, whispering to the other party. I appreciate your help, but am I getting in your way, Ryumin? Ryumin calmly reassured her. Don't worry about that. I've already completed the main mission. His indifferent reply made her burst out. What? He glanced coldly behind him and stated his true goal. My target isn't the main mission, but the side quest. I've already obtained a balance stone. Yuri's eyes widened in admiration. Oh, you already have one. Ryumin explained the origin of the stone. I got it by killing a boss called the Orc Warrior. The other stones probably dropped from other bosses too. Yuri listened intently to every word he said. All I need are the boss drops, so there's no need to feel guilty. Then, reassured, she returned to reality after clearing her mind, filled with determination to deliver justice. That orc mage belongs to Ryumin. If this keeps up, some stranger might steal the credit for killing the orc mage. That thought pushed her to act more urgently. Her hand unconsciously tightened around her weapon. I have to stop them. Meanwhile, over here, they were still smugly playing the sneak attack game. Suddenly, Ryumin's voice rang out with deadly intent, engulfing the entire space in dark flames. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open. The others, unable to resist their curiosity, slowly stepped outside to observe. Nova was startled by the scene before her. What is this? Celadon quickly covered the other's mouth. Hey! Before either could say another word, their faces turned pale. It turned out the mage was about to sell the two brothers some salt. He screamed wildly with ear-piercing cries that echoed from the ninth hell. The whole group panicked and quickly scrambled away. Damn it, we've been discovered. Everyone ran quickly to regroup. It's so hard to part when so many unfinished feelings remain. Of course, he couldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. Ishimbit immediately swung his staff to summon magic. A new swarm of orcs appeared surrounding them. The orcs raised their weapons high, ready to strike their enemies down. Celadon and Nova only had time for a few last words. Damn, we're screwed. Just as he finished speaking, a sweetly sharp slash cut across his shoulder. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. The others weren't any better off. Wails of agony echoed throughout the space. The smell of fresh blood from the chaotic battle instantly hit the nose. Gray, seriously wounded, slowly crawled out, shouting, Please, save me! But when he looked up, there was no one there. Only an orc stood ready, raising its foot to crush the man before it. In the blink of an eye, it coldly brought its foot down. Tears streamed down his face as he realized his fate was sealed. Without a sound, blood splattered everywhere, staining the area red. On Ryumin's side, he fiercely swung a perfect arc, slicing through the orc's neck. Their bodies fell like withered straw. He took a moment to catch his breath, but then his eyes sharpened sharply. Ryumin gazed at the ferocious crowd, already calculating his next move. I've lured the orc mage outside to see what they'll choose. Will they try to seize him while I'm in danger? But seeing the player's body strewn across the ground, he had his answer. So that's how it is. Then he slowly approached the orc mage, his mind still immersed in thought. After all, they wasted their time stalking us. They must have failed the mission and been wiped out. The orc minions suddenly spotted him and frantically charged to stop him. But before they could move, their bodies were slashed all over, bleeding profusely. Ryumin wielded his sickle wildly in every direction, moving so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to follow. He smiled, clearly satisfied. His attack speed had definitely increased with the agility enchantment, and an additional 50% attack speed at night, naturally, of course. The system immediately displayed its full information. Ancient Death language, sickle damage doubled, and at night attack speed increases by 50%. Nighttime position maintained greatly reduces the chance of enemy detection. He stomped hard to gain momentum, then dashed like lightning toward the mage. In the blink of an eye, Ryumin appeared behind him, leaving a long trail of blood. The mage turned his head to look, but didn't realize the sickle was right at his neck. Their eyes met briefly, before Ryumin coldly said goodbye, and pulled his hand, sending the foe to the afterlife. Ryumin landed gently, leaving the mage's corpse collapsed behind him. The system immediately flashed multiple notifications. You defeated the orc mage. Experience increased by 5 and gold increased by 4,000 level up. Received eternal rest. Orb mysterious wood spirit. Seed low-level blue mana. Crystal balance. Stone. Side quest progress. Balance. Stone 2 out of 4. He fondled the necklace around his neck, feeling extremely satisfied. I've reached level 33, and I picked up an insanely powerful item. The system appeared again, carrying full information eternal rest orb, epic necklace. Each time you defeat a monster, gain 1 stack and lose 1 durability. 100 stacks convert to 1 attribute point. The necklace near the cloudy gray orb is said to seal the souls of the slain. The eternal fort rest orb grants 1 attribute point each time it reaches 100 stacks. It's similar to the devouring rune that Black Flame Dragon once used, but it has one drawback. The more it accumulates, the more its durability wears down. This is a consumable piece of equipment, but if used together with the durable rune from level 8, and with a blacksmith's help, Ryumin can restore its durability. That means you can increase attributes without limit. Lost in thought, Jury's voice suddenly rang out. Lord Blackhook. Where are you? It caught his attention. It seems the effect of the death mark is making him harder to detect. Ryumin glanced down at the battlefield littered with zombie corpses and quietly thought of a plan. Before removing the death mark I should, he muttered, as he cast a spell to clean up the scene, erasing all traces. Only after finishing everything did he feel safe to remove the death mark. Suddenly the sky returned to normal. A sudden flash of light caught Yuri off guard. Strange. Why is the light flickering like this here? Suddenly she noticed the sound of AI footsteps. Finally, Yuri found Ryumin. She happily exclaimed, There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. He glanced at the witch's corpse and said, As you can see, I've been pretty busy. Then she innocently asked, So you finally got it, but did you see any other AIs around here? A few tried to steal it. The mage shook his head, denying. I didn't see any other AIs. Yuri still felt unconvinced. Something was odd. I thought I heard screaming. She kept pondering for a long while. Ryumin stood nearby, observing, feeling quietly frustrated. In the end, exposing the corpse brought no benefits. Then he strode off. Hurry up, we still have to take down the next boss. Moments later, the village before them suddenly turned into a graveyard. Zombie corpses lay scattered everywhere, the air thick with the stench of vengeful AI. Only one big boss was fiercely resisting Ryumin, but it was no match for him. In the blink of an eye, its whole arm. He swung his scythe and landed a fatal blow across its body. The zombie was cut into pieces mercilessly, its bloody gore pouring like a stream. It died in pieces. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations on defeating the zombie archer, earned 37.8% experience, 4,000 gold. Agile archer boots, mana reset. Arrow 6 and balanced stone. Progress reached BA, rank 4. He looked at the rewards with great satisfaction. Checking the items, all information was fully displayed. Agile. Archer boots. Epic quality. 60 defense. Agility effect. Durability. 1,000 requires normal quality or above. The boots belonged to an agile archer. Ryumin glanced at his old boots, thinking they were much better than the ones he was currently wearing. No reason not to switch. He opened the item forging screen and quickly operated. If I combine it with the blue mana stone I just got, the effect will be even better. After some calculations, he pressed the combine button. The system immediately displayed a confirmation combination. Successful. Agility +4 was added to the agile archer boots. Ryumin's heart was very pleased. Right, I've handled all the mini-bosses. But there was still one final challenge that made him hesitant. Only the last high-level zombie boss remained. Unlike the others, the high-level zombie had an attack rule based on time. I have to defeat it as fast as possible. He suddenly thought about his previous record. The faster, the bigger the reward. The best record in the last round was 43 seconds. Seeing Jury, Ryumin lowered his voice. All right, let's go. Yes, he was filled with confidence. Minjuri already planned it out for me. This time, I'm sure we'll break the record. The two set off toward the next mission location. He couldn't stop thinking. However, I still want to shorten the time even more if possible. First, I need to reach max level, then use the Eternal Rest Orb to boost stats. This time wasn't any better than before. All the zombies fell to his power. The system displayed a notification 30 minutes left until the round ends. After sweeping through the whole area, Ryumin took a few breaths to recover. He looked at the battlefield ahead with some regret. It's time to act. Just one more level to reach 40, but time's up. Still looking at the necklace, Ryumin felt somewhat comforted. Still no regrets. I've achieved my goal. The system displayed its current status, 9 attribute points, durability, 1 out of 1,000. Seeing the other hurry away, Jury called out, Ryumin, aren't you going to keep hunting? He turned calmly and replied, I think that's enough. She couldn't help her curiosity, and asked, "So will you go take down the final boss now?" Ryumin waved his hand and said goodbye. "Yeah, we part ways here. Thanks for accompanying me." She gripped his hand tightly, her tone tinged with regret. "So, it's really over." A sudden wave of melancholy stirred inside her. "Now that we're about to part, I feel a little sad. I was going to ask if I could stay with you until you defeat the final boss." She quickly shook off the thought. "No, if I stay, I'll only get in your way. We better end things here." Ryumin had already caught that reaction in his sight. Although he knew she was unwilling, he had no other choice. It seemed she had already grown attached in such a short time. But the advanced boss was very dangerous. She didn't need to come along. After a moment of inner struggle, Min-Juri whispered to Ryumin, "Let me give you one last buff." She placed her hand forward to cast a spell. "Ryumin, thank you once more for helping me hunt monsters. It would have been really tough on my own." She opened her equipment panel. Although it wasn't much, she offered a beautiful jade green quartz. "I got this item when you led me. I don't know if you need it, but please take it." Ryumin politely declined. "Just the experience alone is more than enough for me." She thought to herself this was no big deal. "Actually, I have 2 of these, but need to give one to Min." Ryumin looked fondly at her. She was worried about him, unaware that he was the one she thought she owed a debt to. He smirked, and eventually reached out to accept the gift. "But I've also received help, so let's call it even." Juri was so surprised by his sudden change in attitude that she didn't react immediately. He took the stone and quickly turned to leave. "I'll accept it then. If fate allows, we'll meet again." She didn't respond silently, watching his figure disappear into the distance. After a while, Ryumin summoned a flying arrow. He stood up. It shot swiftly through the night. The system immediately displayed a notification confirming the location of the advanced boss monster. Distance to target 121 meters. He showed urgency, knowing he still had a chance to track it. That meant no one had defeated it yet. Ryumin rushed forward, thinking no one had beaten the advanced boss in previous rounds either. Among the 4 advanced bosses in round 5, it was so strong that the other 3 were considered minor bosses. Probably 100 level 20 players throwing themselves in would be needed to bring it down. No ordinary player could ever defeat it. After a while, he reached a gloomy forest. He couldn't help but think back to the past. Even he needed 4 lives to defeat it. "That's how I set the current record of 6. At 43 seconds, Ryumin suddenly sprinted as the system announced the distance closing. Distance to target 321 meters. Determined, he vowed to break that record this time. He stomped hard to gain momentum and launched into the air. Just then he encountered the final boss. Distance to target 160 meters. Suddenly he gasped in shock upon seeing another blonde player being crushed to death by it. The monster roared, then fixed its hollow white eyes on Ryumin. The towering advanced monster before him bellowed with sounds like they came from the 9 layers of hell. Its eyes blazed, sharp teeth bared as if ready to devour anyone who dared challenge it. Junseok's face turned pale with fear, her whole body trembling. She collapsed to the ground. What the hell was happening? How did things end up like this? In her panic, she recalled past events. Not long ago, everything was fine. Junseok's group was discussing battle plans in the forest. If the advanced monsters move in packs, what can't we handle? Let's hunt them together. He quickly lowered his voice to introduce himself first. "Let me introduce myself a bit. I am Junseok, a level 12 warrior." Brady smiled and continued, "Same level as me. Nice to meet you. I am Brady Beat. My profession is a hunter." He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, then introduced his name to everyone. "Level 13 fighter." Duke Butt's name is hard to pronounce, isn't it? At that moment, I panicked and made up a big name. At first, it was just a mutually beneficial agreement, but once the team was formed, the timing was perfect, and the atmosphere was amazing during the intense battle. Brady asked his teammate Junseok to attract the enemy's attention. He immediately agreed. "Got it. Leave that to me." Then he ran toward the brain bug in front of him. That ugly bastard brain bug looked over here. With such smooth coordination, it was way too easy to trigger the small brain bug camps. Weena just caught another one. She shouted loudly to alert Brady's team. "Aim for its throat right now." Over there, Ang Ten was also providing great support for the team. "Brady, be careful behind you." After more than 6 hours of non-stop monster hunting, they proudly shared their personal achievements. "I've reached 300 kills. "Me too. Congratulations, everyone. We all survived. The main mission is complete." Junseok enthusiastically suggested. But isn't it too early to split up now? How about continuing the hunt? He agreed immediately without hesitation. Yeah. I'm also aiming to reach level 20. They continued the hunt. The system kept sending level up notifications. You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from novice to official. You can now use the ultimate combo feature. The whole group also reached level 20 and even learned new skills. And the result was the whole team gathered around the corpse of a brain bug. Brady harshly criticized the enemy. Those damn brain bugs are now just trash. Weina sneered. I can't believe there was a time we struggled against these pigs. Ang Ten stood beside her and enthusiastically agreed. Exactly, they've gotten a lot stronger. Ban wanted to keep going, so she eagerly suggested farming more. Why not wipe out another big camp? Suddenly Jun Seok pointed to one side and exclaimed in a panicked tone. Wait, what's that over there? The group looked in the direction he pointed. Beneath the thick tree canopy, they glimpsed a huge, gigantic brain bug. Brady hesitated, his voice a bit uncertain. It looks like a brain bug, but he shielded his hand and tried to observe the enemy closely. I've never seen one like this before. Could it be the boss? The boss. Weina, unshaken, confidently responded. Haven't seen the coffin. Haven't shed tears yet. Want to try. If all 5 of us work together, maybe we have a chance. She nodded clearly, not wanting to miss the tasty prey right in front of them. So the boss will drop some good loot, right? He glanced at his comrade beside him. We'll split the loot evenly. Right. His comrade understood immediately and nodded, determined to seal the deal. The brain bug moved slowly, then suddenly stopped and turned sharply toward Jun Seok's group. Its eyes flared like hellfire in the dark sockets. The monster let out a roar. They quickly fell under its deadly spell. The whole space seemed suffocated by its powerful killing intent. Jun Seok thought the group had gotten much stronger, but the current situation was far from what he imagined. The bloodthirsty monster charged madly, intent on devouring the prey in front of it. It stomped heavily a few steps back to gain momentum, then launched a spectacular leap. Before the group's eyes, it leapt into the center of the battlefield. They were basically unable to fight back and just stood frozen. The high-level brain bug swung its arm, then crushed the unlucky victim after 5 seconds of suffocation. The first casualty was Weina. Her whole body was pierced through by sharp claws. Blood gushed out like a stream. Not satisfied, it suddenly turned around to look for more prey. When it spotted Ang Ten kneeling on the ground, the monster stretched out its arms and used full force to crush him to death. The ground beneath shattered into pieces. The girl died without a whole body left. That wasn't the prey. Before Brady could react, he was grabbed by it. Seconds later, he was crushed until he coughed up blood. We're about to die. Back in reality, the hawk alone is sweeping through the group. Blood stains the area crimson. That is death itself. By the time Jun Seok realized it, it was already too late. Without giving its opponent a second to breathe, it swung its tail 5 times, searching for the next prey. Bank was the unlucky victim caught by the monster. A second later, his body was slammed hard onto the ground. The force of the impact cracked the earth, blood spraying everywhere. Slipping through the debris, Ban only had time to let out a mournful cry before leaving this world. Dunnett immediately turned its head toward the last prey. Joseph trembled like a leaf the moment he locked eyes with it. We're doomed. The hawk slowly advanced its mouth, emitting ear-piercing screeches. The pressure from the creature made him panic and step back, afraid to come closer. Sweat instantly poured down his forehead. His eyes locked in panic on the monster before him. His arms raised in a desperate plea, but it was useless. Yet it paid no mind, and instead cruelly raised its arm, readying one final strike. Just then, Ryumin appeared at the perfect moment, swiftly charging forward with the death scythe in hand, his gaze fixed on the target ahead. Before the monster could react, a bright red slash appeared on its neck. Seconds later, its left head was severed. The remaining head screamed wildly in anger at him. However, its fate was the same as before, with a thin slash like a thread already deeply carved into its neck. In the blink of an eye, the entire hawk collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Jun Seok's eyes widened as he stared at the figure before him. That person was Ryumin, calmly bending down like a savior. He was astonished. The black orb glanced over the hawk's corpse, silently impressed that it died in a single strike. The system immediately notified. You have defeated the advanced hawk, leveled up to level 40, promoted from novice to official rank. You can now use the trading feature. Ryumin stood there, intently reading every line of the notification. The God's Imprint skill increases damage by 20%, and the Death Scythe skill's range is extended by 500 meters. You have also learned the exclusive skill of the Death Scythe god. The next skill will unlock at level 60. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he had learned the Death Scythe god's only attack skill. The system displayed full information about the newly learned skill, Death Scythe. Charge for 1 second, dealing 200% cone-shaped area damage. Mixed damage multiplied by 5 times at night. Cooldown under 10 minutes. Usable downloader. With the normal Scythe, having only one attack skill means if you miss, the risk is high. But Death Scythe's wide range makes hitting enemies easier. It's very useful because the mixed damage means if enemies are immune to physical damage, the magic portion will still hit them, Ryumin sneered, knowing he'd hit the jackpot. The current monsters are still low level, but some enemies later will be extremely terrifying, so this skill is essential. Now let's check the next rewards. The system repeatedly announced. You have received the Advanced Hawk's Fang Gloves, low-level purple mana stones, and balancing stones for side quest progress. Balance stone. 4 out of 4, you have completed the side quest and received the balancing talisman. Ryumin reached out to receive it. Feeling thrilled, it was exactly what he wanted most this round. The talisman automatically engraved itself deep into the player's body upon receipt. The system displayed full information about the talisman. Its effect doubles all stats if the difference between the lowest and highest stat is less than 10 points. This only applies to stats increased by points. After reading, he already had a plan in mind. This talisman will only work if I evenly increase all 4 of my stats. He glanced at his stats panel. All stats were nearly identical because he had deliberately kept them close, knowing he would receive this talisman. Actions speak louder than words. Ryumin manipulated the screen, excitement flooding his heart. Now that it had engraved itself into his body, he checked to see how high his stats had become. Ryumin stared at the screen, continually amazed that all my stats were over 300 stars. His eyes widened, lips tightly pressed as he tried to stay calm. I know the power boost from this ring and Minjuri's blessing are helping, but this far exceeds my expectations. He stood there puzzled for a long moment. I guess the balanced ancient language is the best if I want to get stronger quickly. And finally, the time-based attack reward. The system kept flashing notifications that you defeated the high-level brain boss of round 5 in just 1 second. Qualified for the time-based attack rule, receive a maximum reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. Seeing the benefits on the screen, he smiled with satisfaction. Last time I only got 23 2F gold because it took 43 seconds. Unbelievable. I'll use this to learn all the common skills I haven't gotten to yet. The excitement isn't over. The system continued to bring good news. You have set world record number 6. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Archive. You will be rewarded with a choice of a unique item. Ryumin immediately stopped. What is this? I'm rewarded for setting record 6. What before him now was a powerful token card. Ryumin was still stunned, his heart full of questions. It says I get to choose a unique item. Can I pick any unique item? What? Without hesitation, he swiped the card into the empty slot on the screen. The system immediately displayed all the reward equipment categories. He put his hand on his chin, pondering deeply. Can I really choose anything? Then I don't need a unique weapon, since I'll craft one when I return. Something else. Saying this, he touched the helmet's category. Oh, that's good. Johnny finally came to his senses. He strolled over. His eyes met the corpse of the brain boss, and he quickly covered his mouth in shock. No way. That monster died with just 1 blow. But Junseok still couldn't accept this truth. His mind kept denying it. Is this Ryumin's power? The 5 of us couldn't defeat it, and we're level 20, yet he did it all alone. Still in his heart, he had to admit the other just saved his life. No, I should be thanking him, not doubting him. Suddenly Ryumin turned and just happened to meet his eyes. Junseok startled and instinctively stepped back. Before he could finish his thought, the other turned and walked away. He silently stood there, watching, his heart filled with regret. I didn't even get to thank him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Priscilla clasped her hands, asking casually, "So has everyone completed the mission?" No players answered. She quickly guessed. It seems many died in those 10 hours. She giggled, her tone full of sarcasm. I don't think you died because of weak brains. Are you having a civil war? As soon as she finished, she snapped her fingers. Then let's see the results. The round 5 leaderboard appeared immediately. It showed the top spot in the related region went to CS number 07. And among all regions, other players couldn't help but be stunned after reading it. Damn, his level 40 record 6 is gone too. Half an hour of lively chatter broke out instantly. Ryumin had now become the center of attention. 300 brains in just 1 hour. Is that even possible? However, he didn't care at all. He just sighed once. I just want to claim my reward. The system immediately displayed a series of notifications. Congratulations, you rank first in all regions. Top of all 5 rounds. Receive an epic intermediate necklace, a special reward box, and the title of overall leader. An incredible achievement. Ryumin smiled contentedly. Awesome. I got the title I wanted. The title board appeared right before his eyes. Overall leader. Condition rank first in all regions across all 5 initial rounds. Effect all received experience increased. He stood still, thinking for a moment. This is why I want to be the top in all regions. I can't miss the chance to level up faster by 1.5 times. Then he opened the equipment box, his fingers ready to act. I'll choose my reward now. The system immediately opened the selection panel of epic necklaces, including the Bone Knight necklace, Java necklace, and Power necklace. After reading through, Ryumin kept pondering in his mind. Ordinary people would just pick one at random since they've used them all before. Then his finger decisively pressed the second option. What I need is the Java necklace. The system instantly displayed full equipment details. The Java necklace is an epic necklace that increases all BA stats and provides 30 resistance to effects. It has 1000 out of 1000 durability and no class restrictions. It is said to contain the magic power of the Java tribe. After handling everything, he continued to strategize inwardly. What I need to strengthen now isn't power or stats, because more than anyone, he clearly understands the challenges ahead require good preparation. It's resistance to adverse conditions. He looked at the necklace glowing and sparkling. His heart was as joyful as at a festival. An item with resistance stats is very rare, so I can sell it for a high price if I don't need it later. But he had to put it aside for now. Next, Ryumin's eyes fixed firmly on the reward screen, including 3 options to triple experience gain, only applicable for round 6. 6,000 gold, and information about round 6. Without but wasting much time, he already had an answer for himself. Of course, it's experience boost. Suddenly, Priscilla's clapping sounded. All players immediately looked up to the sky. She calmly asked, "Has everyone checked the ranking board yet?" Then her eyes lit up and her tone turned cold. A total of 8 people have completed the main quest. She coldly announced bad news from the boss. Everyone ranked 1 to 12 and above will be killed. The unlucky players continuously knelt and begged. "Don't wait, Angel. Please have mercy," wails echoed everywhere. Their pleas slowly turned to dust and blew away to the other world. Priscilla sneered a few times, speaking with utter disdain. "Begging for mercy, pathetic. You're worse than vermin." Ryumin listened and couldn't help but feel disgusted. "Do you think you're different?" Then she carefully read every line of the leaderboard. "None of you completed the mission." Then she turned to him with a meaningful look. Or so I thought. Seeing her confidence, she challenged him. "You completed it." Priscilla hurriedly cast a spell, preparing to leave. "Then we humans will meet again in the next round." Moments later, a summary board appeared. All regions had 10 to 932 7-FIB survivors, and the region related to C-ESC No. 07 had 1 to 11 survivors. You will be transported back to reality. Round 6 will start at midnight, 2023. See you in the next round. After a while, the sky darkened. The tall buildings in the city began to light up. Ryumin took advantage of the time to stretch his muscles and bones. After a long sleep, he sighed and leaned his head back in frustration. "Now that I've eaten, I'll start the combination window." His fingers quickly placed the weapon into the center slot. "I'll use the Reaper's Scythe as the main material." Then he began combining additional materials in the adjacent slots. The secondary materials would be Octo Team, Mysterious Wood Rusty Arrowhead, and Advanced Octo Teeth. Suddenly he paused and thought for a moment. "If I combine like this, my weapon will reach epic rank." Ryumin suddenly recalled the previous gift. "But I also have the Black Diamond from Hoang Eon Min." He immediately changed his strategy. His finger didn't hesitate to press the combine button. "If I use that, I'll get a unique item instead of epic." The system immediately displayed a message combination complete. You created the Reaper's Scythe. It's a unique weapon with 300 damage and a 10% boost to all stats plus 10 skill damage. Durability is 3000 out of 3000, and it's only for experts or higher. It's said to carry the shadow of death even during the day. Ryumin laughed out loud with joy, startling Ryuman. Finally, I upgraded the old Reaper's Scythe thanks to the huge money earned from killing the boss. You can comfortably learn new skills now. I'm going to learn some common skills using all the money I have. As soon as you entered the shop, you immediately picked your first skill. Starting with Search Surroundings, it lets me see the nearby area like a mini-map. The second skill quickly caught your eye as well. It enhances dynamic vision to improve sight range. Next, you absorbed a continuous stream of new knowledge. I'll also learn basic resistance to increase status ailment resistance by 15%, and improve hand-eye coordination to boost skill accuracy by 20%. That's the common skills done. After a while, Ryumin sighed in frustration, not knowing what to do with so much money. I still have 14,000 gold. After all that, I don't really have anything to buy except for the epic item that will appear in a few days. Seconds later, you sat up abruptly. That's enough. You requested to open the status window. A dense array of information appeared right before you. That's all the progress accumulated after 5 rounds of play. Ryumin smiled as everything went exactly as planned. That's thanks to the ancient balance effect. Everything adds some stats to my status sheet. You looked satisfied, and continued calculating. Good, I'm as strong as I can be right now. I'll keep working with Magion Grok. Then I'll also use Hoang Yong Min for some tasks. Just mentioning that familiar name made you wonder. Wait, what happened to him? Is he still alive? Unable to resist curiosity, you immediately activated the skill you just learned. Trace Hoang Yong Min. If it tracks him, it means he's still alive. Ryumin smiled with satisfaction, chin in hand. Good, he's still useful to me. So a thought of exploiting him suddenly arose inside. But this will be the last time. I'll use him once more in reality, then discard him on a beautiful, peaceful morning in the real world. Yuri sat quietly in her usual cafe, gazing out the window. Only she knew how nervous she really was. Why did Min ask to meet again? Don't tell me a romantic vision full of roses is flashing through her mind. Ryumin gently tucked Yuri's hair behind her ear and whispered, "Yuri, I miss you." She hurriedly shook her head to dismiss that embarrassing illusion. Such a ridiculous thought. Calm down, calm down. Absolutely can't let it slip out. Just then, the cafe door slid open. Ryumin had arrived at the meeting spot. You were surprised to see Yuri already waiting. "Oh, you're here." Waited long, she startled and quickly stood up. "Oh no, I just got here too." Then Yuri tried to change the subject to ease her awkwardness. "I'll go order drinks. What would you like? Today's on me, feel free to choose anything." Ryumin happily agreed. "Really, give me an iced Americano, add an extra shot." She hurried off to place the order. "All right, just wait a moment." You sat down and smiled, thanking her for the drink. Yuri nervously replied, "No problem." Then she blushed and took a sip of water. My mind can't help wandering elsewhere. Why is the atmosphere so awkward? Must be because I had some strange thoughts earlier. That earlier scene flashed again, but was cut off by Ryumin's question. "So how's round 5 going? Did you meet Ryumin?" She snapped back to reality and answered immediately. "Ah, yes. Just as you said. I met him, and we went hunting together." Talking about it still made Yuri happy. Honestly, at first I didn't believe a top-tier guy would cooperate with me, but after I showed my strength, he agreed. Ryumin laughed too. "Like I said once, he sees your muscle skills, even Black Fang will need you." She continued recounting everything. Thanks to that, hunting became incredibly easy. He helped me quite a few times as well. At first, I even ranked 2nd in the region. You asked in surprise. "Wow, 2nd place. That's amazing." "So what reward did you get?" With this friend, Yuri had nothing to hide. "Want to see?" She quickly summoned the item to show a rare, common-grade necklace. "How much does it boost agility?" "Looks good, right?" Ryumin exclaimed again in surprise. "Oh, wow, that's really nice." Unexpectedly, Yuri pushed it toward him. "Hey, take it." This made him step back awkwardly, huh? "Why are you giving this to me?" She gently persuaded him. "Just accept it. I got it thanks to your prediction." But Ryumin firmly refused again. "No, I don't need it. I can't accept a reward you worked so hard for." This compliment made Yuri a bit shy. It wasn't that hard. Black Fang carried me through the battle, so hunting felt effortless. Ryumin's subordinate asked further. "Then why didn't you give it to him instead of me?" She sighed. "Would a top-tier expert like him need a low-grade necklace like this?" He silently answered the question. "Of course not. He doesn't need it." So Ryumin continued waving his hand to refuse. "I really appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached the official level yet." Yuri was startled by this information. "You're still not an official SAO? What level are you at now?" He glanced down shyly and answered, "I'm at level 19. I barely managed to kill 300 spearmen on my own within 10 hours. Yuri only managed to quiet. "Okay." Then regretfully recalled the necklace. "Right. The fortune-telling profession isn't really suited for combat." Suddenly, she remembered her long-held curiosity. "Hey, man, how does a prophet fight?" Ryumin scratched his head and honestly replied, I have a few magic tricks, but I'm a bit shy about showing them off. Yuri stroked her chin and reasoned. Then you don't need an agility-boosting necklace. Because using magic requires intelligence, right? He smiled and confirmed exactly. Immediately after she summoned a red stone. Then I'll give you this, dos, instead of the necklace. Yuri held it out to him, but this time her tone was much firmer. I found this while hunting. At least accept it. I'm not sure if it's good, but it's mine. So don't refuse. How could Ryumin not recognize her concern? Happiness shone deep in his eyes. Then he reached out and took it. Thank you. You even thought about me. This unexpected touch made Yuri immediately freeze. It's not that I thought about you or anything. You always give me information. I felt bad just taking without giving back. Ryumin gently interrupted. Then I should give you something too. Yuri looked at him blankly and asked back, for me? What is it? Unfortunately, his next words shattered Yuri's hopes, nothing else. Of course it's news about round 6. She forced a smile and replied, If you tell me, I'd really appreciate it. Ryumin seemed unaware and continued the mission in round 6. Is that you have to tell everything to your opponent without hiding anything at all. After hearing this, Yuri was confused and double-checked. Should I form a team with Ryumin again? Ryumin answered firmly, he definitely won't refuse you. You already proved your worth with your skills in round 5. That made Yuri stroke her chin thoughtfully. Forming a team with him again. You were a bit startled by this strange attitude. You're happy about that, right? He answered innocently, of course. He treats me really well. Ryumin breathed a light sigh of relief. Is that so? But then his next word struck sharply like an arrow in his head. He's more considerate than I thought. Not as scary as I imagined. He's a bit arrogant, but that's expected. After all, he ranked first. You froze, mechanically repeating, really? Why mention that now? Yuri noticed even more strange details. He seems to have very good intuition. Ryumin asked tensely. What do you mean? She recalled, and recounted a few things. I don't really know how to explain it. It just feels like he can see through people's hearts. He lowered his eyes and silently answered the vagueness. That's thanks to the ancient language. Inner thoughts. A feeling of helplessness from the past surged back. I'm not perfect either. I've lost 7 times out of 99. The last round felt like a trick, because it required a team of 5. The system board then left Ryumin. Stuck the condition to enter the one-on-one boss room requires at least 5 people to open the boss room. Thinking this, he silently decided anyway. This is my last chance. No matter what, I have to make it to the finals with Minjuri and the monk from the United States. Suddenly, Juri's voice pulled him back to reality. Min. What are you thinking about? Ryumin startled and looked up to reply, nothing. It's just that your earlier expression caught her eye. You're worried about the next round of SAO. Since the opponent gave you a reason why hesitate to use it. Yeah, I'm a bit worried. After all, I'm not that strong. Yuri sighed with regret. If only we lived in the same area. I could have helped you already. Ryumin asked naively for free. She quickly affirmed, of course. Then she lowered her head, fiddling with her hands. But I don't feel comfortable, always receiving help like that. I don't really help you much. Ryumin appeared and gave her a thumbs up. You've already helped me plenty. Yuri, thanks to you, I took down that high-level brainiac in the blink of an eye. Ryumin softened his voice to comfort her. Don't worry. One day we'll meet again in another world. Yuri looked a little hopeful, right? That beautiful scene seemed to give her strength. Hang in there until then. I'll do my best too. Good luck. Ryumin awkwardly raised his hand in response. Good luck, though a bit worried inside. Oh man. I'm a little worried about how she'll react when she finds out I'm actually Ryumin. After that meeting, he quickly returned to the Demon Heaven Company. Asang-chun bowed and informed the person inside, my lord, Ryumin has arrived. The Demon Lord smiled, leaned back, and stood up to welcome him. Then he friendly patted his shoulder. Please have a seat, department head. 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea, please. Asang-chun immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, my lord. Then he asked about the guest, Ryumin. I hope the journey here wasn't too hard for Yotu. Ryumin politely replied, thanks to the car. You arranged. The trip was very comfortable. The Demon Lord nodded, pleased. Is that so? That's good. If there's anything you're unhappy with, just say it straight. I'll take care of it immediately. On the surface, Ryumin chatted casually. That's fine. But inside he was calculating. Would the Demon Lord, a killer like eating rice, really handle everything? It's best not to say unnecessary things. He generously invited to eat. If you haven't had lunch, join me. But Ryumin bluntly interrupted. There's something more important than that right now. The demon lord leaned forward with interest. Could it be news about the next round? This attitude made him smirk slightly, thinking he's definitely eager now. Calmly confirmed that goes without saying. Everything is going so smoothly. Is Mr. Locke really surprised? Thank you. And once again he was left speechless. But in return, I want to ask you to organize a shareholders' meeting. Ryumin frowned and made a proposal. We need to discuss business matters. We need to change both the business model and the company's name. Mr. Locke withdrew his playful expression and asked seriously, "What do you want me to do?" Ryumin's request was simple. Please support the business idea I will propose at the meeting. He lowered his voice and added his wish, no objections whatsoever. I mean, I need you to persuade the other shareholders and provide reasons why I need their help for the future. I foresee they're not very welcoming to this idea. Mr. Locke suddenly had a bad feeling. What business idea are you planning to present? This reaction was exactly what Ryumin expected. He looked very curious. Naturally, since I told him that changing the business model would bring success. Ryumin had no reason to hide it. He straightforwardly laid out the upcoming plan. That is to create a social open market exclusively for players. Mr. Locke wasn't quite sure and asked again. You mean a sales website? Ryumin seriously confirmed exactly. The difference is only players can access it, and they will sell in-game items instead of ordinary goods. He continued clarifying a few points so they can buy and sell items with real money. His answer surprised a Song-chun standing nearby. Whether to use cash or trade will be decided by the seller when listing items. Mr. Locke thought for a moment, then commented, "Trading makes sense, but do players really need real money?" Ryumin casually threw the question back. "Surely some players will need cash. Don't you think so? It's just that you still have some things to consider. Right now there isn't really a suitable method." Both these words made him frown. You mean there will be a new method in the future? This quick reaction made Ryumin silently praise him, still trusting as always. He leaned back comfortably and continued exactly. "I've glimpsed the future. Players above level 40 will trade with gold instead of cash." Mr. Locke unconsciously repeated gold. Ryumin patiently gave more details. When players reach level 40, the trading feature unlocks. They can exchange gold with each other. Meanwhile, we will build a system for safe transactions. Of course, we will charge fees whether it's with cash or gold. Mr. Locke found it increasingly convincing, a social marketplace exclusively for players. Not a bad idea at all. We'll have the pioneering advantage since no one else has done this. If successful, we can monopolize this niche market. Then he raised an important question. But will people really use a marketplace only for players? Of course, Ryumin had researched the market himself by round 5. Players have already started accumulating quite a few items. Moreover, being participants, you know what others need. You also know, right? Items dropped from monsters can't be sold to stores. So they must be wondering what to do with those items and more. For someone who loses 7 times, but wins 99 like Ryumin, the mindset of the majority right now is easy to grasp. Most have now passed level 20. They've unlocked crafting. Surely they're trying to combine items in every possible way. So what if a website appeared where they could easily buy those items? Mr. Locke stroked his chin and answered. Then they would rush there immediately. Ryumin seized the moment to deliver the final blow. Now is the perfect time. He remained silent. His mind swirled with countless thoughts. If the prophecy is true, building the system right now could be a huge success. We can attract users by spreading articles. Ryumin didn't rush, giving the other party time to consider carefully. I will develop an app to make it easier for players to access. Adding an auction system might be a good idea too. Maybe at first we should let players list items for free. That attitude made Ryumin unable to hold back a smile. It seems he's genuinely interested in the business plan I proposed. Wow, even I as a prophet can't refuse. Besides, this also benefits me. He briefly thought about what he owned. If I monopolize crafting materials, whose uses no one knows yet, I could craft unique items, even legendary sets, maybe even god-tier equipment. After a while, Locke looked up and asked one last question. We've decided on a social marketplace model. So what should we rename the company? That question was basically agreeing to Ryumin's request. Do you have any ideas? He beamed and tossed the pot back. Let's put my idea aside for now. We should follow the prophet's vision as much as possible. And aren't you the largest shareholder of the company? Ryumin forced a wry smile. Haha, anyway. This isn't a hard problem. What if we pick a name meaning player press? How does that sound to players? Locke had no further comment, so that sounds great. And shortening it to method would be good too. You have just one last thing, glad you like it. How long will it take to develop and launch? He thought for a moment and gave a number. At the fastest, about a month. Ryumin calculated and said, that means after round 6. If the plan is settled, would you mind discussing today's purpose? By the way, let me share information about round 6 with you. Both Gyeong-lak and Asang Chun focused on this. After listening, he rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully. Seems round. We'll need cooperation. He bowed deeply to express his sincerity, I understand. Thanks, Prophet. Ryumin replied casually. No problem. Only in a place unseen did a satisfied smile appear on Gyeong-lak's face. I know keeping the Prophet close was the right decision, and everything is progressing smoothly both here and in the other world. Then he returned to his usual friendly demeanor. Then I will proceed according to the business plan. Today, I will call an emergency shareholders meeting as soon as possible to get approval. Ryumin, can you personally attend and present the business plan? Would you mind? It's a must. Gyeong-lak nodded with satisfaction. Understood. We will contact you as soon as the meeting is scheduled. Then he turned to instruct Asang Chun-an. Please escort the Prophet home. On the way, stop by the actor sales house to deliver the information to. Unti immediately obeyed the order, yes, Lord. Then Gyeong-lak warmly saw Ryumin to the door. Shall we go, Prophet, this morning? A few days later, he opened his phone to check the schedule and silently thought today was the day epic items appeared. Then he quickly opened the system panel to check the shop for today's items. Before long, Ryumin got the desired result. Here, it is the Wanderer's tattered cloak. After reading all the info on the screen, he clicked his tongue and judged. Defense is poor, but the attack speed and movement boost are excellent. Without hesitation, Ryumin pressed the buy button. An epic item for only 20,000 gold. Why is this so rare? Then he closed the system while mulling it over. I won't have to rely on the store anymore. From now on, I'll buy everything I need from the social marketplace. The future scene was already mapped out in Ryumin's mind, and by then, blueprint-type items will sell for very high prices. As long as a design records a specific item's formula, people won't have to blindly combine materials to discover recipes anymore. He couldn't help but smile. Plus, since they can be resold, these will definitely become extremely popular. If I use that to my advantage, I can attract even more people to the social marketplace. Thinking of this, Ryumin wearily leaned back on the bed. Of course, first I need to choose part of tomorrow's emergency shareholders meeting. The next day, the blazing sunlight shone directly through the consulting company's glass. Ma Sang-chun politely handed the file to the attending shareholders. Please take this document. Please everyone gradually fill the seats starting from the front row. The shareholders meeting proceeded smoothly without any issues, just as Ryumin predicted. There were still skeptical and dissatisfied voices. But as he decisively answered each question, the number of challenges gradually dwindled. In the end, under Ryumin's confident leadership, the resolution was passed without any obstacles. After the meeting, Mr. Locke smiled and praised. You did well today, handling such a large crowd. You spoke very confidently without showing any tension at all. Ryumin humbly replied how practicing a few times at home wasn't wasted after all. Then he placed a hand on his chest, promising to develop the website and set up the system. Leave it to me. You just need to focus on surviving the next round. But Ryumin already sensed the calculations behind it. They're probably worried that if I die, they'll lose access to the prophecy too. Then Mr. Storm offered an invitation. You must be hungry. Let's have lunch at the hotel. This time you didn't refuse. Yeah. Sounds good. I also felt more at ease inside. So everything I needed to do today was complete. Ryumin carefully planned his next move. Only one task remained to use Jongmin. That Sunday, the players' survival cafe held a regular meeting. Jami waved happily. Hello, Popo. Reen replied gloomily. Hello, Lord Jami, she asked in surprise. Why is the atmosphere so gloomy? What happened? He looked up quietly and said, Haven't you heard the news? Lord Jami leaned closer to the screen, curious. What news? Popo Reen dropped a piece of information that stunned her. We lost contact with the 30-year-old and lost the honey. Since round 5, there's been no news at all. It seems they didn't survive. But that feeling didn't last long. Jami frowned, wondering. No wonder the mood is so heavy. Someone died. But there's still something strange, right? They only met through video chats? So why are they this sad? Suddenly a thought struck her. They're acting trying to appear good in front of the chairman. A familiar image came to her mind. The founder of this community cafe is clearly a top influential figure. Flattering superiors is a basic rule in society, especially when the chairman genuinely mourns whenever a player dies. Today, Jamie covered an amused smile with her hand. Then I can't fall behind. Then she began to showcase her acting skills. 03, 10 years old. Honey. Jam those two. Other players weren't much different, all covering their faces and eyes. Please don't cry. Jamie, sir. You make me want to cry too. Following this situation, Jamie couldn't help but mock. Look at these ferrets clinging to this chance. That's how humans are. Just then, the system announced the chairman has joined the players' survival cafe chat room. Tae-Huynh lightly noticed something strange. What's going on? Why does everyone look so gloomy? At this moment, Lost Yak sighed and informed the others this is how the chairman is. Hearing the news, Tae-Huynh covered his mouth in pain. How could this happen? At least maybe the others are still alive. He closed his eyes tightly, as if holding back his emotions. Trouble just keeps coming. Now we only have 6 members left on the executive board. Brad raised his hand with an opinion. Chairman, can't we take this chance to recruit new executives? Tae-Huynh spoke in a low, troubled voice. I wish, but there's no suitable candidate, right? And there's been no news from previous applicants either. Lostia, have you heard anything from the 3 interviewed before? He answered sadly. No, sir. I've called them many times, but no one answered. Tae-Huynh regretfully turned his face aside. Then maybe they died in round 5 too. Only now did Lost Yak reveal important information he had. I'm not sure about the other 2, but Hotko is still alive. Lost Yak's expression remained calm. His cold tone confirmed that even if the other 2 didn't make it, Ryumin was definitely still alive. You've all seen the results of round 5, right? Someone that strong wouldn't just survive the game. In real life, he probably wouldn't be hurt at all. Tae-Huynh quietly looked at the leaderboard on the system screen, where the name Ryumin still held the top spot. So why did he apply to join and then disappear without a trace? That question made his mind spin in frustration. I don't know about that. Brad scratched his head in frustration. Could he just be playing with us? Popperin proposed another suspicious theory. Maybe from the start, that wasn't the real Ryumin. Perhaps we haven't heard anything because they died in round 5. Someone in the group nodded in agreement. Popperin has a point. Tae-Huynh frowned, pondering. An impostor. That sounds reasonable. Jamie remained silent, listening to the discussion, but her eyes were full of thought. Hambo sighed with a mix of frustration and a smirk. Yeah, right. Someone as big as Ryumin, joining some unknown cafe like this. His body suddenly stiffened. Cold sweat broke out as he realized he had just slipped up. Wait, sure enough, the 3 all turned their eyes toward him. Their stunned expressions were all different. But everyone stared at him with scrutiny. Tae-Huynh was the first to react. His tone remained calm, but carried a deadly edge. Me ok bang. Did you just say an unknown cafe? Can you explain more clearly? What do you mean by that kind of cafe? Hambo stammered fearfully. I mean... His face darkened completely. Tae-Huynn's sharp gaze swept toward him. This cafe is a gathering place for players and leaders of the new era. Do you have some problem with this cafe? His mood tense, he hastily defended himself. I apologize, Chairman. I had absolutely no such intention. Unfortunately, you have no intention of being forgiven. Hambo Mayok Bang. From now on, you are stripped of your executive position. And not only that, you are permanently banned from this cafe. Hambo panicked, shouting. What Tae-Huynh ruthlessly sentenced him to death. Now is the time for unity, not for those who disrespect the cafe. I cannot accept someone like that as a member. He turned pale, trying to salvage the situation. Chairman. But Tae-Huynh finalized. Mayok Bang will be blacklisted from now on. And when the new era begins, you better learn to adapt. Immediately after Hambo's window disappeared, a system notifications appeared. The administrator has removed Hambo Mayok Bang from the chat room. With the obstacle resolved, Tae-Huynh quickly returned to his usual amicable demeanor. All right, now that the dissenter is gone, let's continue the meeting. The room's atmosphere quieted. The remaining members answered hesitantly, yes. Suddenly, Loziak twitched as if he had just discovered something. Huh? Han asked concernedly. Loziak, what's wrong? He hesitated, voice trembling with surprise. Someone just sent a membership application, and their in-game nickname is Ryumin. That name made the 3 others simultaneously stunned. No one could believe their ears. Tae-Huynh skeptically confirmed. Ryumin submitted another application. Ostia checked and reported. Yes, Chairman, but this time the real name of the applicant is different from before. The applicant this time is Min. After a moment of thought, Tae-Huynh decided. Go to his house and meet him in person. We won't be able to know for sure if he's real unless we meet face to face. He cautiously asked for opinions. But what if he's a fake again? What should we do? Chairman Tae-Huynh was silent for a moment, then lifted his head, his gaze more serious than ever. He will pay the price for daring to mess with us. Meanwhile, in a dark computer room lit only by the screen's glow, the light clearly revealed a figure sitting back in a chair. Ryumin folded his arms coldly, analyzing the situation. Another impostor has appeared. So the phone CBA admins definitely won't sit still. He slowly spun his chair, speculating further. They'll use the excuse of an interview to come to his house, which is the address I clearly gave to Hwang Yongmin. He stood up, taking slow steps across the cramped room. The way they force people to kill and how they ostracize, then enslave civilians is wrong. Those atrocities only create division between players and civilians, and ultimately lead to destruction. His voice deepened with gravity, but remained resolute. That's why I can't just stand by. It's better to root out the admins completely and take control of the organization myself. Sooner or later, Phone CBA will grow into a massive force with over 30% of the country's players as members. He soberly weighed the pros and cons. So instead of destroying that group, using that organization to control the player community is much more beneficial. That's why I applied to join Phone CBA. From the very beginning, Ryumin reached out and pushed the door. Once I use Hwang Yongmin to overthrow the management team, I'll take the chairman's seat. Saying that, he took off his hat and coat and quietly left the control room. The doorbell rang, clearly signaling a visitor's arrival. The owner sitting behind the reception desk was still absorbed in reading the newspaper, unaware of the suspicious figure who had just entered. Dalian looked up to start a conversation. Hello? His words abruptly stopped when a coarse black cloth bag was thrown forcefully onto the table. Yongmin was dressed head to toe in black, his face covered, fitting the typical style of a robber, his voice threatening. Put all the cash in here if you don't want to die. Seeing this, the old man trembled uncontrollably, his face pale as he stammered, trying to gauge the man. Yongmin's eyes instantly darkened. His cold glare swept across the room, freezing the atmosphere. His brows furrowed tightly, his face full of murderous intent. His patience had run out. He clenched his teeth and slammed his fist hard on the table. A sharp cracking sound rang out. The tabletop shattered into pieces instantly. Damn it! What are you waiting for? You think I'm joking? Yongmin impatiently shouted, his frustration boiling over. Hurry up! You want your skull smashed? Dalian tried to calm himself. His heart was pounding wildly, as if about to jump out of his chest, hands trembling as he took the bag. I'm doing it now. The old man hurriedly stuffed cash inside and meekly handed it over. Here, the grim aura around Yongmin questioned, is that all you have? Dalian lowered his head to explain lottery ticket sales had been suspended, so business was slow lately. We also sell some convenience store items. But Yongmin stepped closer, facing him coldly, cutting through the excuse I didn't ask about those things. I know there's a safe behind here. He raised his fist threateningly. Bring it out right now. Dalian quickly turned and complied. I'd immediately. After a moment, he returned with the bag, bulging with cash, stuffed so full, the zipper barely closed. Yongmin silently calculated about 10,000 Ryuan. For now enough. Before leaving, he glanced back. Eyes like ice, freezing the old man's spine, his voice dry and threatening. Try calling the cops and I'll break out of prison and deal with you myself. The old man froze, too scared to resist. After finishing, Yongmin quickly left the scene, blending into the silent night of the city. Yongmin ran through several narrow alleys. Only when he was sure he had lost all tails did he pull his hood down, revealing his sweat-soaked face. He exhaled deeply, feeling liberated from the heavy cloth mask, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips. He chuckled. Today was a good haul. This should last me a month. But the joy didn't last long. His lips tightened, eyes darkening. In the real world, he could manage. But what about that other world? Would he survive the next round? His hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. It was all because of that bastard Ryumin. Because of him, I lost a friend, and my stats dropped terribly. Burning with uncontrollable rage, Yongmin growled into the night. It's all that bastard's fault. A stray cat leapt over a low wall, startling Yongmin into freezing heart-pounding. He glanced around, footsteps, slowing, unconsciously wary, as if someone was watching him. That damn Ryumin, if I ever see him in real life, I'll slice him right there. The street was eerily silent, with only a few faint lights flickering in windows. Min carried the money bag, nervously scanning around, breathing heavily. When he turned, his muscles tensed upon seeing someone standing at his door. His voice trembled no longer. Aggressive. Who's there? Lostyak looked up from his phone, the screen light casting on his face, as he calmly stared at the man before him. You're Min, right? Min froze, clutching the money bag tightly, stepping back cautiously, sweat forming at his temples. Lostyak calmly confirmed, judging by your reaction, I guessed right. The question slipped out unconsciously, carrying Min's instinctive caution. Who are you, a cop? This confused Lostyak a bit. The word cop made him hesitate, but then he smirked, half amused, half surprised. Ha ha ha, what's this? Are you a criminal or something? Then he introduced himself. Friendly, I'm Lostyak, the interview manager at Phone Seba. You applied this morning, right? His eyes flickered in surprise, but he immediately frowned, sounding annoyed. What the hell is this bastard trying to sell me with these silly tricks? Hibachi looked increasingly bewildered, but kept observing. Aren't you Ryumin? After understanding the other's meaning, Min snapped back harshly. You think I'm Ryumin? Are you messing with me? And what the hell is Phone C? Bye. Lostyak shyly raised his hand to cover his face, apologizing for bothering me, and excusing himself to leave. He scowled, unable to hide his irritation, and shouted, What the hell is this? At least tell me what's going on, will you? This time he no longer avoided or hid anything, his tone calm again. It seemed someone knew my personal information and was deliberately playing a game, since both the name and address matched. Min was furious, twisting as if stung by a sharp betrayal. Who the hell dares do that? At that moment, a calm voice cut through the chaos. It's me. Used your name. Both immediately fell silent and turned to observe the newcomer. It was Ryumin, wearing a full-body mask that radiated a calm but intense aura. He firmly called out the name of the person ahead, Min.